Huh? I still love it. I still love it. Okay. I think I gotta get some water. Because I don't have any.
Give me a moment. Hey! Oi! Accurate Refuge! How are you doing? Hello! Hello there! Hello, fellow fish fan, hello!
Testing audio? No. I don't test my audio anymore. It's already perfect. It's already perfect. Needs no testing. I was just coughing a little bit, you know? I feel like I might be down with a sickness. I might be ailing. I'm just kidding. I'm doing fine. Don't be fooled. Don't be fooled. Okay, let me grab some water really quick. I'll be right back. Oh yeah. All right, I got my stuff. I got my stuff, you guys. I got the water. I've got the water. I'm ready. We've got the ultimate stream coming up so that I can finally defeat this game. We got to beat the whole game, all right? So I got to be ready. I've got the fuel. I've got the water. I've got the fuel. I've got the fire. I've got the desire to beat this game. We're gonna do it. Let me see. My hair's poofy. We're ready to rock. Let me just mix up my, oh my gosh, I filled this water way too much. Let me just sneak some of that water right off the top. Boom. All right, now mix up the juice. Gotta mix up the juice. Hey, Brax, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, 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 oi. How are you doing? Kareem is here. Oh yeah. Alchemic, how are you doing today? Hope you're having a good day. Rosera, hello. Mariceli. I hope you're well. Yatta Cake is here. Hooray. Yatta Cake always makes me say Yatta whenever I see them in the chat. Skyward Zone, what's up? Tayaki-san. I don't know why I said that weird. My tongue was acting weird in my mouth. It wasn't obeying me. Tayaki-san, how are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Welcome to more Zelda. The Zelda super adventures continue. They continue. Let me just hook up this water. Let me just give it a little shuka. Yeah, hey, love my cutie kids. How are you doing? Oi, 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 oi. We're gonna kick some Zelda baddie butt tonight. Yes. We have to defeat the entire game because the new Legend of Zelda gets released tomorrow. At all proud game dealers. Okay, I'm shaking it up. Boom! You guys, you ready to rock? Are you ready to rock, Squidward? Huh? Oi, 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 oi. How's everybody doing? Hey! Hey, hope you're well. Hope you're well, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. It's me, Dr. Poof. Hello there. This is me, Dr. Poof, the most suspicious scientist in all of the world. In fact, now, as soon as I said Dr. Poof, I wanted to put on my my goggles, my minion goggles. I mean, not my minion goggles. They're not. They're science goggles. Okay, there we go. Now I've got the chat everywhere. Oi, 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 oi. Hello, everybody. Hello. You demand the bird? The bird's over here. What are you talking about? The bird's over here in the other scene, all right? The bird's in the other room. Look, the other scene's over there. The other scene's over there. Okay, that's where I point whenever we're actually on the game screen. We want bird. You have bird. You have it. What are you talking about? How dare you? The bird's over on the other one. All right. Unbelievable. Y'all are so demanding. Y'all are so demanding. I'm ashamed of all of y'all. I'm just kidding. How dare us? How dare we? Oi, Calico, how are you doing? Hello. Hello. Now you got me looking around my room. I don't know why. I know why. I'm like, is there another camera over there? Where's the other camera? I actually, I wonder if I can get another camera in time for Saturday. I keep putting it off. I'm sorry. I keep putting it off. Maybe I can find like a camera store. I put too much liquid in there. I can't finish it. I need to gulp it down. I don't have to wait to get the juice. Really funny, a nice shirt. This was sent by Alchemic. I don't have this fancy of style. Well, I suppose I have this fancy of style now, don't I? Yes. Now I am as fancy as Alchemic. Fantastic. By the way, Kenny, do you have water again? Yes, water's back. The hot water wasn't working though. Unfortunately, the hot water heater seems to have had some sort of an issue. So I actually had to reset it. I reset it by like flicking a bunch of switches. I switched the switches myself, and I took the panel off of the machinery, even though I don't think I was supposed to. But I know what I'm doing. The beginnings of Kenny's new stream identity as a Lego builder. No. Alchemic already wants that to happen. I don't need another person pushing that. No. It's too expensive of a hobby. It's too expensive. I cannot do that currently. I would have to I'd have to start like a YouTube career. I'd have to farm that content better than I'm farming it right now. I would have to take full advantage of spending that much money. No. We'll have no, that's no Earl of Legos. Absolutely not. That is not possible. No, I was joking. Oh, well, I knew that you probably knew how it worked too well. I knew that you probably knew what it actually meant. A YouTube carrier? No, career. Hi there, A-Star. What's up? Hi there. We're about to start up Zelda. We got to beat this game, you guys. I can't be goofing around here very long. I just need to drink this juice, and then we're gonna be ready to rock. Kenneth, I have made churros. Churros? I hope you've made enough for everybody. And I hope that they're actually thick churros, because whenever I made churros, they were not thick enough. Robin! What are you yelling about? What are you yelling at me for? Robin! Hi there! What's up? I'm in a chair. I hope you're well. Did you wear a maid costume while making them? Yes, that's the only way to make good churros. If you're gonna make proper churros, then you have to wear a maid outfit while you're doing it. Yeah. Get that cat and that rat. They dancing. Who is confused about they were like, what's the dancing rats? I can't believe it. Who doesn't know about that? Doesn't know about that rat jam? Boom, 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 boom. Churros sound so good right now. Hey, X Straight. How are you doing? Hello. I don't mind the typo because I haven't been sleeping well these days. Oh no, Kim, you have to go to bed right now. Go to sleep right now. Just kidding. If only it were that easy. Give me the good vibes, y'all. Hey, yo. Del. I got the good vibes. We got the rat jam, good vibes. Del. I hope you start feeling better. We got some good vibes. The shirt makes you want dinner. Get some dinner. Get some food. This shirt is to sucker you into taking care of yourself better. Oh, and hi there, White Tiger. I hope that you're well. You spent your internet for the month and half a month. By the way, I won't be. Oh dear. Limitations on data? That's stinky. That is very stinky. I'm sorry that your internet sucks. I'm sorry that it sucks big time. I hope that you can come back whenever it's fixed. Whenever it's not so stinky. It's been a long time, everyone. I work in a faraway remote place, so I don't get time to check out the stream. But hey, Robin, no worries. No worries. You can just check in whenever you can. It's nice to see you. Hello. Good to see you. It's been too long. It was me. I'm always on mobile, so all I see is people writing cat jam, rat jam, no context. Oh yes, Yata. I know it. I know the feel. I know the feel. I didn't have BTTV on my computer for the longest time, so I didn't see it either, and I was confused. And it was my own chat, and I didn't ask any questions. Yeah. Yeah, yell at my internet. Talented White Tiger, I don't think any amount of yelling is gonna remove your data caps. Sorry to hear that there's data caps. What? Kenny cosplays Rat Jam? What? No, I'm never gonna cosplay as a rat. That's disgusting. I'm a furry, but even furries have standards. That's a fact. Everybody knows that. Yeah. Get some of that sweet. What did I name that thing again? Did I name it Tweeters? Is that what the name of that is? I think it is. Oi, the Pizza Dudette. What's up? How are you doing? Hello. By the way, do y'all want to pick a background color? Should we do a background color today, or should we keep it as like this cozy yellow? Or I guess it's not yellow, but like cozy orange? Do you want to keep it cozy, or do you want to get RGB with it? I don't know. I'm a furry, but even furries have standards. It's true. It's true. Bright colors, as in multiple colors? Are you kidding me? What color? I'll grab phone. I'll grab phone. We could even, let's see. I don't know if I have, can I do any color? I don't remember. Let me see, they updated the app and it's stinky now. Now it's stinky and I don't like it. Automation? I don't want automation. I want it to like... I don't know how this works anymore. It's too complicated. If I go over to the labs, I can, what? Turn on. Yes, I agree. What options are there? Outdoor scene? What? No, I want the... color loop? Oh my. Oh, it just got dark in here. It's too spooky. It's too scary. It just turned into the Halloween stream, everybody. Halloween time. Oh, it's too scary. Actually, he turned off all the lights and then his voice got deeper. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Hope you enjoy the spooky vibes. We're going to turn down the lights for some exciting spooky Halloween time. No. Episode now. Darkness. Wait, how do I embrace darkness? Stop. Embrace the darkness. Okay, wait. Purple's probably best. But why are all the colors... Okay, here we go. There we go. That's probably better. That's probably better. Pikachu looks happier today. He does, just a little bit. You're like... There we go. There, now Pikachu's officially happy. Oh, by the way, hi there, LSR Dragon. Hope you're doing well. Oi. It's too spooky. That doesn't look purple. But what? It is purple. Hi there, Angel Rain. What's up, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Mangle Marionette. Hello there. Oi. Hello, darkness, my old friend. Look, this is purple, right? This is like pink. Then this is like blue. So this is purple. What is up with that light? Why isn't that light changing? Huh? Look at that light. It's on its... What? Why is it not acting in accordance with the others? Okay, there we go. Goodness. That's better. Blue. Whoa. That's like purple. Okay, that's as purpley as it gets. Is that purpley enough for the purple club? It's rebelling. It's a rebellious light, and I will not accept it. It's unacceptable. I am not pleased with the light. It has bothered me. Too much trouble. I'm going back to the dark side. There will be no more purple. Why are we listening to spooky intense? Oh. Could you just please accept any music that I play? Just kidding. Yeah, look, fine. Fine, here's some boring, relaxing music for you. Boring. I'm already falling asleep. Nintendo, you failed me again. Even the light is chaotic. I know, it's stinky. Also, hi there. Hey, Shiny's here. What's up? Back to the desk lamp with the paper towel. I really need to fix my lighting solution, honestly. And also, hi there, Grunge Scream. Welcome. Oi, it's nice to see you. Hello. Welcome. Wait. We got the red bird. The red bird is here. Bada bing, bada boom. We're back to it again. Shiny, I hope you're having a fantastic day. It's nice to see you. LSR. Yo. Thank you for the 21 months. Dang. That's such an insane number. That is an insane number. LSR, thank you for the big support. Boom. Can we get some hype in the chat for the big support from LSR Dragon? One of the OGs, month one, friendo, number one, first month ever. Pikachu looks like he's staring into my soul. Pikachu. Pikachu chose you this time, Floggy. This time Pikachu chooses you. Oi. How could Link sleep in this town? Listen to these sound effects. Listen to these, meow. Who could sleep in this town? It's too musical. It's simply too musical. X straight. We'll see you later. Enjoy your lurk. Get that stuff done. No worries. You're having a good day, except for it's so warm here. Hopefully it'll cool down today. Is it hot? Is it hotsy-totsy? It's only 90 degrees outside, you guys. Texas is cooling down. All right, now we're good to play this game. Now we're good to beat this game. Oh yeah, I almost kicked over my water. It doesn't have a lid on it. Okay, no more sippies for now. That was a lot of sip. That was almost unhealthy. Kenny, did you go outside today? It felt so nice. Outside? What? No, I didn't go outside today. I did water my plant. I watered my plant that Lupus gave me, and I'm a little bit worried about it. It ain't looking so good. Link's pockets are swole. Oh, I know, he's got like everything. Look at him. His pockets are as full as possible. Outside, disgusting. Dude, miss me with that sun outside. Okay, what are we gonna do? Did you get that rain that we're having in New Mexico? Absolutely not. Not even a drop. No bone coffee? No bone coffee. Boneless coffee again, streamer. I did have some coffee today, okay? I drank like 3 cups of coffee, all right? But it wasn't bone coffee. It was a different brand. Okay, let's go to the phone guy and see what he says to do, I guess. Oh wait. What are we gonna? Oh yeah, we're supposed to go up here. We're supposed to go up to Bird Tower. We gotta go to Bird Tower, dude. Here we go. Bone Coffee, it's just a brand. It's just a brand that's called Bone. It's just called Bone. But it sounds like I'm drinking coffee that's steeped through remains of something. But it's not, it's just a brand. It's just a branding, okay? It's bone bean juice. That sounds even worse. Bone beans. It's like toe beans, but it's the true. Kapora says that you need to fly like a bird. I'm a bird. I'm a bird. Branding. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, streamer. We know that you eat bone meal every day. What do we do though? That sounds as good as Death Wish coffee. Oh, I don't have a Death Wish. I don't have any wish for such a thing. No, thank you. I'm actually doing all right. You can keep that to yourself. Don't you blep at me. Don't you blep at me, Anne. I've told you 1,000 times. You better watch your mouth, young lady. Also, are you winning, son? I am winning. Always. All we do is win, 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 no matter what. Got winning on our mind. We can never get enough. Die, pig. Oi, oi, oi. I hope you're doing well, Anne. Thank you very much for the follow, beautiful cookie. I appreciate it. You are a beautiful cookie. Thank you very much for the... Stop laughing at me. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. We've got some free vibes if you'd like some. I've got some bonus vibes that I actually didn't even know that I had. I actually found some, I was cleaning up part of the house, you guys, and I actually found some vibes that I'd forgotten about. Wait, what'd you say? Oh, you're headed home? All right, drive safe, Calico. We'll see you soon. Oh, you got some stuff to do tonight? Oh, interesting. Have fun, Calico, whatever you're doing. We'll see you later, whether that's tomorrow or never again. Spare vibes. Yes, I had them. I actually misplaced them again. That's the problem with living in a space like this. You find something, then you misplace it immediately. Ouch! Just stupid bat. Crap. Jump right in the hole. Wow! Hey, that's what I'm talking about. Were they in the box from the move? I mean, my life is surprisingly chaotic. Listen, I don't know what's happening anymore. I went into the kitchen and I've been waiting for a package. I've been waiting for a package for like 3 days. And then I see the delivered notification sitting on the counter whenever I know that Garrett's not home. So it got delivered while Garrett wasn't here and I wasn't here, but it got into the kitchen somehow. But it's from yesterday, and he didn't mention it, and I don't know where it was on the door, but I don't have my package now, and I don't know what's going on anymore. I've given up on trying to understand where this package is. Also, I have a low battery. How did I get out of here? Am I stuck forever? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks like we sold our soul for 50 bucks. But I don't know where my package is now. Bye-bye, package. We'll see you later. I'll have you know that package has $3,000 worth of Legos in it for my new YouTube career. All right, we're going up the mountain. Going up the mountain, just like the bird said. Just like the bird said. Boyong, 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 boyong. Let's see, where are we going? Where are we go? We're going up to the mountain range. Maybe we've unlocked like a new thing in this door. A YouTube career? Oh, the YouTube career. Splendid. He's finally investing his time. The big YouTube Lego career. It's a Lego career only because it's a build it yourself. Give me that. Give me your home. Let me kill you with your house. There we go. Boyong, boyong. All right, now, what are we doing out here? I smell mischief. I smell tomfoolery. You are near the eagle's tower. Beware the bird. I fear no bird. I fear no bird. The only bird to fear is bird itself. Is bird up. Boing. Caw-caw, caw-caw. You get that? Don't you crow at me. You know, I was talking about crows and ravens with Arisa earlier, and apparently they're different. I still don't believe it. You started this game last night and you love it? Leslie, that's amazing. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. It's a splendid game. A splendid game indeed. Oh, Colm, I'm glad that you liked the shirt. It sure is swaggy. It sure is a swaggy shirt. I have no business being this fashionable. But they are. I know, but they're just black birds, you know? Who cares? Who cares? They're just black birds. One of them's a little bit bigger. One of them's a little bit smaller. One of them goes, ha, ha, ha. And one of them goes, gah, gah. Like whoop-de-doo. They're just black birds. You know what I'm saying? Your goal is to make fan art of this. What? Fan art of this game? I'd like to see that. I'd like to see fan art of this game. I could make this out of... It seems like making this out of clay would be a good idea. They're incredibly intelligent. Well, we should let them vote. What do you think? What do you think? I say that we get birds into politics. The only thing that could make birds better is if they were a little bit more political. Just think if Redbird ran for president. Wait. My first order as president is wait. We're not exactly sure what that means. Wait. Okay. Kenny. Hey, Kenny! What? Felix, stop yelling at me. What? Felix! How are you doing? I don't have my glasses on anymore. I took my glasses off because because my contacts are a weaker, they're a weaker prescription. And whenever I had my glasses on, whenever I looked at you, Felix, you were so cute that you were burning my brain. You were destroying my brain. So I was scared that you might jump into the chat again, so I decided to have a weaker prescription so that I can't see you as well. So I can actually focus on this game. See, it's not even working. I just fell off the edge. No! Gosh darn, I'm out of here. I'm out. I was working on some fan art on last night, but so far you're not too happy with it? Oh, dear. Not happy? Kim, I'm already happy just hearing about it. What am I doing? Praise the bird? I don't have a bird key. I don't have the bird key. What's a boy to do? What's a boy to do with no bird? Yes, I see that. You need the key. It's very true. That's very, very true. Hey, Kenny, hey, Kenny, hey, Kenny, hey, Kenny, hey, Kenny, stop! Stop it with your copy-paste baloney. Oh, what, Felix? Felix! The spam! No! The spam! Felix, you got me, you sorry sucker. I was wondering why you were awake. Hey, Felix Friendos, what's up? Hey, I hope y'all had a wonderful time over at Felix's channel. They were just chatting. I don't know what Felix was doing. I don't know what Felix told you, but hi there. My name's Earl of Suds. I'm just playing some video games over here. Excited about the new Zelda game. I thought that I was just talking to Felix like I normally do, but then all of a sudden Felix brings all of his friends over here. I'm glad to see all of y'all. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. I love Felix. I never get to hang out because he streams at such weird times. Oh, Kuro, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Oi, I was supposed to end the stream and then I saw you streaming, so Felix, thank you for the raid. Yes, sweet bean. Felix was being Felix. So wholesome? Question mark. Definitely not wholesome. What? Felix is surprisingly wholesome. All right. Felix has a dirty mind, but he's a sweet boy. He's a sweet boy with a twist. I forget what I was saying. What did I say to you the other day, Felix? How did I describe you? I'm trying to remember. I was like, you're a good bean with just a droplet of corruption. Surprisingly wholesome. Yeah. Felix is a very sweet bean. He's a very sweet bean with a slightly dirty mind. But don't worry, I'm the Earl of Suds, so I can wash it up. So I can just we'll scrub it up. Nothing that little Suds won't fix. Weep, 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 weep. No problemo. Where do we go? I don't know what to do. He's super great, just like you. Oh, Kuro, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Yes, Felix is a good bean. Thank you very much for jumping over here. I know that this is a very different vibe than Felix's stream. So if you're headed out, I hope you have a great day. And thanks so much for being part of the raid. It means a lot. Seeing a big party just jump in. It's so much fun. All right, you daughters, behave. Yeah. You got it. Now listen, Felix, no worries. I'll take care of the beans that want to stay here. I'll take care of the community. Don't worry. Your beans are good beans. Don't worry about it. Also, hi there, MXM Games. Felix is, in fact, a very good bean. It's true. It's true. I've talked to Felix in the DMs. It's true. And he's a really sweet bean. Don't let him fool you. What is this? What the heck is this? What is, I have encountered nothing like this in the entire game. Also, thank you for the, wait. It's because of this bird that I'm obsessed with right now. Wait. Oh yeah, I forgot to greet the raiders with a squishy bird. Wait. Here, this is for all the people that raided. Wait. Okay, let me make him a little bit smaller. There we go. Wait. We can also make him big and just hide him underneath here. He's sneaky. You never know where he's gonna hide. There he is. It's a burb. It's a flat boy. It's that flat bird. Everybody loves the flat bird. Okay, let me make him smaller. I've got to make him smaller. He's gonna sit in the corner, all right? He's lurking, exactly. He's just lurking. Okay, there's something here. I don't know what this is. You're gonna try to get some sleep now? Oh, get some rest, Shiny. I'm sorry that it's so sweaty where you are. Sorry that you're sweating big time. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. We love you, Shiny. Get some rest. Get some rest. I think we gotta play a song right here. I think that it's time to play some music, because I'm ready to jam out. Oh, yeah! This is it, for sure. Why'd all the audio pause for me? Did I just unplugged my headphones. I was like, I broke the game. Even the music stopped. Okay, I plugged my headphones right back in because all my audio died, and I was like, I have broken something. That's not good. There's something to do here. Maybe we gotta use magic. We gotta use magic. Okay, gotta go prep my bed because it's messy. Prep your bed for sleep? What? Felix, go clean up your bed. How messy is your bed? Goodness gracious, Felix. Go clean up all the Cheetos off of it. Get the vacuum. Get the vacuum, Felix. Gee whiz. Clean it up and enjoy your evening. Get some rest, Felix. Thanks for jumping over here. We love you. Whoa. Also, hi there, Centrifuge Destroyer. Fly like an eagle, huh? I'm trying to fly him. There's a lot of dirty clothes on your bed. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Felix is not as dirty as his bed. Fly like a... What? But I'm trying to fly right now. I'm trying to fly right now. I don't know. Okay, wait, you said gotta move the mess back to the chair. That's what you gotta do. I don't make my bed. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't even know. Fly like a bird. I'm trying, dude. I'm trying to fly. I'm gonna fly like a fish. There you go. Look, this is me flying. This is me flying. No. Fly like a bird. How do birds fly, actually? They fly with wings. Look at this. Lets you bounce like you're weightless. This is Rock's feather. This is a feather for flying. Ah! I don't know what y'all's problem with the bed is. What kind of floors do y'all have? I don't get it. Like my floor is just covered in stuff. That's where I put all of my stuff. Are y'all's floors dirty? Yeah, I don't have a shovel. No, I can't fly. Yeah, I gotta keep the mess off the floor. Why? Why? That's where it belongs. It's just like a big bed. The floor is a big bed. Your bed's more dirty than your floor? See, I don't get that. Yeah, my floor's got all this stuff on it. Kim knows what's up. My bed's ready to rock. My bed's always ready to rock. Fly like a bird, huh? I don't think that we... Wait, what? But then do you walk on your stuff? Well, not too much of it. Like, fly like a chicken? Like a bird? But I don't have a chicken over here. There's no chickens. What do I have to yoink that guy's chicken and fly over here? Oh, dude. Well, I gotta go. Oh, we'll see you later. Yo, Minomus. Thanks for vibing, my friend. We'll see you later. We will see you later. Thanks for being part of the raid. Hope you had a wonderful time. Have a great rest of your day. I gotta do something with a chicken, you guys. This is a chicken-related puzzle, I think. Because Garrett, not Garrett. Because Alchemic is saying that I have to fly like a chicken. You're too clumsy to have stuff on the floor. You'll die. Well, Gold Bear, don't die. But, I guess maybe I've got a lot of floor space. I mean, I've got like a whole apartment with almost nothing in it. So I can pretty much just make a big mess and it won't get in my way. Okay, we gotta turn into a chicken. I don't know what to do. Floggy, we'll see you in a minute. Stuff ends up on your floor, no matter what. MXM, that's just how it is. That's just how it is sometimes. Sometimes your floor's a mess. Why don't you take the building and move it over there? Move it over where? Trash belongs to the floor of the guest bedroom. Trash belongs everywhere. there. Trash belongs on kitchen countertops. Oh yeah, I forgot. We have a trash room in this house. We have a trash room. That's the kind of opulence that I live in. I live in a crappy apartment that's in a not so good part of town. But let me tell you what, we got a trash room. We got a whole room just for trash. It's the trash room, yeah. It's a room that has a trash can and the water heater in it. And it's a big room. Like, it's got shelves and you're supposed to put the microwave in there. It's the washroom, but we turned it into the trash room. So if we have cardboard, then we put it in there. We can have like 3 bags of trash in the same room. It's awesome. We could stack trash forever. So whenever I buy lots of stuff, the trash goes in the trash room. I can have pizza boxes stacked up and tons of like Lego stuff. It's really, really convenient to have such a big room for all that trash. I thought that it was your room and you threw the trash instead of the waste. No. Your trash room is the upstairs closet. That's the garbage receptacle. I have a trash room too. That's because it's my room. I'm the trash. No! Immersive, absolutely not. You are not the trash. You are not the trash. I will not let you talk like that. You cannot talk like that. You can't drag us all down like that. We're all in this together, all right? If you're trash, then we're all trash. And we're not trash. So you're not either. You may have a lot of junk in your room, though. Ha! Lots of junk. Lots of nerd stuff. I bet y'all all have a bunch of nerd stuff all over your room. A shame, really. I don't know what to do. I gotta fly like a bird. I'm a bird. Ah! Fly like a bird. That was suspiciously quick, Felix. What do you mean, Felix just took his arm and went and just whipped everything off of the bed? That's totally legit. Oh, there's nothing over here. We gotta get back over here. We need to teleport. Felix, did you clean up your bed? Messy Felix, shaking my head. I don't know what to do. I think we need a chicken. A lot of stuff is not nerd stuff if you're Japanese. Oh, what? Yatta, you're really bringing that up? Unbelievable. Yatta's like, what? It's just my culture. It's not nerd stuff. That's my grandpa's ancient anime collectibles. That's totally legit. What do you mean? I can't be a weeb. I'm Japanese. Bed sweep. Whoop. Clean it up. Oi, oi, oi. Who does human one? Is that ramen and sushi shirt? Yeah! Ramen and sushi. That's what I'm talking about. Oi, oi, oi. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Hello, human one. My daily routine includes staying on Kitty's stream until I fall asleep. What? Am I your bedtime? Is Kitty bedtime? Is this true? I mean, we're glad to have you, Felix, but I'm surprised that you can sleep during this. Wait. Maybe I need to talk to the bird man. You gotta talk to the bird man. To the man with the birds. Maybe he has some chicken related. Oh, wait. We probably have to awaken the rooster inside of the thing, right? I thought, whoops. Do we have to? I think that we might have to awaken the great rooster. The great rooster. Bomb shirt? Oh, like it's the bomb? I thought that you were saying get a bomb shirt. Get a bomb shirt. Stop wearing the ROM shirt. Yeah, I think we gotta go back to the town. Sounds like a plan. Oh, by the way, hi there, KJP. Oi, 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 oi. It's nice to see KJP. Oh, yeah. KJP and Felix in the same stream. Oh, my gosh. Too much goodness. Too much goodness. You're spoiling me. Let's go back to the town and see what we can do. We have to awaken that stinking bird in the village, I think. Yeah, fly like a bird. I hate this. I don't get it. I don't get it. This game doesn't make any sense at all. Lurking over at Felix and join the raid. Oh, yeah. You think that you actually fell asleep during some of the Kenny streams? That's how you found Opsty? Ah, yeah. Felix, Opes is important. Felix is also important. I just can't raid Felix. I can't raid Felix because he's always sleeping. He's always sleeping after my streams because they're so boring. But sleepy streams on Saturday. Now that's going to be a stream to fall asleep to. I'm going to be doing Lego ASMR. I'm going to have a microphone directly next to the Legos that I'm building so that you can hear the little click-clack as I put them together. Yes. It'll put you straight to bed. It'll put you straight to sleep. Here lies the flying rooster. Sleeps the flying rooster. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Sleeps the flying rooster. Wake up! I don't know how to wake up. I know. Rest in peace. F's in the chat for the flying rooster. Bless. I do not know how to awaken him. Awaken my master. Ah, this doesn't even work. You're a worthless chicken. Get schmacked. Also, hi there, Elfie. What's up? Oi! Oh, you push it? Aw, dang, man. That's depressing. That's a lot, seriously. Dude, are you gonna dress like Bob Ross Kinney? Who's Bob Ross Kinney? Where's that comma? I'm just kidding. Rosera, what does Bob Ross dress like? What does Bob Ross dress like? A nerd. Oh, no. He is dead. Oh, no. He is dead. He's not resting. That's not resting, game. No. He's dead, dude. Oh, dang. Dead bird. No, can we please get some in the chat for the bird? This was this bird's father, and now he's having to. Now this bird has walked inside the chamber and sees his grandpa. He has to honor his. He has to honor the dead. Rest in peace. All right, everybody, hold back your tears now. Hold back your tears. I think that I might have a plan. I might have a plan. Let's see if it works. I don't know. Grandpa, wait. Grandpa Redbird. Oh my God. Something's happening. Something. Oh. Grandpappy! Grandpa! Grandpa Bird. Wow, the rooster has recovered. He seems very friendly. He's recovered from death. Oh, just a quick recovery. No big deal. There you go. Now that's something that's a hard thing to recover from. I believe that we'll be taking this lad with us. What witchcraft is this? Black magic. Whoopee! We're flying now. He's alive. Whoopee! Look at us go. I don't actually. Are you supposed to fly all the way up there? Oh my gosh. What a lot of work. Or can you just teleport there? Whee! Oh, I'm stuck. Look at him fly. What a cutie. We should go buy something. Oh, I'll see you around, kiddo. Take care. You have the greatest stream. We'll see you later, Felix. Or else. Oh, no. Felix. We'll see you later. Much love. Much love to you, you sweet bean. Now go to bed and get some good rest. Get some good rest on your dirty bed. Feel the breadcrumbs between your toes as you go to bed. I hope that you have crunchy dreams. Skyward Gaming, how are you doing? What's up? So, oh, he follows. Look at him. What a good boy. What a good boy. Now, what do I need to buy? I've got all my bomba. I've got my bomba. I've got my arrows. I don't see what I need to buy. I don't see anything. Oh, by the way, hi there, that little Italian. You're back. You're back, blast it all. I can't believe it. I can't believe you've returned so hastily. You've made such a hasty return. You thought that there'd be a shovel there? Nah, we don't need no shovel. We don't need no shovel. We don't even like digging. Back to Dompe's shack. Back to his shack. Look at him. He teleports with us. He teleports with us. What a good bean. I love him. Come on, rooster. Now we finally have a bird. Now we finally have a pet bird for our journey. Get out of here. Anchovies? What? What about anchovies? Are anchovies horrible? Is that the cursed word? Is that the word that must not be spoken? The worst pizza topping is anchovies? I didn't even know that. Yeah. We already had the red bird, though. Well, I mean, it's nice to have the whole family come. It's nice to have the whole family. We need some more bird representation, all right? There's still not enough birds. Maybe we could get a third one. Does anybody have a spare bird that you know of? Ow! They hit me. Oh, no. Now I'm gonna die. Hopefully we can get to the dungeon first. We've got the rooster. Come on, buddy. We're gonna have to hear that horrible beeping sound for a little while. Skirt, skirt. You don't keep any birds on you? Oh, you don't even have a bird in your breast pocket?
Breast pocket is the best pocket.
Come on, chicken boy. Come on, chicken boy. Can you swim? Oh, he can fly. That's even better. Who needs to swim when you can fly? You know that there's a parrot on TikTok with a Scottish accent? Birds with accents. So you're gonna get that bird killed. I don't think that I actually can. If I could, by my own foolishness, get that bird killed, it probably would happen, unfortunately. Perish. Oi, Kuri's here. Oh my gosh, Kuri. Are you wearing at me? Well, Kuri, how are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Kuri's here. Hope you're doing well. Kuri's here. Now it's time to do the crane game. It's time to do the crane game. Nice shirt. Oh, thanks. Thanks. It was sent by Alchemic. I have no taste. I have no taste. I didn't get this shirt. What? It was sent to me? It was sent to me with a bunch of candy. Alchemic gave me a shirt that was 2 sizes too big, but thankfully the candy has really filled me out. And now it fits perfectly. La 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 la. Alchemic has super good taste. That's true. Oh my gosh, please don't do that. Kuri, please. Please, none of that. All right, let's let's move through here. Alc knew what he was doing. He had a plan. Alc's always got a plan. Let's go down here. Down the hole. Rest in peace. Where do I, wait a second. What if I could fly? Oh. Flying. That's good. I like that. I like flying. All right, bird. What are you gonna do for me, huh? I'm flying. Oh. Oh no, he's still back! He came back! He came back! What a good boy! Oh my gosh! I didn't mean to yeet him off the edge. Oh man. Whew. What a recovery, what a boy. Goodness, I was scared that I killed him. Oh, I thought that there'd be a bird song or something. Let me fly! What's my problem? What's my problem, you guys? Help. Help, I'm trying to fly. I'm pressing all the buttons. None of them work. None of the words work. I mean, the things work. Come on. Let me up. I don't get it. I'm using my rock feather too. I'm trying to fly, man. That same energy of Toon Link throwing people happy off the... Whoops. There we go. I did it again. Do you need a dig? I don't think so. Maybe to like unlock the... To unlock the wind. To unlock the great winds. It's possible. Maybe there's like a bunch of wind underneath and we have to dig it up. Then we have to walk all the way back here, dude. That sucks. Take the bird to his family. Oh, his dead family. Oh, we gotta go back to the bird's family. We have to reunite them with Papa. We have to go back to the children. Papa is still alive.
Papa has been rebirthed.
There we go. All right, heal me up. No one said his family was dead. What? No, his family's still alive. His family's still alive, and it's up on Bird Mountain, right? I thought that he was up on Bird Mountain. Right? Let me see. It's on the map. It's on the map. I saw it. Bird Mountain. Right there. See? Right there. Chicken nuggets. No, do not talk about chicken nuggets right now. You shut your mouth, Pizza Dudette. You're gonna scare all the birds. I actually need these birds for this mission. Don't scare them. We don't talk about Christian nuggets in this house. Wait. Get out of here. Whoa, that was close. That was close. Arisa was saying that I couldn't sucker the points out of her, but look at her go. Look at her go. Just another chump. I can't believe it. Oh my gosh, I thought we were going down. Come on now. Come on now, birdie. Wait. Champion of the Raven Queen. Hi there. Hello. I hope you're doing fantastic. By the way, Champion of the Raven Queen, I'm excited about putting your art on my fan art. Also, Kuri, I thought that your hobby was, I thought that your passion was graphic art. I didn't see any fan art made by Kuri. That's a real shame. I sure would have loved to see Kuri make art. Oh, I sure would have loved to give Kuri a prize. Maybe I'll give Kuri a prize for best bean that didn't participate. You made fan art before? I don't think that that's art that a fan would make. I don't know if that's what a fan would make. I think that was hate mail. I don't think that that was no. I have it saved on my phone. I hate it. I look at it whenever I need just a little boost. Wow, amazing! That rooster's actually flying. Oh wait,
No, he's Luigi. I forgot that he's Luigi. Oh, just like you said. Have you tried to hold him over your head? Cluck, cluck.
Yeah, I have. I thought that this was a bird's family. Oh, I don't understand.
No, it's Luigi.
Look, he looks like Luigi. He is. I've got to say, I can send it to you. Arisa. Oh, you were off the internet because you were in Vegas all last week. Nice. Awesome sauce, Kuri. I was only teasing anyway. I was just teasing you. He was making a dumb joke again. I can just send it to you, Arisa. It's going to be way up there. Oh, wait. You can just look up things by Kuri. Yeah, just look up post by Kuri. Then I don't have to look at it again. Maybe we should fly over here. Oh, interesting. We haven't been over here either way. We're flying. Or have we? Get out of here. What is this? What is this? Oh. Bats. We are the bats. Michael, it's your birthday today. No, wait. Oh, look at that. It's a little cross. Secret messaging hidden deep within. Kill the slime. No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I will kill you with your house. It's Kenny pregnant with an egg. Kenny's eggnant. That's what it should be called. He's eggnant. It's the grossest thing I've ever seen, actually. And I've been all across the internet. I've been scouring the internet for the grossest stuff, you guys. But that one really made my stomach turn in a way that I hadn't experienced. And you know what? I have to thank Kuri for that because it really takes a special thing to knock me off kilter these days. After all that I've seen, after all that I've done, it's nice to feel alive again, you know? It makes me feel like I might still be human. And that's a special thing. Oh, this is an all new area anyway. Sweet. And we're all healed up. Kuri left her mark on the community, and we appreciate it. And we're glad to see what she's done. Thank you, Kuri. Everyone say thank you, Kuri. Get out of here. Kill the bugs. Also, speaking of killing the bugs, there's still a bug in this room. You guys, I may consume the bug, depending on if it gets close enough to my mouth. We'll see. We'll see what happens, all right? No promises. Now, how do we get... Wait a second. Do we gotta fly? No. Yes? Yes? Kill. And Link was driven to kill. There's all sorts of stuff that we're opening up over here. I don't even know what's happening. I don't even know what we're on. Oh no, that's gonna turn him into a fried chicken. Shield? Not shield. Huh. Not arrow. Not boomerang? Yeah, fried chicken, yum yum. No, don't talk about our boy like that. Maybe there's a fire suit that you get later that I forgot about. Look, you have a selectable green tunic. I think that we might need a new outfit. We might need some new fresh drip. We might need some more drippy clothes. That's a one-way entrance. Ah, one way. One man, one way. One way, one man. Fried chimkin. Yum, yum.
Wait.
Come on, Birdo. Birdo! We can only fly a tiny bit. But we're stuck down here, I think. I don't think that we can escape. I think that we're stuck, unfortunately. For the sub-gold during a subathon, you can have one of the tiers making that pregnant drawing your icon for a day. Oh, no. My brand ruined. Dai would have a conniption. Dai would sue me for all that I'm worth. Where do I... What do I do with this stupid old boulder? What do I do? Maybe we gotta fly over the fire. Let's turn this bird into a big old chicken nugget. Nugget mode. Bird care not for fire. Bird is a god. Bird is a god. Look at him. Fearless. Our fearless leader. Look at him. He's amazing. I love him. He's my deity now. But then Dai suing Kenny's stream? Content! What? Who put such horrible ideas into your mind, Yatta? We do not care about content here. We care about vibes. Vibes, darn it. I don't know how to pass this stuff. I don't get it. I don't get these weird rocks. What's up with these rocks? Maybe we can use magic on them. Can we turn them into something? No, we can't do that. You can't zoom with them. Probably can't blow them up. Yeah, you can't blow them up. I already tried that. Yeah, I can't do that. There must be a fire thing to do, but I've got to bring the bird back to his family. That's the last thing that I heard. The last thing that I heard is to his family, and they didn't care about him up on Lego Mountain. Your Lego bonsai came today, and you already built it and put it on your bookshelf? Oh my gosh. Kathy, you absolutely zoomed with that Lego set. You've been zooming. ASMR lawsuit stream, chill vibes. ASMR, lawyer whispers in your ear about statutes. No, you're under arrest. No, you're under arrest now. All right, we're going through the door. Let's talk to the old man.
Bring. Hey, it's Ulrira. You're doing great. Your efforts will end soon. Your efforts will end soon, boy. You're almost done. You're nearly finished. By the way, have you visited that hen house on the mountain? There's a cave nearby with something important in it. Bye!
What? Something in a cave next to the hen house? Oh, really? There's something important next to the To the hen house? Visit the hen house on the mountain. There's a cave nearby with something important in it. Time to go back on the mountain. We're going back up the mountain. Linz is on fire today. Bless you, Santa. Ho, ho, ho. Okay, so we gotta redo what we already did by going into this secret entrance. Gosh darn it, we gotta redo it. Ah! Oh, you'd love to stay, but you're schleppy? All right, go to sleep. Rodrigo, is that how to say it? Thanks for being here. I hope that you had a wonderful time. We'll see you later. Get some rest. By the way, I'm thinking about making my Lego channel Brick Sanchez. Also, here we go. I was also thinking that I could name it Brick and Morty. I don't know. It was the middle of the night, and I was like, if I had a Lego channel, what would I call it? And I immediately thought of Brick Sanchez. That's my new name, you guys. I don't go by the Earl anymore, so you could stop calling me by that. It's not working for my current goals and passions. Up we go. Come on now. Oh, Darren's here. Aw, yeah. What's up? Darren, oil that beard. Such a weird commandment to make, but you oil that beard real good. Well, enjoy your life. Darren, it's good to see you. Wait, are you making a Lego channel? I totally subscribed. Oh, it's kind of teasing, slimy salamander. We were just joking about it because I bought so many Legos recently. And I did get my double VIP points. I actually figured out how to access my VIP account. And I have like $40 worth of credits on it. Nice. Nice. All right. Now we're super strong. Okay, we gotta go back up. Here we go, here we go, here we go. We're making it. Skirt, skirt. What kind of beard oil? That's the real question. That's the real question. You gotta drop those brand names, man. The Lego joke really growing some legs. I know, right? Now people are like, where is it? Where's the stream? Boyong, boyong. Oh no, sorry, it auto-filled the wrong name. Wait, what are you doing? I can't believe it. Linz is trying to say goodbye to Rosera. I'm sorry, Rosera. I never said that. I didn't say that you have to leave. That was Linz. That wasn't me. Don't listen to Linz. What's this? This is a cave that's close. Oh, I know what this is. This is a chicken zone, man. Welcome to the chicken zone, y'all. Oh, yeah, this is it. Oh, wait, no. You can just walk over this. Oh, look, the chicken key. The chicken key. It's the key to every chicken's heart. Oh. Oh, no. I forgot that sends you back out here. Oh, thank goodness. That's actually not that far. Whew. No other choice. I've been said goodbye to. Don't do it, Rosera. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. We'll be so alone. Boyong, boyong. Linz. I like Trainwreck Linz. Is that okay? Is that okay to say? Boyong, boyong, boyong. Come on, chicken. Come on, chicken. Oh, okay. Oh, are you gonna go to bed? We'll see you later, Elfie. Nighty-night. Get some rest. I'm sorry that I always stream so late. We'll see you later, Elfie. On Saturday, I'm gonna start early. Maybe you can hang out a little bit more then, if you want to. It was nice to hang out with you, Elfie. Get some sleep. Get some sleep. Go to bed. You should go to bed. We will see you later. Ah! This should be faster, right? Because we'll go straight out the waterfall. Ah, yeah, nice. That was a good teleport, you guys. Now let's move. We can open up the bird castle. We can open up Birdland. Birdland is open to the public. Everybody put on your Your bird hats. We're gonna go birding. Grab. No. I have to grab his house. Kill him. What a beautiful lullaby. Bye-bye. Oh, we'll see you later. Goodbye, Elfie. Rosera is the best. That's why my phone wanted to say your name. It's because I type your name so often. Kenny, commission to record, sing a lullaby. Yes. Yes, I do take commissions, but that's only on my OnlyFans account. You can send me a private message there. Those are the only DMs that I check. Ariza, thank you for the I appreciate it. It's the mood of the day. Lullaby with a scream at the end? Of course. I actually cannot record, I can't record anything without screaming at the end. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I don't take non-scream requests. Oh gosh, now we're injured. Now we're bleeding all over the floor. Oh wait, there's a shortcut. Ouch! Don't touch me. Don't touch me, you dummy. Don't touch me, dummy. Okay. We're gonna open up the bird castle, and we're gonna go steal the stuff out of it. I think that's an actual dungeon. Let's hope so. Oi! Hello there, mercs. Hope you're doing well. Hello. Hello. So you have a 1 hour lullaby and then a scream at the end, yeah. I can sing my most beautiful lullaby, and then at the end is a surprise. Make sure that you stay till the end for a little surprise. The little surprise is that my controller's dying. Ooh, check this out. Don't touch me, Baka. Arr, don't touch me, Baka. Arr, that be the weeaboo treasure. That be me lucky body pillow. The most precious thing that I've ever plundered off the open sea. Arr, that be me waifu. 02 be ye name. Yo-ho. I would never plunder you, waifu, for she's trash. So it appears that we have entered a dungeon. A dungeon, I say. Oh, we'll see you later, mercs. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Hi-bye. Here's a drive-by. Hi-bye for the drive-by. I'll be lucky. Oh, not so lucky charms. Very unlucky, actually. Yay, dungeon. I know we actually need to do dungeons anyway. And I also need to die. That was really important. Has everybody gone a bit loopy tonight? I'm definitely loopy. I've been loopy for a couple of days. I'm just trying to enjoy myself pretty much. So I've kind of been a little bit of a goofball. I've been a little bit of a goofball. Can I make it through this? Yes, I can. Why am I loopy? I don't actually know. But I'm having a good time. Wait. Thank you, bro. Oh, dang it. I forgot about the stupid spinning wheels. Huh? No. No. Help! Please die. Thank you. Ooh, a key. The key to success. Stop. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we got a key. Let's open the door. What the heck? Why not? Is it lack of coffee? No, I had coffee today. Oh, I remember this area. This is very cool. I like this. Because you gotta yoink this. I think what you're supposed to do is put it here and then you pick it up. Hopefully that'll give me enough time. Yeah, let's go. Doesn't look fast enough. I'm gonna try to throw it through. Nope. That didn't work. Let me think. I don't have the beak. Does he always like throw it max distance? Okay, you gotta scoot it. All right, so maybe I can throw it right come on. No! I want it to be in the right spot. Okay, that's pretty good. I don't think that I can make it over there. And I think that a boost would take too long to initiate. Haha! There we go! Big brain energy! My speed prevailed! That was an accident. That actually was not on purpose. I am very glad that I accidentally misshot with that because I was trying to hit him, but then I knocked this down. Hey, Cosmic Penguin, thanks for the 100 bits. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you very much. Cosmic Penguin with the biddies. Hooray. Oi, 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 oi. I hope you're doing well today. Hello. Stop. Wait, oh wait, I can kill this guy. I forgot about that. I was so used to like just hiding from them. Oh, it's this way, right? Yeah, there we go. All up top. All up in this big old forehead of mine. Also, hi there, Blue Jay Blue. Blue Jay Chaos and B-Bird. It's a long name, but it means a lot. How are you doing? Oh, look at that. It's even got it even tells you which room the boulder's in. I think you gotta toss the boulder over one of these fences for later. I believe it's this one down here. So I'm just gonna go with my memory, you guys. That's what my memory says to do. It might also be over here. So I may have made a mistake. We'll see. We'll see if I pulled a dumb. You just woke up? Well, good morning. Good morning. Get yourself some breakfast. Get yourself some coffee or something. Mmm, yum, yum. Yum, yum coffee, me like. Maybe I should hit the crystal? You're gonna try to play this while watching you play the game? We'll see how it goes. Listen, if you go into heavy lurk mode, that is okay. That is A-okay. If you gotta lurk it up while you're focusing on the game. Where the devil is the crystal? Was it over here? I don't actually remember if I've run into it yet. Thought we did. There's a chest over there that we can't get to. There's pots. That's got free treasure in them. Let's see. You're a sleepy toe today, so you're gonna go hop onto your lily pad and fall asleep? Kathy, you have no business being this cute right now. You have no business being such a cutie. Go to bed. Get some rest. We'll see you later. Talking about lily pads, oh my gosh. Adorable frog. Good frog. Perish, that's exactly right. We got salamanders, we got frogs. We've got all the best animals. So I don't think I've run into the crystal yet. Not what the deal is. We got birds. Yeah, we got the... Wait. Got birds, salamanders, frogs. What are we missing? A snake? I remember there being some shenanigans with this. I see that you can change its trajectory. But you can't throw over these. You can throw over these, though. I'll keep that in mind. Let's see. There's another piece somewhere else. There's another piece somewhere else. You can't jump over that wall. So we knocked down nothing. I don't even remember what happened. We did this. What did these do? Nothing? Mushroom gal. Hi there. What's up? Missing a mushroom? Oi, oi, oi. You were the mushroom that we were missing all along. Also, KP's here. Hi there, KP. I think that dropped this chest. Can't go over that. Oh, we could jump between here. We can't. Oh, well. What do we have here? A component that I never expected. What is this? Excuse me. How was I supposed to anticipate such a turn of events? Well. We have access to like huge parts of the dungeon now. Okay. All right. Well, it looks like falling down that hole was a very good thing to do. Also, did I just see another person jump in? Yeah, KP. KP and Mushroom Gal hanging out. Oh, yeah. And we're already rat jamming. We're rat jamming again. Let's go in here. Oh, you're gonna catch some sleep? All right, we'll see you later, Centrifuge Destroyer. I understand, it's a Thursday night. You guys, if y'all need to get some sleep on a Thursday night, I totally get it. Tomorrow, we're gonna be playing Skyward Sword, and then on Saturday, we're gonna be killing Kirby. Actually, no, we're gonna be building Legos, but Kirby's in this game. I forgot about that. Hey, Kirby. What you doing, Kirby? What you doing there? Look at that boy. Look at that happy boy. Look at that happy bouncy bean. Yeah, Skyward Sword comes out on Friday. We're gonna be playing it. Okay, we just did a spade. What does that do? BB Kirby's. I know, they're so cute. Skyward Sword comes out tomorrow. It's true. It's true. Comes out tomorrow. So we gotta beat this game tonight, all right? We're in it for the long haul, you guys. We're in it for the long haul. We have to beat this game tonight. There's actually not an option. It's actually not an option to not beat it tonight. We have to beat it tonight. We beat it tonight, and then as soon as I pick up Skyward Sword, bada bing, bada boom, we're gonna be ready to rock, and I'm gonna stream early. Ow! My legs! I've been injured. Also, thanks for the raid. What's up, Stormy Vent? Oh, snap! I've never seen this name before. How are you doing, Stormy? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Oi, 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 oi! Welcome in. Hi there, Stormy and friends. What the heck were you doing? You were streaming art. What? Another artist that rated us? I mean, not today. Like yesterday, another artist that I didn't recognize their name rated us. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hi there, random bananas. Do I know you? Thanks for the raid. Hope you're having a great day. Hope the stream was great. Hope it was a good time. A good time has to be had by all. Oops, I've locked the rock over there. I wonder if I accidentally threw. I think I might have accidentally threw this whole thing. But you can, oh, well. What do we have here? He flipped a switch and now he's allowed everywhere. Sweet cheat. Nintendo sweet cheat. How do I get over here? I think I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I need bettername.com. Hello, random bananas. Stormy Vent, yes, sweet bean. How are you doing? I hope your stream was fantastic and you had a good time. What brings you to this neck of the woods? What brings you to me humble stream?
Welcome to me humble stream. We've got good vibes for everybody if you're interested.
I'm actually gonna jump down here and see what happens. I'm jumping in. Oh yeah, it doesn't mean anything now. I forgot about that. Because now we flipped the switch. Everything's reversed. So we should be able to pass a few things that we couldn't pass before? Question mark? Maybe? Maybe we go up here?
Wait.
Okay, now we've got access to, oh, wait, let's just open this up. Animal Crossing Alley, how are you doing? Welcome to the Skyward Sword waiting room. We're waiting for Skyward Sword. We are playing Zelda games until the game releases. No, we're not. We're not staying up. But we will be playing it tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'm pretty sure that mirror shield is how you get through that fire, hey? Is that how you get through the fire? Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know. I know. I'll do it later. What is this? Never been over here before. Interesting. Very interesting. It's got me scratching my chin with deep thought. Hey, don't make that noise at me whenever I just died.
Wait.
Dang, we've made a lot of progress too. Where do we go now? He's dead. Link died. Oh, you just died in my arms tonight. Oh, gosh darn it, Golden Bear. Thank you for the pity bits. Thank you for the pity doggos. I appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi! This streamer gets cheers whenever he fails. Thank you very much for the 100 doggos. Oh, woo! Sue. We messed it all up, didn't we? We really did. We really did ruin everything, I think. Zoom, 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 zoom. Okay, so we gotta jump down here, I think. Is that the first crystal that we ever had access to? Oh dear, some poor girl texted me thinking it was her date? Oh no. Oh no, where they stood up? They stood up, they're like, this is the number that you gave me. And you're like, oh no. It's all right. Now they got to meet you. Hooray! There's Kirby. Hey, Kirby. You couldn't catfish them for at least a minute, Blue Jay. You don't have to tell them what's going on immediately. Hey, Kirby. Look at that happy boy. Boing, 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 boing. He's so plasticky. He's like a reanimated corpse of Kirby or something with like a new soul. He's been transformed. They rebirthed him. Oh, we have to kill him. Come on, Kirby. Eat bomb. No, eat bomb. Hungry. He's hungry. That's how Kenny ate that bug yesterday. Oh, what? Oh, no, I wanted to get him. Ah, you're staying in the corner now, Kirby. Oh, no, you go back. Ah, we blew ourselves. I just blew myself up. Random Bananas, thank you for the follow. What's up? Hey, thanks for the follow. I'm glad that you're liking it over here. Oi. Oh, by the way, anybody that came in with a raid that I didn't introduce myself to, hi there. My name's Kenny. I play games every day. I like Nintendo games and goofing around and dying. Dying is one of my favorite things to do. That's why I keep doing it, because it just puts a smile on my face every time. Every time it puts a grin to my lips. What am I gonna do? This is why we need a clips channel. Oh, what? But there is a clips channel? I've never even heard of that. Alchemic, is that a thing? Alchemic is my stream advisor. Can we do stream avatars sometime? What do you mean do? What, you just mean have them activated? I own stream avatars. I use it for special streams. I don't keep them up all the time because they're so dirty. They're so messy. They're so stinky. They smell really bad for a normal stream, in my opinion. So I just use them on special days. Like, yeah, on Saturday we'll use them. Saturday we're gonna be building with Legos, so that'll be extra fun to have something on the screen. But if they were on the screen right now, it would really dirty up the screen. It would look very, very busy. I mean, you could do a clips channel, but we allow clips in chat, so I don't know. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Whale Lord. No, we're not. No, Whale Lord. You already know the answer to that, Linz. Linz is asking questions she knows the answers to. Shaking my head. So I need to put this over there. Hey, Deadlock Kevlar's here. What's up? What's up, Deadlock? Do you really, Linz, do you really want Whale Lord back? Is that what you're saying? Huh? Huh? Is that what she's saying? You want Whale Lord to be blocking up the stream again? Shaking my head. I thought that whenever you turned into a mod that you would care more about the streams. Just kidding. In other news, wait. That's the only news. What do you mean other news? That's the only news that I've heard all day. That's all that I've heard all day. Wait. Oh, don't die. Hey, hang on now. Hang on now. Don't die, Link. You silly. You're going good. I'm glad to hear it, Deadlock. Oh yeah, we're goofing off. We're having a good time. I'm vibing. I'm about to get crushed by this right here. Oh, it smashed me out of there. They don't want Link to die, not like this. Nintendo was offered, the programmers were like, so should we let them be crushed? And Nintendo was like, not like this. Not like this. I wanted to test the theory if I could kill that, goop over here. Hey, stop! Wait. Oh! Don't touch me. We need to activate a... Yeah, we got to jump down here, I think. Except for we have to actually jump like it right there. Yep, in that corner. Perfect. Perfecto. Now we have to boyong our way over here. Boyong. Yep, this is right, I think. This is the way that we went last time. There should be a, there should be a switch somewhere. Oh, don't touch me, dude. Ow, I couldn't jump over him. I tried, you guys, but I failed. Ow! They got stabbed in me booty. Arr. I'm taking this with me. This is my boulder, and I'm taking it with me. To smack this pillar. I think of this. Oh, the rolly ball died. Rolly ball died. That's sad. Okay, so now this is lowered so we can get the rolly ball. Boyong. Now we can make it across here in one try. Easy. Easy. Every time I notice the bird, I get an urge to whale. I know it's very distinct over in the corner, isn't it? Look at it. Look at it. It's looking at you. It's expectant. It's actually waiting. It's actually waiting for you to finally press the button. Bird's just waiting patiently, just looking right at you. You walk into the room and you find a very impatient bird. Oh, you got to go get rid of this this chaotic energy. All right, go get your runnies. Get your runnies on, as I always say. I already missed the chaotic energy. I miss the old lens. I miss the old lens. She's changed. I miss the lens that was Sid. Do y'all remember the Sid lens? That was my favorite lens. No. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Ooh! That was close. I like backup lens. Oh, I almost stepped right into it. I'm just kidding. I'm just lying. Get your runnies? Yeah, like, you know, flinging your arms around, going as fast as you can. Get your runnies. Everybody needs the runnies. So how do we get over here? She was angry about the backup comment? Did you tell her that? What? Did you tell her that? How dare you, Linz? You're tearing this family apart by sharing information that I never meant to be shared. I only divulged that on a public forum. You're not supposed to share that. That was between us. Of course. How dare you? How dare you? Okay, well, we can't go back here, so we gotta go somewhere else. So maybe we gotta jump down this hole again. Yeah. Oh, wait, we shouldn't have jumped here, though, because this isn't even a landing spot anymore. There's a... Let's see. Where do we go here? There's another switch here that I haven't seen before. Oh, there's Kirby. Oh, yeah, that's how you take care of him now. Put him to sleep. Put him to sleep, y'all. Oh, yeah. Now we gotta kill that electricity. Get us out of here. Oh, we'll see you later. We will see you later, Rosera. Enjoy your showy. Enjoy your showy. I'm ready for non-stinky, Rosera. Oh, I'm not going through there. They remind you of Guardians? Yeah, with their laser eyeballs? I agree. Okay, so we shut them down. But is there any point to go left or right here? Nope. Same thing. Oh, that was a bad reaction. What? What? Did that just take 2 hearts? Dude, they shoot way faster than I thought. Dang it, man. I even had the boulder in the right spot. No. Okay, next time that we flip the switch, you guys, we should come over here. Oh, wait, look, there's not even free loot. The loot's not even free. You actually still have to purchase it for $19.95 plus shipping. Let's see. Wait, do I have to do it? Which stage can I open that chest? I can open that chest during blue stage. If I can get over there during blue ups, is what I always call it, blue ups. If I can get over there during blue ups, then I'll be able to have it. What's over to the right here? Aw, dang, I tried to jump over, it didn't work. I always forget about those guys. It's such a cheap trick. They make you so used to just running around the dungeons at full speed, and then they just have cheap shots waiting for you. Gosh darn it. Oh, this is faster. I did notice that this looks like it's a faster way of doing it. Probably less risky too. Okay, am I gonna ignore the I think I'm gonna ignore ye olden boulder right now. Let's go get some treasure first, and then we'll do the boulder after we know what we're doing. The power of ice cream. The power of ice cream. Do you have ice cream every day, Deadlock Kevlar? That's amazing. Also, I'm gonna start calling you Kevlar because that's a long name. It looks like we might be able to get some business done if we walk along this. Ooh. Oh no. Yeah, what about down here? Is this just free treasure? Dude, it was free treasure all along. It was free treasure all along. It's the bird's beak. Ooh, you getting spanked over there, Mr. Mummy. Not my mummy. Hashtag not my mummy. And I don't think that you're allowed to jump down this hole. The Lynx hat is shiny. I don't like it. Oh, battery depleted. And it's dead. Okay. All right. There we go. And we're ready to rock again. Rest in peace, the good controller. Now we're gonna have to use the crappy controllers. Battery killer. You killed that battery? Oh, this controller feels wrong. It feels gross. I don't like it. I don't want to use the Joy-Cons right now. They're so small. They're so small and gross in your hands. Oof. They're tiny. Okay. So where do we go? Joy-Con drift. Here we come. Actually, these are the only ones that don't have drift. These are the ones that came with my original console, and I think that they were made before the problems started. So these babies have never drifted on me. The only bummer is that they're the gray ones. They're the most boring ones. All of my other Joy-Cons drift though. Boyong, boyong. Break time to buy a new controller. What? What? Arisa, what? Break time to buy a new controller? What? Spending money? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Do you know how much I spent on Legos this month? I am not spending any money. Goodness. Arisa, this is why you don't have any money ever. Because you're always wanting to spend it on new controllers. It's your obsessive controller purchasing. All right, I'm out of here. It wasn't that much. Oh, what? Maybe for you. Maybe for you, Alchemic. Got me. Ouch. It'd be funny to see you run away to buy though. All right, you guys, I'm gonna leave the stream on. Y'all can just listen to this song while I go to GameStop. What's Joy-Con drift? It's a problem with some controllers that basically your well, Joy-Con drifts. To explain the entire situation to you is far too complex. I just have to tell you, drifty. The it's like the analog stick is being pressed whenever it's not being pressed, so you keep walking up. You keep walking up, you know? Die, you stupid overpriced bush. Fall down! I could get another controller whenever I pick up Skyward Sword, but I don't have a reason to do that. Don't have a reason to purchase anything. I'd rather not. Okay, so I flipped the switch. I wonder if there's anything else to do. Magically infuses Kenny's Joy-Cons with drifting issues? Savvy, what is your problem? Why are you trying to ruin my controllers, dude? Seriously? Why would you do that to me? I'm upsetty spaghetti that you would even think of such a thing. Oh, PS4 and PS5 have the problem too? Yeah, I know that it's multiple consoles. What's the deal? Are they all buying controller parts from the same manufacturers? I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so that door right here, this door is a one-way door, so we're not gonna mess with that first. We're gonna go down here to where the boss is. There's a mini boss that I didn't expect. All right. Fair enough. It's extra challenge. Happy to see it. Happy to see it. Very nice. You like to see a little extra challenge with the fireballs and the grabbing and the big eyeball and everything. What a cutie indeed. And he's even cuter with all these stupid fireballs around. But we beat him. First try. First try, you guys. He said, "Get out of my swamp." And I said, "I'm making waffles." Then I killed him. I'm gonna grind your bones to make my waffles. All right, line up, boys. Come on. I can't hit both of them. We gotta wait. There we go. That should be the lucky one. Ooh. How are my waffles? They were delicious. I finished them this morning. They were absolutely delicious. All for a key? What do you mean? Oh, the key is very important. The key's important, my friend. Don't you backsass my keys now. Ooh, locked in the room with a bunch of flying tiles. Bless my soul. Why, bless my rotten corpse. Run away. Come on. We dodged every one of them. Those tiles didn't stand a chance. Flooring can't kill a hero like Link. Oh, this is where you bring the ball. That's a long walk. That's a long walk, you guys, to get that boulder over there. Woo-wee. Too bad we didn't move the boulder already. I knew that it was supposed to be there, but I didn't have it. Oh, boy. If you can't go over the poles, try throwing things that you have in your hands. If you can't go over the poles. I don't know what that means, but what? It's just a bomb. You got a bomb? What? What? Just one bomb? After I clearly just used 2 just to get here? I used 2 bombs to get here, and then they're like, "Look at this bomb." What a crappy prize. You have to use 2 bombs to get there. And they give you a bomb? Gee whiz. What a joke, dude. What a joke. 2 for 1, that's a deal. No, it's not. That's the opposite of a deal. That's no deal. Oh, dude, do you have to throw it all the way across here? No, that wouldn't make any sense. But you can't throw... I don't think that you can throw boulders over these barriers. Maybe we can test that over by Boulder Town. We stuck? I think we have to jump down here, you guys. I think we have to... We just got to hop down here, all right? It sends you straight back to the beginning, doesn't it? Nice. So there's a couple of chests up here. I wonder how you get these. Wonder how you get those chests up top. I remembered you, you sorry sucker. You can't fool me for the 19th time. Yeah, look, there it is up there. I don't actually know how you get up there. Wow, and it worked. Wait, what worked? A link? What are you putting links for? What are you talking about? What link? What are you talking about? Link's Awakening? Oh, look at this. We unlocked a new area. But it's worthless. What is this? It's nothing. What did we, Posting the link to general gaming worked? Yeah, I think I made links allowed in gaming. What is that platform used for? For fixing Joy-Con drift? Oh, I'm not gonna bother with it. Thank you, though. Whenever things stop working for me, I just throw them away. Let's go put this over right there. Isn't Nintendo still denying that Joy-Con drifting is a thing? Aren't they like, what? Joy-Con drift? Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? Joy-Con's drifting. This is an unknown issue to Nintendo of America. Nintendo of America is sorry to hear that you seem to have some sort of an aberrant controller schematic, but we promise that is certainly not how all of our controllers work. Our controllers are working great. All of the controllers at the Nintendo of America headquarters have been working seamlessly for years on end. We are very sorry to hear that you are having problems. But there are no problems to be had, blast it all. Oh wait, we've already been done here. Wait. Oh, that is actually the right way, I think. But we have to flip the switch one more time, I think, because this is... Oh wait, no, this is right. This is right. Almost right. Almost correct with the Earl of Suds. Oh, that's why they set it up to fix it. Oh, I see. Fix them. They've fixed my 3DS before too. Whenever it came back, it had a different sticker on the back and a different ID. Well, all right, whatever. I'll take a new one, just so long as I still have my data. Sure cost a lot though. So, is this the right area? Where is that right? Oh boy, I hope that going through this door works. I hope I didn't jack it up, I hope I didn't jack this whole thing up. All right, we got the tiles. Ignore the tiles. Get out of here. Get out of here. Oh yeah, we're smacking the pillars. Smacking the pillars, baby. Now the ceiling falls. No? Oh, I thought that the ceiling would fall. I think... Oh, we can't walk the boulder to the door. Where do... Oh, the wall's blown up. Ah, I didn't even notice that. Look, you can't toss it over there. Yeah, there's a pillar over there. So maybe we can yoink it. What do you think? You think it's yoinkable? It's too smooth. It's too smooth. You can't yoink that. No, that's unyoinkable. And now I've made the mistake of coming over here. Ooh, I'm a dum-dum. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, dummy alert. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, somebody ring the dummy bell. Someone ring the dummy bell. I think we just found one. The search is over. The dummy's been found. We can't throw that boulder over here. And we can't move this either. What the heck? What the heck kind of nonsense is this? Does that bird beak say something? I remember that bird beak speak. The bird beak doth speak, but can you really toss that all the way over the two things? I don't think that you could toss it over two of them. But if potentially you did, would I need to take this boulder out here, walk it all the way around and up? No, because you can't walk up the stairs with that boulder. No, you can't walk up the stairs with that boulder. That doesn't make any sense. I want to make it over there. I want to go back. Want to take me back? No! Take me back! Blast it all. My health is just a ding, ding, ding in this whole time. Yeah, because look, this is what... there's a door there. Nope, this ain't it anyway. What? Just double checking. I don't see anything in here right now. Let's go up. Find out where this thing's hiding. It looks as if we need to bring it through here to here. You die. Thank you. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and finish them off so that they're out of my way. Yeah, let's try pushing everything. Can we... How do we get that... Bring the boulder over here. Walk it all the way here, I guess. Oh, yeah, you can actually turn them to hearts, and I think you get hearts, maybe. I'm not actually sure. Too bad I just wasted my opportunity. So maybe you gotta bring the boulder over there instead. Toss it over. Let's at least hear what the owl says, just in case that there's a good hint. It's gonna maybe tell us what to do. If you can't go over the poles, try throwing things you have in your hands. Go over the poles? What poles? What do you... Are these considered poles? Are those poles? Those don't look like poles. Those don't look like poles to me. He looked in your eyes and he said, well. Is that right? Did he actually say that? Well. Oops. I seem to have lost old Boldy. Old Boldy bit the big one, you guys. I'm sorry to tell you that Boldy perished. I'm sorry. I tried to keep him alive. But Boldy had other plans. He jumped straight into that hole. He did. He left us. He left us. I didn't leave him. He left us. Hi, Lemonberry. What's up? Oi, oi! Lemonberry! We're trying to beat this game in time. We're running out of time. We're running out of time. We gotta beat the whole game before Skyward Sword comes out tomorrow. It's nice to see you, Lemon! Lemonberry. Hello, I hope that you are having a wonderful day. Wonderful day. You dropped something there, streamer. Streamer, you seem to have dropped something. I know I did, Gold Bear. I'm trying to do it. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I'm trying. Boing. Let's try to get these as hearts. They're scaring me. They got too close. One step closer to the edge, and I'm about to kill. Alright, here's a spade. Ooh, yeah, let's see if we can get a bonus heart so that we can stop hearing this beeping noise. Nintendo, that's really nasty. There's no reason to be that nasty. There's no reason to be that rude. Not even a heart for that. Not even a heart for a hungry patron. Not even a heart for a sad Link who's making big eyes. It's exactly, they're heartless. They're heartless, that Nintendo. Link was holding his little hat in his hands and he looked like that cat on the Shrek movie. He was like, please so, do you not have a spare heart for a po Link? And Nintendo said, no. No. Minnie, what's up? Hey, that's my friend Minnie. What the heck? Oi, 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 oi. It's nice to see you. Hello. Minnie. Oi, 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 oi. It's nice to see you. How was your stream? I hope it was fantastic. Well, howdy do. Howdy do, Kiwi friendo. I hope you are well. Hello. We're playing some Lonk. Lonk is about to release, a new game's gonna release tomorrow. Tomorrow. It's the loveliest of Kiwis, I say. One of the loveliest Kiwis I've ever seen in my entire life. All right, there we go. Just gotta get these out of the way. And then I'm gonna... Oh, it worked. It worked, you guys. You're seeing history in the making right here. Bless my soul. It made it. I was so nervous. It didn't look like I was gonna do it. It didn't look like I was gonna do it. Lonk is Lincoln. Lonk is strong. Lonk is strong. I personally don't like young Link, but I like young Lonk. But yes, thank you for the raid, Minnie. I hope it was a great stream, blast it all. A great stream indeed. We're having a smashing good time over here. Smashing. Oh, it was Minecraft. Nice. This is a really cool idea for a dungeon, and I love it. I love it. And Ahsoka, hi there. What's up? Ahsoka, it's good to see you. Have you come to soak up all the good vibes? I'm sorry. I apologize. I apologize. Down we go. You're most welcome, friend. I always like bringing friends your way. Yeah, Minecraft was good. More work on my castle. Ooh, I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Big castle. Wait, Wait one moment. We just smashed part of this castle right here. But it didn't do anything for us. Actually, you guys, that doesn't do anything. Unfortunately, that doesn't change the, it doesn't change the castle at all. We just have to keep, Minnie's castle is amazing. Minnie could teach me a thing or two about the building. Yes, I'm dying on purpose. Yes, I'm dying on purpose. No, I do not want to stop dying. I'm doing it so that we don't have to hear that beep beep noise anymore. Beep beep, beep beep. I actually was playing, I played a hardcore map for like, I played it for maybe 10 hours, maybe a little bit more. And I just lost it the other day. I just lost it. Somehow the Iron Golem knew that I was pushing him into lava. I didn't actually know that that bothered them. I thought that, I didn't know that he'd just go psycho mode after he started taking damage. I didn't know that he would attack me. But it turns out that if you try to push a Iron Golem into lava, then they'll get mad at you. I don't even know how he knew it was me. I thought that he would just fall in, but unfortunately I lost my map. Womp womp. Well, you learn something new every day, I guess. Now where do I go?
Where would I say?
So we smashed the ceiling. But I still need to flick one of these switches, I think. Gosh darn it. Where is it? Your server is on easy mode? Oh, you do have another one that's proper survival, I said. How exciting! How exciting. But you normally play on creative mode, don't you?
Get out of here. Get dead.
Die dead. Oh, that was an accident. Earl, please take a sip. Why? Hey, that was pretty good water. That was pretty good water. Thank you for the delicious water. And what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Oh, I just got welcomed back into the chat. Thanks, Twitch. Twitch just welcomed me back in. How friendly. That's so sweet of you, Twitch. I'm so glad to be back. Thank you, thank you. Oh, interesting over there. Interesting. Maybe that's next. Maybe that's how to get out. 24-hour Zelda stream. No. Ivy Rose, no. There'll be no 24-hour streams. No. Also, hi, Ivy Rose.
Hello. Wow. Wow. Wow.
I'm out of here. Let long go. Let me free. There we go. I'm out of here. I hope you're doing well, Ivy. It's nice to see you. Hello. Nice to see you. 24 hours. No, we're not doing 24 hours. No. Is this it? 24 is too easy. 25 more like. No, we're going to beat this game tonight. And it's not even going to take that long, okay? We're going to beat this game in 7 hours. Yeah. Look at me. Look at me. Give me that mask. Take your mask off, you coward. All right, now we did. Looking. Snake? Noodle? Danger noodle? Is that it? I didn't know that there were danger noodles in this game. I forgot all about that. Kill all the Goomba. The Goombas, listen, if Mario had a sword, those Goombas would be toast. Mario should get a sword game just like Sonic did. Sonic got a sword game. Sonic got to wield a sword. Mario's never got to have a proper weapon. They should let Mario kill. Mario has the license to kill. I'm just looking, you guys. I'm just shopping. Just shopping around, just looking at what's going on up here. We don't speak of that Sonic game. What? But I thought that it was probably great. I thought that people liked that game. You're good, you had some wings. You're maybe gonna take a nap before the midnight release. Midnight release of Wings? Oh, of Skyward Sword. We're not gonna be playing it tonight. Personally, I'm not going to, but I hope that you enjoy it whenever it comes out. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow.
All right, boys, get this punk out of my face.
Is this a mob boss, skeleton man? Whoops. Sans shut down my console. Bugs. Oh, bugs. Hey! All right, bugs. Now what? Don't laugh at me.
Ha! You're gonna have to do better than that. If you leave even one alive, I can keep bringing more buddies to help. Here goes, short stuff.
But how do I kill them, though? That's a real question. Oh, crap. So I have to kill them all, but... Oh, maybe I use the shield? What the heck am I supposed to... What? They can knock past my shields? Dude, come on. What do I do with them? I don't know, but I'm gonna take this. Oh, Minnie, what'd you say? You're gonna lurk and do the work thing? All right. Get your work done, friendo. Good luck with the work. We'll see you later, Minnie. We shall see you later. Maybe I just need to get good. Maybe Die was right all along. I like that flute too. Dang, that's really hard. No, we can't do that.
Oh, come on! One!
Dude! Here we go. Come on now. Oh, we'll see you later. We'll see you later, Kevlar. Get some rest. Get some rest. We'll see you some other time. Ooh. Dang it. There we go. Holy moly.
You lousy so-and-so, those creeps were some of my best friends.
What? What? Those creeps were some of my best friends?
You'll pay. I'll never forget you.
Oh, I think the line is forgive. That's actually a really wholesome love story.
I'll never forget you. I'll never forget you and what you've done for me.
I'll never forget you. I'll never forgive you. And he also called his friend Stinky. This guy's he's not even a very good friend. That skeleton kind of cute though. Oh, what? Everything in this game's cute. That's the only bummer about these cutie games is that you have to kill all the cuties in the whole world. You have to murder the cuties. It's his fault for sending his friends into battle. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. No peace, no justice. What is that? What does lowering that do for me? Nothing? Oh yeah, it does do nothing. Thanks a lot. Ooh. I will kill you. I flicked the switch, but what does that do? Well, it locks you in. That's great. Don't you wait at me. We could teleport back, but why would we want to do that? Why would we want to do a nasty old thing like that? Looks like there's something else to do in here. We gotta schmoove these. Not like that, though. Okay, we're landing. We're learning. Lean with me, y'all. We got this. Push him this way. Maybe there's a, there could be a key somewhere else, but... I mean, like instructions on where to put them. Let's just try one. Let's just try, I guess, equal pushies. Is it gonna be the last one that I try? Is it gonna be pushing them together? Better not be. It better not be. The last thing we check. It's always the last. It's always the last thing you do. I tried all the other options first. The boss key, what? I don't need the boss key right now. It's not time for that. That's not even that useful. The answer was in the other room. Oh, it was. I don't need the boss. Oh. Well. So the girl that texted me turned out to be a bot. Now you're just sending it memes now. Haha, that will confuse it. So you can push these. Is there a way in there? Let me think. I don't think that there's a way in there. I think that that's an impossible puzzle. Let me think. No, because you can't push anything except for after you push this one or this one. The only thing that you can push is the corner. It doesn't matter where you push the corner, you still can't get in. Nope. Yep, because you can't push anything except for this center thing. This must just be a way out. Right? I'm not being a dum-dum, am I? I think that this is just impossible. Yeah. Yeah, because you can only move one, you can only move the corner. Even if you could move these, it wouldn't do anything. Nope, must be a way out. Maybe that's after you beat the boss? Yeah, it looks like there's a treasure room right there. Yeah, there's a treasure room and you jump down to it. It's a treasure room, you jump down to it, and you can already open the boss door. What? Boss time right now? Oh, I guess there's a little bit of a preamble. A little bit of a preamble before the, well, that's one of the reasons why you need the wall down. Got a block over here. Zorpai, how are you doing? It's so cute. I love that emote so much. Zorpai, how are you doing? We're killing plants. We're killing plants. Speaking of killing plants, I'm glad Lupus isn't here or she'd be fussing at me. Here we go. Oh. Excuse me, eyeball. Get out of here.
Get off of me.
All right, now we've got to figure out how to, let's see, I think this one goes that way. Yep, no problem. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Don't interrupt me. There we go, I was busy, I was puzzling. Okay, hopefully this is a key. Are they wilting or changing color? One of them just straight up died. One of them just straight up died. Ooh, we are, what is our, oh, I see what the hearts are. So the hearts are marked whenever you're, oh, dang, we're just getting smacked on both sides, dang. Okay, here we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah, I'm doing all right. Just making an attempt at making a better design for your personal avatar. Ooh, awesome sauce, Zorpai. Upgrading the outfit. But yeah, Kim, I'm pretty sure that one of them just died. It didn't stand a chance. I put it in the best spot and it just died. Maybe it had something to do with the shipping process. It didn't even try to live. It just died. I watered it. I put it in the sun. I didn't overwater it or anything. It just died. But one of them, the avocado plant, is trying. It's trying to live. I hope I'm doing the right stuff with it. I put it in the sun because she said that avocado plants like the sun. So I did put it in a nice sunny spot where it could soak in some rays. Not too many. Yeah, the indirect sunlight. Yep, the one that died needed indirect sunlight, and it did. It did have indirect sunlight because it would have wilted otherwise. She did warn me that it didn't like too much sun. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel guilty about it. I feel like it's my fault. But the vines seem to be doing well. I mean, all they got to do is just sit in water. So the vines are still alive, a tiny bit wilty, but they're living. So what is the use of that? I don't get this. Why would they have a keyhole? Is there like a boulder that we have to carry in here? Okay, well you can't move this right now. Oh. That's why you can't move it. Because you're supposed to. Because you're supposed to do that. All right, there we go. Hey, we're up on the tower. Sweet. Let's climb up and kill a. Oh snap! Look at this boy up here.
I'm not gonna hold back.
Is he the actual boss?
I'm gonna make you wish you were never born.
Oh, he's getting snatched. Evil Eagle. Toughest boss in the... What? That's his bird? That's his bird. That's his boy. All right, so I got to jump over him? Question mark? I forget this boss fight. Okay. Does like a little dash. Oh, crap. Well, we can go down here. Ooh! Ooh! Watch out those feathers, man. Miss me with those pin feathers. Okay. What about this? Okay, so we can't... Dang it, I don't know how to do this. See you tomorrow. Can't plot stuff while you're tired. You're gonna rest up? All right, go to sleep. We'll see you later, 8-star. See you later, my friend. Get some rest.
Get some rest. You deserve it.
A bird of a prey, excuse you. Ooh, got stopped. Got stopped and smacked a couple of times. Okay, so I could have jumped up and hit him, I guess. All right, looks like the sword is the way, you guys. We don't need to be so defensive. It's time for Lonk to go on the offensive. Yeah, look at that. I only got hit once and I didn't even fall off.
No shield mode.
Dang, I can heal myself like one time. This is clearly not the way to do it. Oh, come on, dude. Stop. Stop. The stupid feathers are hard to dodge. He's flapping. What? Come on.
Oh, he's down here. He's getting smacked. He's getting smacked.
All right, I'm going to heal up. Let's just beat him. Let's beat him the first time. Hit him out of the air. Oh, you got the cello. Nice job. Nice job. I want to call you QT Kids, but that's kind of like the opposite of the username. I can't shorten it like that. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it stops him from doing the wind thing, though. Pretty cheeky. I don't know if that's intended. I'm gonna just oh. Yeah, get smacked. Get smacked. Go ahead, do your wind thing. Nope, not gonna happen. Not today. Not today, Buster. We'll have none of that. None of that. Come down here and die. Oh, fine. Fine. I'll take one hit. Darn it. I was supposed to be standing right. Oh. No! Come on. Let me up. Stop! Stop. You're almost dead. Oh, no. Now I've only got one more chance. I should have gone for it. Oh, nice. First try. Nice.
My energy gone. I lost. But you will be lost too if the windfish wakes. Same as me.
Thank goodness we only used 2 fairies to beat him. Goodness gracious. Thank goodness though. We don't have to return. We did it. Nice, nice, nice. You call me Ang or Angela? 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 All right. I could try to remember that. Might take me a couple of tries. All right. I remember getting bamboozled by this and I had to walk all the way around last time. All right. You guys, we got the keyboard of power. More music. The organ of evening calm. Sparkly piano. Pog! Ooh, vampire vibes. I like that. I like that. I like a little bit of Also, Linz, welcome back. I didn't see that you were here.
Ocarina.
Hey, Ocarina.
The music of the ocarina leads.
What the ocarina? What are you talking about? I had to get what? But I already have the ocarina. What are you talking about? And we needed it to get the windfish. I'm confused. Wholesome trash bag is back for all of our wholesome trashy needs. Hey, wholesome trash bag. Hi there. Oi, 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 oi. I keep free to call me Zor instead, but you forgot that. I mean, but it's a nice name. I kind of like the full name. I like the full name, but I could call you Zor if you want. Why is your full name Zor Pie, though? But Pie is cute. It reminds me of Senpai. I like it. I like it. I don't want to stop. Run was short. I was tired, Orisa. Oh, no. Lens was lazy again. I mean, Lens got tired. That was a good run. You did a good job, Lens. You did a good job, and we're all proud of you. Get out of here. Zoom! Don't touch me. Well, at least they followed my wishes. I'm just a lazy bean. What can I say? Imagine. Imagine going out and doing a run and then getting picked on by somebody who plays video games. Shaking my head. So, this is supposed to be a teleportation spot. Is that what people said? Is that what people said? What about over here? Can we go over here now? Yeah, we can because we have the mirror. The mirror shield. So let's go do the let's go do the mirror thing. All right. And we'll grab this fairy real quick. Okay, but can we talk about the squirrel Poco drew today? Oh, what? Did Poco draw another squirrel? I didn't see it. What? Poco drew more? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If I look at it, I'm not going to be able to focus on anything else. To the windfish, we can't do it yet. We need one more instrument. We need one more instrument. If you look over here, we're missing one. We've got the, yep, this. Poco! Poco's here. I didn't know that. Hello, Poco! Oi, oi, oi! Poco, how are you doing? Hello! Did you get to see my, did you see the banner mock-up that I was doing? The goofy banner mock-up that was just a mess? I put the one that you drew with me as a scary Viking in the background, like looking over all of the squirrels. It was hilarious, and I love it. All right, we already opened up. Zorpie's fine. It's based on Senpai. Zorarts was the first one that you used. My whole name is Zortolvar. I know it sounds like a boss name in an RPG game. Yeah, like in the coolest way, for sure. In the coolest of ways. You've always been here, you. Oh, what? Poco's always here. Poco's always here, hiding in the background. Sweet Poco. We all love Poco's art. Poco, I guess that you know about the Lego stream that we're doing on Saturday. Now I always think of Poco whenever I think about Legos. Because Poco does Lego streams too. It's true. And I'll have my fingers will be done as well. My fingers, I've got to make them black. Make them black. Is it already time to paint the other side? I mean, they're essentially gone. They're essentially unpainted at this point. Get out of here. And Yuki Arts? Yes.
Poco friendo like Lego too. Yes. Become Lego streamer. Live out hopes and dreams. Become Lego streamer.
The mirror shield even knocks back spears. That's nice. That is just a little convenient feature. That's nice. And it kills him instantly if you hit him. Hey, Spencer, how are you doing? What's up? Hello there, Spencer. I like your gift shop. How are you doing? Let's go over here. Oh, no. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Actually, I don't like that. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, dude. That's ridiculous, dude. Did you see me get smacked by that? You feel so awful watching you play one of my favorite games to feel better? Oh, no. I hope that you feel better soon, my friend. Boom! Can we get some good vibes for our friend Spencer? Boom. We got one of the best games right here. We got one of the best communities right here. If this doesn't work, I don't know what will, Spencer. This is a great game. This is the first game that I ever streamed. This is the first one that I ever streamed, and I love it. I love it. This game inspired me to actually play it online. I had been thinking about streaming a game because I had watched just a little bit of it while I was editing videos for the job that I was doing, and then this game came up, and I saw it for sale, and I pre-ordered it. And after I had already pre-ordered it, I decided that I wanted to try streaming. So I bought all the parts to be able to stream this game, and this was the first game that I ever played online. Somebody help! Do we need the chicken? Hey, Link! Some monsters put me up here. What do I do? I'm afraid of heights. Oh no, we gotta yoink her over here. Oh, nice! I didn't even know that we could reach that far. You like the nice vibes on my stream? It's active but not too hyper. I love to raid you sometime. Most of your audience is in Europe, and it's like 1:30 a.m. I didn't know that you stream, Zor. I should investigate. But no worries. You're so sweet. I'm glad that you get to hang out with us a little bit. Huzzah! Didn't know that you were in the Eurozone. Yeah, well, that was a surprise. Link, thank you. ...
Do you have a reward? Do you have a reward for your savior? Just a little reward.
Say, Link, I don't know how to say this, but...
Yes, what do you have to say?
No, Dad! Morin! Huh? Tarin? Is that what she calls her dad? Never mind. I gotta go. Shaking my head. Mario. Mario, you ruined our romance. Wahoo! Sorry. So sorry. Yahoo! No, please don't. LOL, one of my latest streams broke my desktop, crashed out of nowhere. Oh no, Zor! Oh dear. That's not good. That doesn't sound like a good time. Spencer, you said that you bought the limited edition version to get the special case? I didn't know that there was a limited version of this. What? GameStop didn't inform me of that. Shaking my head.
A hoot! That girl sang her song in front of the egg.
What?
Her Ballad of the Windfish is the song of awakening. Did she actually intend to wake the windfish? The next siren's instrument is to the west. Play your melodies to the unliving, so the unliving stones might hear. Show us your courage. The windfish waits for you. Hoot!
Did he just call you an egg? No, she went actually up to the egg. The real egg. No, the windfish egg. She sang a song to the most important egg in all of the land. That, of course, being Link. Link is a good egg. Oh, wait. This doesn't lead anywhere. We're supposed to jump down this way. Boyong. Limited edition version. They never showed it to me. Oh, wait. I already got it ready. Zoom. It's 6 a.m. here. Kuro, what the heck are you doing? You should go to sleep, hey! No! Kuro, go get some rest. Go get some rest. I hope you had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for coming in with the raid. I hope you had a wonderful evening. We will see you later. Go to bed. Goodness alive. What'd you say? You said, but what was your first Zelda game? Mine was Ocarina of Time. I kept playing the heck out of that game on my DS. Oh, on your 3DS? I am, gosh darn it. I played, the ROM. Oh, dang. Now he dies. Link dies. I played the ROM of Ocarina of Time on my PC back in the day. Hey, Kuro! Hey, thank you for the 100 bits! Oi! Why, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ooh, I hope that this is the right way to go. Oh, I hope we're doing the right thing. My brain's on fire. We'll see you later, Kuro. Thank you for the 100 bits. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, then I got the Ocarina of Time for the 3DS, and I finally beat it. The first one that I ever beat was the one on the 3DS. But I'd played the ROM before, and I loved it. Ooh, still got smacked. Still got smacked. But yeah, that was my first one that I ever completed. I loved it so much, and actually, that's our reward, you guys. I'm trying to beat this game tonight so that we can play Skyward Sword, and as soon as we finally finish that game, as soon as we finally finish, not Ocarina, as soon as we finally finish Skyward, then I'm going to get to play Ocarina, my favorite one. Maybe we'll play Majora after that, but we'll probably take a break between Ocarina and Majora. Looking around. Birds, scary birds. Don't like those lads. Let's go in here. They said the European version was a special edition and still available for purchase. Oh, it comes with an amiibo. Oh, I see. Only the European version was still available. Okay, I see.
The head of the turtle is in the way. Put life into it and it'll move. It's true. Bye.
Oh, the burbs are good BBs? All right, good. Because I thought that they were going to smack me. I thought I was going to get smacked by one of these pterodactyls. They appear to be violent. I believe that they have chosen violence. Oh my god. Dude, the birds are they actually suck. Did you know that? Did you know that these birds actually stink? You got stuck on the stone temple? You got stuck on the stone temple. Which one is that? The Gerudo one? You got stuck on the Gerudo temple. I got stuck on the Shadow Temple in Master Mode. I couldn't figure it out. But it was only on Master Mode. I beat it in Normal Mode, but I got stuck. I doubt you can still get it without eBay's crazy prices. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not really a games collector or anything. I just like this game, you know. Excuse me? Did I just awaken a baddie? Did I just awaken a baddie? Look at him, he's swiping him away. You cheeky lizard, you. All right, that's probably the easiest one. It's Onyx! Onyx uses wiggle. Onyx uses die. It's super effective. Boom! Oh, hi there, Fuzzy Boot. What's up? Onyx is an actual lizard. He's an actual Durgan. I didn't know that we were playing Monster Hunter 2nd edition. Now I kill you. Oh, he's rising up high. It's looking risky out here. Your eyes are heavy. Go to bed. Kuro, get some rest. It was nice to get to hang out with you, my friend. Now get out of here. Go to bed. Go to bed. You and Felix are in trouble. Felix actually went to bed. I can't believe it. It's taking a little while, isn't it? This is a whole journey. This is a whole experience, whole adventure all by itself. All right, we'll see you later, Kuro. What do we got here? Bye-bye, Chad and Redbird. Oh, the Redbird's supposed to say bye-bye? Oh, I forgot about that. Wait. There you go. Now the Redbird even said goodbye. Ah, demon. Oh, we can hit him with this. Nice. You can't hear or watch today, but I can lurk in the background. Everybody, could you say hello to Athena for me? Since apparently they can't hear me. Oh, yeah, it makes a walkway. I remember this dungeon slightly. What's going on? Dude, I don't like it in here. I do not like it in here so far. I do not like it. Oh, crap. Oh, no. Oh, Link. Oh, Link, don't jump at the lava. Oh, Link. Oh, Link. Oh, Link, he was good while he lasted. What can I say? I lava the lava. I can't help myself. I gotta touch it. It just looks so inviting, so warm. It's like a forbidden, it's a forbidden hot tub. It's the forbidden bubbles. The forbidden suds. Oh, this guy again. He's cute. I like him. You want to play ball, buddy? Let's play fetch. Let's play fetch where the dog dies. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Looks like I win fetch again. Oh, I'm sorry to bully you. My bad. Does anybody else get hungry when looking at lava? Ooh. If I could get close enough to lava, I'd dip some bread in there. Maybe dip some crackers in there? See if it's delicious. I'm kind of surprised that I defended against that shot. Door opens. All right. We got the beak already. Fill all the holes with the rock that rolls. This L is the key. Fill all the holes with the rock that rolls. Holes, rolls. Holes and rolls. We'll see where these holes and rolls are. All right, I think you can kill these guys with a charge. Which is really risky in here because there is. Yep. I didn't know about that. That's a shame. That's a shame. Back to the beginning. Okay, well, we at least got the bird beak. Got the bird beak. Maybe we can kill this demon first. Okay, we can defend ourselves against him. Let's see if we can bounce these back. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. We can smack him. Yep, whenever he flies down, we can smack him. But I don't think we're gonna be able to knock these back into him. Oh, you can just walk up and smack him. Nice. Oh, that was dumb. No. No! You sorry sucker. He's actually really good at dodging. Come back. Come back. Oh, Callet, you gonna lurk it up? All right. Enjoy your lurk. Go get yourself a croissant. Oh, look at that. Now there's two. Where there was once one, there are now two dead ones. Okay. Snakes over here. And what's on the other side? Just a couple of zappies. We can kill these guys now, thankfully. Hey, there's one down. Come on, buddy. Come on back. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. And I guess we gotta break all the pots. I'm looking for... Oh, there's a button right here. Okay. And let's go down. We've been here before. Huh. Came back from eating and you saw Link die. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Link didn't die. Dang it. Trap chest. Link hasn't died this whole dungeon. We're just getting started. I wonder if you can grab this thing. Or hit it? No. Doesn't look like you can grab it. Looks like we gotta go for a ride on that thing. Oh, that was almost right into the lava. Almost took a little dip. Almost took a little dip. There has been one death so far. Oh, what? How dare you? How dare you take notes? I love these guys' little wah, 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 wah sound. Sounds like their shoes have little holes in them or something. Their shoes are messed up. Oh, the exit. Nice. All right. All right, all right. I'll bite, I'll bite. Down we go. Wait a second. We've already been here. Yeah, this is the way that we went. Perish. They sound like dogs from Nintendogs, the little... They're adorable. They're little squeaky boots. Owl was talking about holes. Talking about rolls and holes. We've already been here. Have we been to this side? Okay, well, we haven't been here yet. But I don't think there's any secrets in this room. So it's time to go to the left. Let's go to the left, find out what's going on over there. The snakes? Yeah, we're gonna go back over here, Zor. Doors don't lock after you've killed them one time? That's great. Ooh, I was not ready for that. Thank goodness I was standing behind a barrier. What luck. All right, now did we get out? Yes. There's no other doors. We got a big, big blue. Whenever they're looking at, whenever they're like sizing you up, that's the best animation. They're like, grabby hands. They look like the big guys that are trying to eat the Fraggles. They look like the big characters from Fraggle Rock. I don't know what they're called. Look, I got a Fraggle. The big like humanish characters. And whatever the heck does this do? I'm pretty sure that these are not permanent. Oh, I think that you can turn it. I think that you can turn it with the L. Yes, you can. That's what it was. Okay, this took forever for us to get last time. I just randomly remembered this this area. Thank goodness. The Gorgs, is that their name? I never got to watch Fraggle Rock whenever I was a kid. I never watched like any of it. All I saw was a commercial. Saw a commercial on some other movie that we had. Ooh, money. Money. OCD time. Oh, what? Do we have to fill in like every little crevice? OCD time. Time to clear everything. He's not breaking every pot. I can't watch his stream anymore. He's not even breaking every pot. Money. Ah, that's too bad. It's too bad we killed the big red goobler. The big red goobler didn't stand a chance. We're gonna go down. Money. So, do you stop this by killing all the enemies, or do you have to time it? Yes. All right, got the compass. Get out of here. Get out of here, Link. It's not safe any longer. You have to go. There should be no secrets in there. So let's go up. And there's another monster. I guess we gotta kill the monster to win. Oops. That's unfortunate. Oh, snap! That is a way better way to deal with them. I didn't even think about stunning him. Nah, that's definitely the move. Ooh, I almost fell down. And we get a key. We get a key for our trouble. Let's take a look at the rest of the map. This is all good. We need to go up. Get clobbered. Get wrecked, dude. Bet you did know that I had boomerang power. Looks like we get another chance. OCD time? All right, here, let me help you out. I'll help you out with the OCD. There you go. Is that better? Is that better? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'll never do it the wrong way ever again. Little bit of extra money. You keep getting welcome to the chat? Me too, actually. I did as well. They were like, welcome in, dummy. And I was like, what are you talking about? I'm the streamer. You don't have to welcome me back into my own chat. Twitch, what are you doing? Also, I don't have follower emotes, unfortunately. So I'm not part of the beta. So we don't get to find out what the Earl's follower emotes would be. We don't know. Nobody knows. It's a secret. It's still a secret. You gotta light these torches. The only way that I know to light anything. Follower emotes. Yeah, it's a new thing that Twitch has in beta right now, which is that if you follow, then you get up to 5 emotes, but you can only use them in that specific chat. I've been thinking about them. I've been thinking about what we're gonna do. Because they need to be something that's not good enough that you want to use it in other chats. That's the bummer, is that you can't use the follower emotes anywhere else. So you can't just, or at least I'm not going to just use any old emote. I've got to come up with, I'll come up with something. I've got a couple of ideas. We'll see. But they should be fun. Boyong. Podcat. No, absolutely not. No, we're not returning to that. Not returning to the old emotes. That's not an option. Look at that bomb. A Kenny Pog. I am thinking the two ideas that I came up with, other than just using cute emotes, other than more squirrel emotes, my two ideas are either images, like a Kenny Pog, images, or words, like get wrecked or get good. Something like that. We could do, or maybe we'll do something else. I don't know. There's a couple of ideas. I've already gone down here. Go through this broken wall. And the chest is over here. Can't even push that. Push that, though. That's weird. Huh. Looks almost like you have to drop down on this. Yeah, it looks like you have to drop into there because you can't even push the corner. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it's impossible to get in here. Yeah, you're gonna have to get dropped in there. You can't get in there this way, I don't think. Or something's got to change. Maybe we'll get a new item. But let's go down here. Hey, Mr. Hallway, what's up?
Well.
Nice to see you. Hello. Hello. Mr. Hallway. Why, the red bird welcomes you. And I do as well. Let's check this out. What do we got here? What do we, oops. What kind of mistakes are we making here? Ow. Ow. Stop. Nothing over here. Dead end. There's a good wall right here. I like this. Good hearty wall. Why not some inside jokes? We could do that. That's a good idea. I like that. Inside jokes. All right. Let's just ignore this guy. Oh, we need another key, huh? Dang. An exciting wall. I know. It's my favorite part of the release. We can't get in there. I hate that they made these like sliding blocks. It's so cheeky. It's so cheeky. Why would you do this to me, Nintendo? You're just being rude for no reason. You got a bad attitude, Nintendo. We need another key. We have to get another one. We can't get this chest. We can't get that chest. So maybe we can go find some more areas. We're gonna get something fire related, you guys. That's what we need. We're gonna get like a fireball. We're gonna get a fireball. I forgot about whatever item we're about to get, but we're about to get something to melt that ice and something to light those torches. But where do we go to get it is the question. Maria, thank you very much for the follow. Maria Lay, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello. Maybe we can go over there. Yeah, this is a new spot. We haven't been here yet. We could jump off the edge. Bye-bye. Just kidding. Thank you. Thank you very much. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
The bird noise is the gift that keeps on giving. It hasn't stopped giving. How do you solve a problem like Link? What would Link do? That's what I always ask myself. What would Link do? He'd go up here. Of course. Of course, Link will go up here. Dang it. Brr, this is a block of solid ice. It's very cold. No crap.
Bamba.
Let's see. There's nothing here. So, we've already gone through most of these doors and most of these. I wonder if we need to... Can't go there. I have a feeling that it's either in one of these chambers as a hidden thing. Brr, it's cold in here. There must be some Goombas in the atmosphere. Some what? Some what you just, what you just say? What? What'd you say? You said, brr, it's cold in here. There must be some Goombas in the atmosphere. What? Are you trying to give me a hint? Is that a hint? Are you trying to... Nothing? Some Goombas? I don't get it. Some Goombas in the atmosphere. Goombas? What is that a pun of? What? How's that a pun? I don't get it. I don't get it. Goombas in the atmosphere? Why would that make it cold? What about Goombas are so chilly? Is that a pun? I don't get it. 2 deaths? Spencer, don't count. Don't count, Spencer. That's embarrassing. That's it. You can't do that. That's against the stream rules. Listen, I know you're new around here, but it's illegal to count deaths. Hey, that's illegal. We allowed down here? We already went down here like 3 times now. This is the 3rd time into this the chamber of stink, I think it's actually called. No. I'm just kidding, Spencer. I'm just kidding.
Get out of here. Get dead. Die dead.
Oh wait, look at this. Fill all the holes with a rock that rolls. Fill all the holes. I don't think that there's a way to do that in the main chamber though. I immediately thought of that. Oh, you said, hey, it's all right if I go to sleep and keep the stream on in the background. It's 2 a.m. over here. Oh snap! Well, thank you so much for keeping the stream on. You're like helping out my stats and stuff. I appreciate it. Poster trash bag, get some rest.
Get some rest.
We'll see you later. Go. I choked, dude. My bad. My bad, Holmes. Sorry about that. Okay, this time. It's like Pac-Man. It's reverse Pac-Man. And I also see that wall that needs kaboom! Only the first death matters. 0 death to get the true ending. Oh yeah, if he doesn't die, then Link figures out that it's not a dream. It was all reality. It was all a dream. Oh. Oh, all right. Hey! Hey, I had a floor over here. Excuse me? Excuse me? I would, like to have my floor back. Hello? I would, like my floor back, please. So we just flipped a switch, but I don't even remember anything blocking our way. What was blocking the way back in the day? I don't remember any of that. Yeah, there's nothing over here. You got my impression, Spencer. Normally people ask me what that is because it's so bad, but it's my belief. It's my belief that if you can understand who the reference is for, then it's not that bad of an impression, right? That's horrible. Oh, we'll see you later, Athena. You're going to go schlep? Get yourself some schlep. The redbird says good night. The redbird says night night. We'll see you later, Athena. Oh, she probably can't even hear me. It sounded like Yogi Bear to you, to be honest. Oh, well. At least somebody got it. At least somebody understands me. I'm going to switch back to Boomerang before I waste all my bombs by pressing the wrong button. I'm also trying to watch for any breaky walls. Any achy breaky walls, like my achy breaky heart. I don't see any. I don't see any. We flipped a switch. I'm just looking over here. I literally do not see a way to fill in all the holes here. I don't think that you can. I think it's impossible, actually. We do have a key, so we can go through, so we can unlock that one key thing over here. That, this would have been a way if it doesn't disappear. Boyong, boyong, boyong. What? Did we boyong too far? Oh no. We boyong too far. I'm sorry. One step closer to the edge, and I'm about to boyong. Oh, dang. Nah, I really threw you guys. I'm sorry. You gotta go on the long walk all the way back. And now we have to go in the, I think the right side worked. I think it worked. It was ideal. Boyong, boyong.
Yeah, boo-boo. We got a picnic basket. Boo-boo. A picnic basket. We got ourselves a delicious blueberry pie.
Yeah,
Yeah, bugga-bugga-boo.
Where does this lead to? Hey?
nowhere.
Nowhere. It's a dead end. I can already... Oh, no. Oh, he just got yoinked. I did not know that there would be fireballs, actually. That was unknown knowledge to me. Also, hi there, Think Creative. What's up? Think Creative 1999. 1999. Solid Snake impression, question mark? No, that wasn't a Solid Snake impression. I'm just kidding. I haven't ever played any of those games, so I don't really know. Don't really know what he sounds like. I know that the guy goes, snake, snake, snake! Doesn't he have just like a super...
Like a super serious. Is it just a super serious voice?
I don't know. I haven't played a single one of the games. I even know a Metal Gear Solid speedrunner, and I still haven't watched him enough.
Snake? Snake! I'm sorry for dying. My bad.
Snake, I care about you. Don't scare me like that.
To defeat the monster who holds the key, attack them from a higher place. The enemy that holds the key, you gotta attack from a higher place. Okay. I like that Solid Snake brother is Liquid Snake. Oh my gosh, I watched that Donkey video. I watched that Donkey video explaining all of the lore of the Metal Gear Solid franchise, and it was a hoot. There is way too much lore. No, you gotta eat it. You actually have to eat it. You actually have to eat this bomb right now. Babe, you barely touched your bomb. Babe, are you all right? You've barely touched your bombs. There you go, sweetie. You have to take care of yourself. Babe, you barely touched your Danimal's Lunchable. Oh, that's too bad. I hate to see you eat all these bombs. They surely aren't good for you. Spicier than a jalapeno. No! Dang it. I threw. And not in the traditional sense. What? Come on. You should have yoinked that right out of the sky. Eat. Eat. You're starving. Yeah, that's a good boy. Good boy. Good boy. They'll be hungry no longer. They'll never be hungry again. That's because they're dead. Sorry about that, boys. I'm sorry for screaming, you guys. I'm sorry for screaming. I just got excited for a second. I just shouted. I'm sorry. I didn't think about y'all's ears. I didn't think about y'all's beautiful little elf ears. Powder. We got cream. We got the magic cream. Well, well, well. Thanks for the lotion. I appreciate it. Now my scaly skin will be... Oh, my... Sorry. Hey! What's up? I didn't know that you were streaming. Oh, snap. Curry party. What? We just got raided by the curry party? I didn't know either. What? Corey, were you texting me while were you in my chat while you were streaming? What's going on? Corey, 10, how are you doing? Insane weather. Hi there. Oh, what's up? Hi there. Is that Rosie? Is that Z Zoe? I think. No, it's a super short stream. Oh, what? Corey, what are you doing with these short? She's an opportunist. She swooped in. I was recording to finish a video for tomorrow. Interesting. Spencer, that's, you can look. Okay, I'll tell you in a second. You're like, YOLO, Corey, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Hi there, Corey, friendos. My name's the Earl of Suds. We're playing this Legend of Zelda game in anticipation of the Skyward Sword remake. It's coming out. It's not really a remake. It's like an HD remaster. The remaster that's coming out tomorrow. Also, we're going to be building Legos on Saturday. If you want to be there. All right, I'm done. I'm done shilling for myself, you guys. The shilling is over. It's over. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time while Kuri was recording the video. Recording the video. Also, let me see. So you said, what animation that played? How can you find that? It's Konosuba. It's a Konosuba animation. Alchemic, do you know the name of that video? Do you know the name of the video that, if they wanted to find it? What song plays is what I want to know. Oh, what? You can look it up. You can, it's like it's the wide walking meme. It's an old meme. I've also got a new meme. We've got old memes, we got new memes, we've got the meming to life. We got all the things. We have all the things over here. They're all hot, spicy memes. And, oh, well. What do we have here? Is this the Binding of Isaac? I just found the secret room. Well. Oh. We can kill these guys with the boomerang. With the boomeroom. This is the room of the boom. The boomer room. And this fire can be lit. They actually can both be lit. I wonder if this is going to require our new item that we're going to be getting. No? Great. Check it out. Look, you can see. Isn't that enough? Is that not enough for you? What, you thought there was a secret in here? No. It's just so that you can see. It's just to help you see that there's no treasure in here for you. Nice. But there's a key that we need for there. There's let's see, the chest over there. There's chest over here. What's the YouTube video that you're making, Kuri? What are you doing more Photoshop? More Photoshop? What if all of the Animal Crossing villagers had no heads? What if the Animal Crossing villagers were headless? That's the kind of content I'm looking to watch. Killing these guys is oh well. I thought that this would break immediately. But look at that, you can stay alive out here. Link's alive out here on this suspicious platform. Scary. I'm out of here. Mama, thank you. All right, we got another key. Oh, Mystery Boy says, hey, buddy. Hey, what's up? It's Storm Shield and Mystery Boy. Oh, yeah. Storm Shield and Mystery Boy. Does Mystery Boy know about the Legos that we're building tomorrow? Has Mystery Boy seen the Lego set that we're building? I don't know if they'd be interested. But it's rather exciting. It's rather exciting. It's a big Lego set. Big! Oh, I'll show it off. I'll show it off really quick. This is what we're going to start building on Saturday. I don't think we're going to finish it. Here it is. Boom. It's a working roller coaster. A working roller coaster. So I don't have the power kit right now, but the roller coaster, you can crank it up using human power. And then as soon as the roller coaster goes off of the, for the first drop, once it goes off of the drop, then momentum's supposed to carry it all the way through, like a real roller coaster. And I'll also get the motor for it eventually so that it can run on its own. It can run on its own like a real theme park. And I might get some lights for it. We'll see. But we're going to start. He goes, how can you afford that? Well, Mystery Boy, whenever you're an adult with disposable income, whenever you have a job and you have nothing to pay for, then you can afford it. Because 10 says the same thing. How could you afford that? Poggies. Pog Kappa. I can say that about everything in your house, 10. 10, if you would just take a camera and just walk around your house, I would constantly be going, 10, how can you afford that? And you'll go, well, it's really an investment. Listen, it wasn't purchased. It's just, listen, it's just an investment. It's not really like, it's not like a disposable thing. Like, we're keeping it. We're keeping it. We're gonna sell it. When you have money and no self-control, that's about right. That's about right. That's true. Us adults know how expensive Legos are. Yeah, that Lego set's like $350, I think. I believe that is the price. It's not as expensive as the Coliseum, which I thought about, but I decided to not get the Coliseum because it's not colorful enough. Maybe someday we'll build it for fun as a challenge because it's like dang it. It's one of the biggest Lego sets that exists right now, so I'm interested in doing that. Am I supposed to go across like this? I'm gonna kill them first. I'm interested in building it because it's the biggest real Lego set. Gosh darn it. The biggest one is the world map, but that's just a bunch of little studs on a platform. Did Gonda build it? Yes, Gonda did. Oh, we're supposed to shoot these with the bow. I forgot about that. Gonda did it. It took Gonda days. Why, I forgot that you could do that. Oh, what? Kareem! Here we go. Put some hype in the chat for Kareem.
Apparently
Hey!
it's been 5 months of Kenny and the Beans. I'm so
Kenny
thankful to have found you, Kenny, and everyone in the community. Burp bear.
Beans. I love that, Kenny and the Beans. That's my new band name. Oh my gosh. A tier 3. Holy moly. Put some hype in the chat for the tier 3 support. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Kareem. Kareem. You've got the king emote. Look at it. Kenny and the Beans forever. Thank you so much. Please crown him if you got him. If you've got the crown babies, you got to show them off, you guys. Look at that. There's like 4 tier 3 people. I cannot believe it. Holy moly. Thank you so much, Kareem. Welcome back. My mother had an unopened Lego set in her basement for 25 years. It was super rare. You sold it for over $600? Nice. Nice. I have another giant Lego set in this room. But maybe we'll just leave that for later. You know, we're not gonna build that right now. We can't talk about 2 different giant Lego sets. As far as most of the people in the chat goes, we've only got 1 Lego set. All right, we've only got 1. Ooh, small key. All right, let's reset these blocks, I guess. Reset the blocks. Got a new key. We can't do anything here yet because we have to light those torches. Lego? Never heard of them. Never even heard of a Lego. What are you talking about? FBI, open up! The FBI's like, give me those Legos! Give me those Legos! Hey, it's Keith! What's up? Hey! Nice to see you. Hello! Fantasy animal vegan. Oi, oi, oi! It is nice to see you. How are you doing? Ooh, wrong one. Right there. That's how you do it. This is how you do it. And we got 2 hits on him. We're about to die. Let go? Let go of what? No. I said let go of my ego. Let go of my ego. 2 hits. Nice. Easy. Easy. Okay, we can go to the right. This is just the boss area, but it's also a key door, I see. Key door goes to the middle there. Huh. I'm gonna ignore that right now. I don't like that. Birds are attacking you? Oh, I don't think that those were birds. Those did not look like birds to me. I don't know what kind of birds you've been interacting with lately. Oh, what? Are you kidding me, dude? Oh, no. Oh, I forgot that we had another life.
Nice. We were ready. We're not dead. We're alive again.
Stinking cursed birds. Dino birds are the worst. Well, well, well. What do we have here? Killed by bird, quote unquote. That's a prehistoric bird. Tweet, tweet. Tweet, tweet, says the pterodactyl. So, why do they let you teleport to Turtle Rock? I do not know. Prehistoric death? That's 3 deaths. Wait, does that count? But I used the magic cream. Ah, let's shoot their eyeballs. Huh. Doesn't look like it's eyeball shooting time. Do we have to kill the Bobombas, guy? Do we have to kill the Bobombas? Pterodactyls aren't dinosaurs? Is that true? I didn't know that. Surely I don't have to kill them up here, right? Why are we always dying? I could barely read that, Kareem. That sure is cheeky for being misspelled. Eat. Eat, boys! I know you're hungry. Don't ignore your dinner. Don't ignore your dinner. I know you're starving. There you go. This is gonna be annoying. This is a lot of work. A lot of work to kill these boys. Thankfully, I've got 50 bucks. I mean, 50 bombs. Eat. Cosmic Penguin. Hey, thanks for the 100 bits. Bada bing, bada boom. A hype train started? What? Is this the hype train that's for Skyward Sword? Skyward Sword related hype train? Oh, snap. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Oh my gosh, the hype train's already a success because of the tier 3 sub. The tier 3 sub makes it an automatic success. I didn't even know that it did that. Check it out. Holy moly. I just learned something new today. Come on, let's blow it up. Blow it up. Fantasy Animal Beacon. Whoa. With a 10 gifted subs. Oh my gosh, the papers. Wow. What is that? Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Whoa. Wow, Dell. Holy moly. Chat is violent. Chat has chosen violence. Oh my gosh. Fantasy Animal Beacon with the gifts for Arthur, Strick, Purple Rose, Cozy, Moon Bunny, Kitty MCR, Scott for God, Arukuso, Snowy, and Baby Yaga, and then 1,000 bits from Dell. Holy moly! Yeah, I have to stop. I have to stop the game if this happens. Holy moly! Thank you so much. Yo, we could get the purple. Listen, if you stop the support right now, it's possible that you could get a cat with a pink hoodie. Do not be chaos goblins, you guys. Holy moly! Dell, thank you for the gigantic cheer in Fantasy Animal Beacon. Let's do a hype train. You didn't have to be so. Oh, Alchemic! Alchemic's living on the edge. Living on the edge. No.
Alchemic Refuge gifted a tier 1
dangerous.
sub to Silent Skills.
It's dangerous out there. You've almost got a full hype train, you guys. Be careful. Oi, Alchemic. Thanks for the gifted sub for Silent Skills. Oh, and Spencer, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Boom. I'm glad that you liked it around here. We're gonna be playing more Zelda with the coming days. We'd love to have you there. Thank you so much for the, oh my gosh, more animated emotes. I love them. Zor, I love it. But yes, Spencer, thanks for the follow. Alchemic, thanks for the gifted sub. You said just in case that stupid hoodie cat comes. Oh, snap. Just in case we've got that cat. Oh, Poco, thank you for the 100 bits. Hooray, Poco, for the 100 doggos. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Oi, oi, oi. Poco with the generosity. Oh, what is that all about? We've got a door. Let us open the key door. Open it up.
Well.
Oh, thank you, Arisa. Thank you for the well. Oh, we'll see you later, Storm Shield. Mystery Boy needs to go to bed. All right, Storm Shield and Mystery Boy. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Do. Boyong. What are we gonna do? What are we supposed to do? What's the story behind the bird at the bottom right corner? The story is that I found the red bird meme, that sound that you've been hearing this whole time, And I love it. I love this this meme. It's called Redbird meme. You should be able to find it on YouTube if you look it up. Redbird meme. I love the sound. It's a funny bird. So I asked my girlfriend, who also has made a lot of the emotes around here, to make a sketch. I just asked if she wanted to sketch it, and this is the result. That happened like 2 days ago. That was like 2 days ago. It's just for fun. Just for fun. There you go. They're still popping off of the chat. Well. A whole day ago. Whoa, that's a long time. That's a long time ago. That's big talk. How do we get up here, though? Look at this.
Wait.
Maybe we need to go up, then back down over here? How do we do that? I know that there's more things that we need the fire for. When do we learn how to spawn fire? Hey, imagine a Redbird VTuber? I mean, I'm imagining it right now. Let's not imagine. Let's not imagine. Instead, let's make it reality.
Hey guys, welcome back to my Minecraft channel. Today we're gonna be collecting more diamonds. Now I've done a bit of mining off camera. I hope that you're all having a smashing day. A smashing.
I also want Hoodie Cat.
A smashing day. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Welcome to my Minecraft channel. Please subscribe, like, and subscribe on Patreon as well. I could use a few extra bucks. Me mum's been real rough with the rent this week. I could really use a couple of V-bucks. If you would, we're going to be playing Fortnite if we can reach my sub goal of 10,000 subs. Please.
Redbird, my favorite streamer? Wait a second. I saw him. He was live just now. He was live just... wait a second. Where's my camera? Okay, there it is. I'm gonna go get some sleep, though. All right. We'll see you later. Arisa, get some rest. Get some rest. Get some sleep. Get the heck out of here. It's cute. Everybody's like, turn off that camera. Turn off that camera. Keep doing the bit. Don't stop the bit. The bit's better than the real thing. No, bring back Redbird. Exactly. Hey, you guys, thanks for the big hype train. Goodness gracious. I appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much. You guys, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, chat chose violence. Violence. You want to see that epic shirt? Oh my. Epic. Is that what you just said? Here it is. The beautiful shirt. The beautiful shirt. Was that Korg? No. I don't think so. I don't think... You mean the rock guy from Thor Ragnarok? I was trying to do a, like, pseudo-British accent. I wasn't trying to do a... I wasn't trying to do a bit of a... What's something that I could say in... What's something to say in New Zealand? Rats. We got... What? What is that? What is that emote? Oh, it's a dog. It's a dog with his little mouth out. Oh no, Alchemic. I'm sorry you didn't get the pink meow meow. I'm sorry. Oi, you guys. Thank you so much for the hype train. I appreciate it. A real VTuber rigging is expensive. If you want something decent, you gotta pay like $200. I know some people that spent more than 1,000. New Deadpool and Korg videos. I haven't heard of that. That sounds fun. I like both of them.
The chat always chooses violence.
Dell, thank you for the 200 bits. You do choose violence. Hey! You didn't have to donate bits to tell me that you chose violence, but I feel like that fits. Let's see. What are we supposed to do now? I don't know what to do. We need to get up either to this guy or to this guy, but I don't know where to go. You need to go up and then back down. But these ups over here, I think that they take you out of the entire dungeon. I think that they're actually like you go outside. Ouch. Yeah, this is outside. So if that's outside, and this one's also outside, what is this one then? We haven't been there yet. Let's see. This goes up. This goes up. Those all go up. We haven't been over here in a while, and we've got 2 spare keys. I don't see any keys, though. I know that this one is on ice. This one's blocked up with ice. I don't remember where this one goes. I know that there's ice, though, so it's probably blocking our way. There might be a hidden chest in one of these rooms. It might be a... ouch. It might be a puzzle instead of a... This room doesn't have a puzzle, though. This one doesn't have a puzzle, but I can't get over there right now. Above the boss, you might get the item. The boss. I can't get to the boss right now. Ouch! Hit me, you dummy. Dummy, get your filthy paws off of me. Yeah, see, it's right here. I think that you have to go up and then you go back down. Remember the statue that you lit up? The statue? Yep. Where was that? Yeah, over here. Yeah, I remember this statue over here. Go back to there. Okay. Oh yeah, we could also talk to the frog. Made to the owl anyway. There's no secrets in this room that I see. I see this block though. What the heck? You can step up on this block and you can shoot the eyeball from here. Well, this is the smart way to do it. Push these. That looks suspicious. Look at that. That looks like you should be able to go over here. Make it go boom. This? You can explode this? This doesn't look that broken. What? You can break that? Dude, that doesn't look like a destructible element. It wasn't. I didn't think that was a destructible element. Do you put it to the side? Not up top? Doesn't look like it breaks yet. Maybe later. Yeah, we'll just keep looking around. There's probably a hidden item in one of these rooms. I wonder if we can make this jump. Yep, that's easy. It's a key here that we haven't done yet. That's something. We got 2 keys, so maybe we can. Okay, I didn't even notice that there was things to use keys on. Give us our keys, will you? Give us our keys. Yes. Ooh, how do you get up there though? Huh. Well, what's the point of lighting those torches up there, hey? What's the point of that? I don't get it. What's up here? What is this? What is this chicanery? Did they just yoink a coin for? Oh wait. My bad. My bad. Sorry. I get it. Oh, this just hangs here, don't it? All right. Where does this lead? Leads somewhere where we have to flip the switch, apparently. This is the first time that that we've run into a block that needed to be switched on or off. Great. Now we have to. Okay, we got a boxer. We got a boxer over here. I've never seen this guy before. Great. All right, come on. You want to dance? You want to play some Punch Out? We'll play some Punch Out on the N64. Let's go. Come on. There you go. That's a big punch. Look at him. He's dodging and weaving. Maybe we should like stun him. Let's put. Ooh, I want to stun him. Come on, Nintendo, make it happen. Oh, getting smacked. Let's talk it smack. No, it's gonna be too hard. I'm gonna go this time. Look at that big punch. He looks like Little Mac. If you're Little Mac, I'm gonna lure you to the edge of the stage, Buster. Ouch! Stop it! Stop! Oh, dude. This ain't looking good. This ain't looking good. Oh, no. Hang on. Ah, just in time! Ah! Oh, he just turns around so fast. I got a hit there. You got a hit. Just one hit at a time. He is a speedy boy. Holy moly. Okay, there we go. We got it. We spanked. We got it. All right, thank you. Woo! Float like a butterfly.
Float like a Cadillac, sting like a Beamer.
Okay, so I guess we can use this teleporter. Easy peasy. We only needed to heal ourselves all the way back up. Now we just got to flip that switch wherever that is. I think it's over here. It's over. I don't remember where it is. Oh, if he hits you with the big punch, it sends you back to the beginning. That is way too intense. There is no reason for that guy to go so hard. I'm glad that he never caught me with one of those then. He catches you with the hook, he sends you back. Where was that switch? I don't think it's down here. And even if it was, what? Dude, well, at least we healed up. To the very beginning? Yes, it restarts your save file. It restarts, if he punches you, you wake up on the beach and you're like, oh, where am I? Where's Zelda? I've lost all my items. And all the villagers are like, hello? Somebody new's washed up on the beach. Oh, look, a cardboard box washed up on the beach. Oh, yeah, that's the last time that I left. Where's that switch at, though? Crap. I can't remember. There? Possibly? Let's see. Chamber of Switch. That looks like it. That's it right there. That's the Chamber of Switch. So we gotta go to the right. Let's ignore El Demon. Excuse me, lads. I'll be heading out. Use the Mambo to go back to the entrance. That would have been smart, wouldn't it? That would have been clever. But I guess we're just gonna walk all the way there now because we're practically there, I think. Oh my gosh, that's actually a way longer walk than I thought. Yeah, we're gonna go back to the beginning. That's right. You pause right there, you sorry slime. That's right. You stop right there, yeah. Not be touching this poor link. Do not click this link. You gotta go forward, I believe. Gotta go up somewhere. Boing, boing, boing. Don't you let me. Savvy! Savvy! How are you doing? What's up? Hello! Ice. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice. There's a little bit of a forgiveness period somewhere in there, Savvy. There's, I don't know. I don't know. Just wait. Just be patient. Just be patient. Trust me. It'll happen. It'll happen. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. It'll happen sometime very soon, I promise. Ow! How dare you? Boing, boing, boing. Let's go. Let's go. No, let's go up here. I wonder if I'm allowed to go up. I'm scared. I'm taking a risk. Taking a risk, you guys. Gotta risk it for the biscuit. The biscuit is rotten. The biscuit was rotten. Oh no, the biscuit was actually super bad for you. No! Dang it. Well. I remember doing this last time that we played this game. Last time that we played this game, we did this. I would like these vampires to replace regular keys in Breath of the Wild. That's an interesting idea. You could do that for Master Quest. I wouldn't want to deal with that all the time, though. Go to the room with the gap and then use the Pegasus boots and the rock feather to jump the gap. The what? Pegasus boots? Rock feather? What room with what gap? Oh, hi there, Lupus. What's up? Lupus is here. Oh, yeah. Hello. Lupus, how was your day? Tiring. Tiring, I see. I hope that it was a good day anyway, even if it was super duper tiring. Zoot. I'm going up. You said that the dogs chose violence.
Tell us about your day. Tell me about your childhood.
When I was just 2 years old. What is... Aw, dang it. Okay, so we gotta go to a get... Oh, this... Oh... Akimic's already dancing. The song ain't even got it started yet, and he's already moving. Look at that poosh move. That's called the poosh move. Poosh move. It's shmoove move. A shmoove move is a poosh move. The dogs all decide to riot against the handlers and fight. The dogs want free. They contact the barking chain. You're gonna lurk? All right, we'll see you later, Blue Jay. It was great to hang out with you. We will see you later. Yatta. Alchemic, this is not possible. You can't jump this. Hey, that's illegal. Alchemic, you can't do this. Alchemic, you can't do this. What is this? It's been a while since we've been in here, right? Yes, hit the electricity with your sword, boy. Yes, yes, the metal will not be able to conduct the electricity, and you will be able to survive. Oh, no, 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 no. Go back to the gap room and take the door north. Okay, fine. I'll be right back. I'll be right there. Mom, keep the peas warm. Keep the peas warm, I'm starving. Where's the dino nuggets? Dino nuggets, peas, and some curly french fries. Actually, these are the seasoned type, thank you. Mmm, they're crispy, but soft inside. Starchy. Really? We gotta go up? Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. I forgot about the whole point of us going to this room. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Now... where were we gonna go with this? Right here. Where were we gonna... Does anybody remember Dino Egg Oatmeal? I'll tell you what, Spitzer. I do not remember Dino Egg Oatmeal, but people have mentioned that in chat before, and we looked it up, and I did not believe it was a real thing. I did not believe it, but it was real. It was real. I've seen images. I've seen real images and undoctored photos. Kenny, we talked about this. I know. I just mentioned how we talked about it. Yes, I miss it. I never had it. I never had it. It sounds horrible. Sounds like having bubble gum in your cereal. Brain blast, dude. Brain blast. Brain blast. Where is it? Yes. Yes. It's all coming back to me. It's all coming back to me. Forget the cereal. Wait, what? Forget the cereal. It doesn't exist. I saw that portal. Forget, just put bubble gum in milk and eat it. Mmm, swallowing bubble gum. Doesn't that mean that that stays in your lower intestine for the rest of your life? Curry, I don't want to have bubble gum in my digestive tract. Ah, stick. We got a magic stick. Oh. Text messages. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Don't text me while I'm streaming. You sorry suckers. Oh yeah, we haven't seen Anne tonight, have we? Yeah. Boing. Oi, oi, oi. We did it. We've got the shtick. We have the shtick. Also, Kuri, you are cursed. Kuri. Don't talk about bubblegum for breakfast. Bubblegum, is bubblegum a breakfast food? I don't think it's high enough in fiber.
Don't mind me.
Wait, did you just text me now? I need to not make a big deal out of this or everybody's gonna think that it's funny. I will listen. If y'all abuse this power, I will remove the DM option from my Discord. I will do it. I will do it. I've been tempted to do it before. I'll do it again. Where did we go? Got a fire. Got a fire in my heart. It's burning bright. Is it this? Where? Oh. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. La 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 la. It's art. Is it? Wait a second. Did you actually post art? Did you just post cringe? Wow. Wow. I feel like I've seen too much. I feel like I've seen too much. Goodness grief. Where do you find this stuff? My goodness. Your hair looks cool. Oh, thank you, Sunshine Rose. Look at it, it's all poofy. It's all big and poofy in 80s. Look at that back hair. Why has he got so much hair on the back of his head? Why won't he make it all smooth? It is very poofy though. It should be Bob Rossi pretty soon, and we can maybe paint something. We can paint happy little trees everywhere. So can we go there yet? I don't think so. We can't go there yet, but we can start breaking all that ice stuff that we have a problem with. I'm gonna die really quick on purpose. My dad and I were walking in Walmart getting boxes for their move and pointed at a card similar to that and just says, "That's cool." And I looked over and I saw that. He just said, "That's cool." Your dad seems like a cool cucumber. Can we leave? Can I actually leave? Can I go home? Mom, Mom, Mom! The neighborhood kids are beating me with sticks again. 80s guy, pretty hot. What a hottie! Look at him, he's got his leather jacket on. He's got a leather jacket, he's got on glasses. Holy moly. Holy moly. I actually married him right on the spot. There we go. Linz, yeah, what is a Bob Ross outfit? How does Bob Ross dress himself? Where do we go? We go to one of the ice areas. Brum, 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 brum. This is one of the ice areas. Ice, ice, baby. All right, the Goombas in the atmosphere are coming down. Blue jeans and a white button down. That's hardly an outfit of king. For being the absolute king of wholesomeness, he sure wore a humble garb. You sure are wearing humble garb, king. Don't ever call Bob Ross king. That's horrible. We stand a humble king. He was the best king. He was the king that we needed, not the one we deserved. Too beautiful for this earth. Oh, this is a new area. I see why no flirting is in the rules. Oh, what, Spencer? Spencer! You mustn't! You mustn't? What if the children hear? Ooh. So it's like everything around here is boss rush. Boss rush, you guys. Except for their sucky versions of the bosses where you have to actually do it the right way. Instead of cheesing it like I prefer. Don't do it. Don't do it! Don't touch me! Don't touch me with your filthy spider arms. No, you mustn't! No! Oh my gosh, I don't actually know how to beat him. I don't actually know how to. I know that I've fought him with bombs before, but I don't remember it being, like, ideal. No, what are you I know that you can boost, but they specifically made it so that you can't boost. Good night, y'all. I'll have fun. Oh, what? Was Ann here all along? Oh, bum, bum, bum. Oi! We'll see you later, Ann. Get some rest. Nighty-night. That's something. God, this is what nightmares are made of. That's the face that I see in my nightmares, dude. Oh, I can't drop another bomb. You can only drop one at a time. Can I boost? Yes. Get it. No, so close. No, come on. Dang it. Darn, boss, too hard. Too tough. Too tough. Can't beat it. Can't beat it. Need a new boss. Let's turn in this boss for a new one, you guys. Guess what I'm gonna eat? Are you gonna eat pizza? Pizza Dudette? Admit it. Is it another pizza night? I actually can't believe it. I can't believe it. This is so random. But what a difference putting brighter bulbs in your lamps makes you feel more alive already? Brighter bulbs? Brighter bulbs? Is that what you said? What? That hurts. That's too much juice. Too much juice. Turn down the lights. Turn the lights out now. Now I'll take you by your hand. Where do we go? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I remember. I remember. Oh, wow. Could actually see what you actually look like. Is that your real skin tone, streamer? You stop hiding in the shadows, streamer, and show us your real shiny self. Ah, hallelujah, streamer. I feel like I'm seeing the angels. God has passed by very closely. I thought they were taking me up to heaven when I saw you, streamer. And it's not. It's not because you. Well, I guess that would be implying that I look like an angel. Throwing shade to throwing shade. No. What did you say, Lupus? I'm trying to eat more salad. So far, I finished 2 lettuce heads. 2 heads of lettuce. Headless lettuce. Rest in peace. Let us remember, as they were in life. How do I think I actually have to use my brain for this, unfortunately. I regret to inform you that there will be some braining that's necessary for this, and I apologize in... No! I was gonna blast him. There's probably a smart way to do this. There's probably a smart way to do this. Oops. Well, at least I can retry here. All right, all right. All right, all right. Ah, okay. That might work. That might work. Nice, nice, nice. Good salad is all in seasoning and veggies. Ooh. The only salads I ever eat are just leaves. Just leaves. Dang it. No. thought you went to bed. And then I find out that you're wailing at me. His little footsteps is so cute. I know, right? It's adorable.
Whip, 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 whip. Whip, 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 whip.
Look at the little magic attack. I'm going. Good night. All right, we'll see you later. Anne, get some rest. We'll see you later. Bye-bye, Anne. Be none of that. Okay. Let's use our big brain. Now, we literally that ice block has to stay there. Oh, I didn't actually know if you could make that jump. I kind of assumed that you couldn't. That seemed like a bridge too far, to be honest. Eh? Wait. Oh. Locked door? Locked? Is this how you treat a longtime fan, Nintendo? This is how you treat a fan that's been... Listen, I grew up in a Nintendo family. And this is how Nintendo treats their families. This is how they treat a family member. I've invested countless amounts of money for Nintendo products, and this is how they treat me. This is how they treat some of their most loyal customers. They just do that. That right there, that's how they... Oh, wait, we gotta beat the boss. I forgot how there was a boss that we failed at. Ah, yes, I remember the failure. All of a sudden, I forgot about that. Oh, yeah. Remember how we died? I remember that. We gotta go back to that boss and beat him. And then we get something else. Hey, Muffin Girl, you returned from your Twitch hibernation. Muffin Girl, welcome back. How are you doing? What caused you to go into hibernation? Did you eat too much? It's nice to see you again. Yeah. Ow. Ow. Your mom's name is Karen. She can take care of this. I didn't know that your mom's name is Karen. Poor your mom. I hope that she's okay with all the horrible jokes that she probably has to hear all the time. Muffin Girl, how have you been while you were away? Did you learn anything about yourself? Did you learn anything on your mighty journey? Dang it, dude. Dang it. I know what I have to do. I have to kill. No, I have to enter this chamber again. I have to enter the chamber again, and that means that I have to go up and then back down again. So the up is... I don't remember where it is. Is it this one? I think it is. I want to just teleport back to the beginning, but it's... Is it easier to just walk? Oh boy. Oh boy, this dungeon's a real walker, eh? This dungeon's a real walker, and we still gotta awaken the windfish. And we gotta do all of this today because Skyward Sword comes out tomorrow. You gotta do it, you guys. Oh, we'll see you later, Kim. You're actually going to bed? What? Kim's going to bed. Hey, get some rest. Get some rest. We'll see you later, Kim. Hope you had fun. Get some sleep. Get some schlep. My mom has a live, laugh, love sign and a shelf of essential oils. Muffin Girl. Oh no. Oh no. No comment. No comment. My mom's famous. I can't let out any secrets, okay? My mom's a famous woman. Oh, we almost got it. He got stuck. He got stuck. Wait, is that a strat? Ooh. Oh, no! Bad boy. Yeah, this is all skill, Spencer. You can't teach skill. It has to be earned. Okay, so what I'm getting here is that you can put it on the walkway. That's what I'll do. I hadn't really thought about that. Yeah, that's way easier. Okay, I kind of, for some reason, I was thinking that you had to put it in the corner. You don't. You really do not. Okay, that was way easier. That took a minute, okay? That took just a minute. Okay. I gotta fill in all the spots. Well, sheesh. Nope, I already messed it up. Oops. Brain? Brain? Where'd you go? Hello? Hello? Is Brain here? Excuse me, Brain, would you pick up the phone? Oh, no. Did I do this? Yep, I did it right. Thank goodness. Ta-da! You love the fight because it has way, because more was to beat than any other boss, and you love seeing which way. Oh, there's more ways than one to beat the boss, and you like seeing how people choose. Yeah, it definitely seemed like there were options. The bomb route, definitely my preferred. Look at the wrinkles on that brain. Ew, wrinkly brain. It's true. I got it pre-shrunk. I mean, pre-wrinkled. Boyong. Where do I? I'm going back. I'm coming home. I'm coming home to you. You prefer jumping over in 360 no scope? Okay, that sounds way harder, Spencer. Spencer, that's too much skill. It's too much skill. I can't do that. All right, it's Scott B. Hey, Scott. How are you doing? Oi. Can we get a hello for Scott, you guys? Can we get a wait. Can we get just one? Just one would do. This isn't Doom Eternal. You promised Doom Eternal, streamer. Wait. Hey, Scott. Wait. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Oi. Scott, I hope that has been a good day. I hope that has been a most splendid day indeed. A splendid day indeed. Where shall we go? Where shall we go? What shall we do? The yes. That's where we go. I know what it is. But what about that treasure chest, hey? What's the point of that? What's the point of that? Nobody knows. Nobody knows what the point of that is. All right, this time I know all the treasures. You're good? You're ready to relax? All right, we can kick back. We can kick back with the whoops, and we're singing a song. I am kicking back, feeling a little bit of excitement for the new game that's coming out tomorrow. You're keeping me from getting 70K. I refuse. I'm sorry. Alchemical, stop. What's the deal with this airline food? Ha! I need a laugh track sound effect. So what's up with the airline food? The peanuts are so small. As soon as you start it, it's already gone. And the salt, am I right? Who wants salty fingers on a long flight? And the drinks, don't get me started on the drinks. There's so many of them. I'm drunk as heck right now. You have 41? Aw, Kareem, you're poor. You're poor. We don't like poor people here. Just kidding. That's horrible. That's horrible. I meant in channel points. Doesn't matter what's in your wallet. Matters what's in your Twitch account. How much do you have at the Twitch bank? Don't poor shame the chat, streamer. No. I was saying with the fake money. The Monopoly money. Cackle whoosh. You're finished. I'll never let you play the instrument of the sirens. Yes, his voice changed. Oh my gosh, it's Calcifer. Hothead. I've been called as such before. We grab. What do we do with a hothead like you? No. No bombs. No bombs. There'll be no bombs. Maybe it's, maybe we have to wait for something. Maybe we gotta move around in the room a little bit. Bomb's not gonna work. Don't have any water. It's fireball, but I don't imagine that that's gonna do anything. Well, at least it's easy. Maybe we can get a jar of lava. Get a jar of lava for later. Try magic powder. No. Can't pick up these. These cow patties. Ouch. What things have I not tested? We've got already tried the arrow. Oh. What? 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 You shoot fireball with fire and he turns into a crystal skull? What? What? No. No. Doesn't make any sense. And then how do you hurt him with a bomb? Dang it, this is stinky, dude. Ah, that's stinky, dude. Is it just a survival thing? You might just have to survive. Oh, Tin's here. Hey, what's up? Tin, it's nice to see you. How are you doing? It's a magic wand. Magic. Okay, we gotta get back to the beginning. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get back to the front. Beowulf, thank you for that. You had to mute for a minute. You're out of the loop. Oh, no. I'm sorry, Calico. I'm sorry, I talked too fast. Boing. All right, we go back. This time we got more lives. This time we got lives. This time we got lives for days. Stop it. You're distracting me. I'm gonna be horrible at this game if you keep weighing at me. Okay. All right, here we go. Doing great. Just got back from surprising my uncle. The fam got together and got him a new car. What? That's awesome, Lemon Berry. Boing. Savvy, remember, don't, you get a car! No, Savvy, don't beg for subs. That's not cool, dude. No beggies. No beggies. Maybe you'll get lucky on one of the community subs. We'll see. We shall see. Oh, this was the wrong way. Oh, I just went on the wrong one. I'm sorry. Should I just go back to the beginning? It's on the, yeah, it's on the right side. If I went all the way back, we're gonna, yep. We just gotta go back. My bad. I picked the wrong door. Boyong. Oh. Have you noticed the shape of the dungeon yet? What, there's a shape to it? It does kind of look like a star a little bit. I didn't really notice any shapes inside of it. Shape of the dungeon looks kind of like the sun. Looks kind of like a sun. Like a big old hotspot. Turtle Rock? Oh, it looks like a turtle? Wait a second, we already did this. Oh, I just did this. No. Oh, Link. Link? Gosh, darn it. It's just the automatic way that I go. Ah. I can't get health outside. Oh boy, now I'm gonna be short a couple of lives. Dang it. It's a turtle. Old man turtle. Okay, we got a couple lives down, but it's alright. Pooh's still moving though. Pooh doesn't mind. Pooh says, oh bother. Oh bother, doesn't matter, streamer, just keep going. Look for the honey. Oh bother. Can he sit, please? What? I'm not thirsty. I'm not even thirsty for honey right now. That's very sweet of you. Kenny let Link swim in lava. He's a horrible father. Kenny's supposed to take care of Link. He promised to take care of Link. He bought Link from Zelda and said that he'd take good care of him, and then all of a sudden he's letting him drown in lava. It's 3 a.m. Maybe you need to sleep? Zorpie, that's a good idea. You know, that might be a real winner of an idea. The poo emotes messing with your eyes. You don't like him schmooving like that? You don't like seeing poo schmoove like that? I don't know. Seeing poo dance like that's making me think of Just Dance. Why do the block things look like power outlets? They only do in some countries. Hey, what? Gold bear? Boo, we got some dancing poos. We got some dancing poos in the chat for Gold Bear with a tier 2 sub. Thank you so much for the big tier 2. What the heck? What the heck you balling out on those fancy emotes? Hey, if you got any hearts in the chat, you guys make it happen. Heart them if you got them. Thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Goodness gracious, how long has it been? It's been 3 months on a 2-month streak. That means that you've been here for like 4 months at least. Gold Bear, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Oh snap! And Butterfly's here. I didn't even notice you there. I didn't even know. Oh, look at the dances in the chat. Oh yeah. Look at all that dancing. Let's watch him. Does it look like he gets hurt while he's bouncing around? Nope. I saw he looked hurt one time. Stop. One time he looked hurt. I've been confused. Now I'm hurt. Looks like he bounces around. I don't remember this boss. Dang, he definitely, oh, Pooh's definitely moving. Pooh is moving. He's moving to the groove. Oh. Don't know how to beat him. Grab him? No, it's not a grab. Maybe it's a boomerang. Boomerang stuns him. Weird. That's weird. No, gosh darn it. We barely got anything. We barely even experimented on this boss. Gosh, dumb, bossy Pooh. Bossy older sister. Gosh darn it, there's no escape. There's no escape from his face. Face? It doesn't work on mobile? What? Oh, you can't see dance and emotes on mobile? Boing. Dead. Come on, pull out your eternal doom guy and rip and tear. We could. You know, I've been thinking about it, Lupus. And if you don't shut up about that Doom game, I might just have to play it. That would have been convenient earlier, hey? That would have been much more convenient. Elmo the Demon Slayer? Let me see, what is the... That's my best Elmo laugh.
Elmo love killing! Elmo rip and tear! Elmo!
I cannot do that. I cannot do an Elmo voice. Stop telling me to do the Elmo voice.
Elmo love rip and tear!
You know that is, oh my gosh, I've seen the memes. I've seen the memes, Elisar. It's true. It's all true. It's all true. I know all about Isabel. Okay. So sorry if I talk about it too much, really. You don't, Lupus. You don't. I was teasing you. Lupus. Lupus, you're my friend. I'd tell you if you were being annoying. I would just tell you straight. I'd DM you and say, Lupus, stop. But I do not mind. I was only teasing. Well. I would DM you, of course, and I'd say, Lupus, one of the leaves on my avocado tree has withered. What do I do? What do I do? Keep wrapping it with magic? Yeah. Okay, we'll just try to keep shooting it. Kill it. Kill it with fire. Kill it with magic. You know, I'm noticing this isn't really a fire wand, is it? It is just a magic wand. You're right, Spencer. I didn't even think about it, but yeah, it's purple. It's purple. It's just magic. Magic can be used for everything. Magic's back real good. Oh, dang. Now it's getting dangerous out here. It's just at, like, the peak of his jump where you gotta stand.
Crackle, why did you come here? If it wasn't for you, nothing would have to change.
Look at these old... Listen, you conservative scum. I'm just kidding.
You cannot wake the windfish. Remember, you two are in a dream.
What? Scott! Look at that!
No, my coin purse sprang leak. Well, at least the bits went to an amazing person. Thanks for always being so kind to me. Means the world.
No, Scott! Scott, thank you for the 1,000 bits! Whoa! Could we get some hype in the chat for the big bits? Goodness gracious. Scott, thank you so much. Your coin purse sprung a leak. Oh no. It seems like you've got a bit of a spill. A little bit of a spill in the chat. Oh dear. Oh dear. Ba-rum-pa-pum-pum. Ba-rum-pa-pum-pum. Me and my drum. Can we get some hype in the chat while Link plays this drum? While I scoop up these bits? That doesn't sound like a drum at all. That doesn't sound remotely like a drum. That sounds like some 8-bit egg. That's it. Egg. The egg on the mountain calls. Egg. Wow! Boss is dead. Time to party, yo!
Boss is dead. Time to party.
Oh, I'm getting killed. Dell, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Wow, 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 wow! Y'all are trying to start a hype train. I don't even think that you can. Hype train's on cooldown. What are you doing? Stop! Oh my gosh. Thank you for the big 1,000 bits, Dell. Egg, frying an egg. One more boss left. Oh boy, we got the egg lord, you guys. We're gonna beat the egg. It's time to face the egg, you guys. Are we ready? Or should we make ourselves more powerful? Kenny, can we lick your shirt? Shirt licking? That's haven't gotten that request before. It's it looks tasty. It is I can assure you it's not flavored. It's not flavored. I tried it though. It you know, it didn't taste very acidic or anything. It was all right. It was all right. Come on, you guys didn't suck on your shirts when you were kids? Come on. Kids are always sucking on shirts. Did you not have any friends that sucked on their own shirt? I had one. His name was Luke. Luke Neely. If you're in the chat, you've always been a dirty shirt sucker. That's why we called you the turtle in high school. Because you were trying to hide inside of your shell. Oh, don't touch. Hang on. Where's the fairy? I think she's actually over here. Play on me. Ah! Don't touch me. You bite your shirt too? Lupus, you're half dog. Let's admit it. Lupus. You're half dog and you're tearing up your own shirts and then you blame it on your real dog. How dare you? You chewed up my shoes. Except for you're the one that chews up the shoes. The turtle? What'd you say? The turtle. It's true. What? The turtle? It's true. We called him, yeah. Yeah, did we just call him Turtle? I'm trying to remember what his name was. If Katie was here, she would remember. We called him, what was it? Maybe we did just call him the Turtle. We called him Turtle Boy or something. I didn't make it up. That was Katie's fault. I didn't do that. I was just a little bean. I was just a little kid. Yeah, but I could have swore that we called, like, not Myrtle the turtle. That's the thing. What was his name? Can I get the quote? Luke Neely. If you're in the chat, you dirty shirt sucker. Or will he be in chat?
Even
You can
if
make it a
hype
quote.
train is on
That's not how you spell
cooldown,
his name, though.
we can still have an imaginary hype train. The cooldown cannot and won't stop us.
10! Thank you for the 100 doggos. What? Even if it's on cooldown, we can have an imaginary hype train. Well, I'd say with two 1,000-bit things, that's at least, you guys, you already choo-chooed past level 1. That's a successful hype train then. If it's imaginary, it's already successful. But no, Luke Neely will never be in the chat. I guarantee you, he will never be here. The turtle! Dirty shirt sucker. How many seashells do I have? That's a good question, Spencer. That's what I was gonna start investigating so that we could figure out if we just need like one more or something. You refunded it? Oh, snap! Linz, you saved it for all time. Thank you. Maybe we'll get it on a shirt one day, and maybe there'll be enough of us that one of us will run into him one day, and he'll see the quote on the shirt.
All aboard the imaginary
If only.
hype train.
That would
choo-choo.
be amazing. Do any of y'all live in Arizona? Kareem, thank you for the 100 bits. Choo-choo. Oh wait, you didn't even. That was Scott. Scott, the hype train was a success. Thank you very much for the fake hype train, you guys. It's very exciting. It's very exciting, and I'm actually extremely excited about it. I'm changing my username to shirt-sucking muffin. That almost sounds like a sentence, rather than a describing the muff, rather than well, whatever. Okay. Well, anyway, what are we doing? We gotta figure out what seashells we got. We got 16. Choo-choo. Thank you very much for the choo-choo. Hooray! Point, point. We should go back to the shell shack. Yeah, let's teleport to the shell shack and see what's going on over there. Besides, after we teleport, we might be able to go to another fairy fountain so that we can have another big heal. Another big heal. You almost forgot an important letter. Oh. Ooh. Oh no. Linz to the shell shack, y'all. Here we go. Linz. Wait. Perhaps me should sleep. Zor, if you need to go to bed, go to bed. You said that you're in Europa, right? I thought that you were in Europa. Why are you not already asleep? Zor, do you really want to watch me beat this game? Are you really trying to stay up this late? Zor, I'm disappointed and excited. Zor! Okay, we got it. Because I'm going to beat this game tonight. Because we got to play Skyward Sword tomorrow whenever it releases. Blayong. That's true. Yeah, you could just watch the VOD. You could watch the VOD. What about that? Still tempting, right? Sleepy time, body time. Zoom. You woke up at 1 p.m.? That does sound a little bit like me. Zor, birds of a feather stream together. No, don't do it. No, Link, you can't leave yet. Link, you're not actually allowed to leave. You actually have to stay here and go good. Oh, wait, this isn't the shell shack, this is the rapid shack. Dang it. He's a dummy now over here. Went to the wrong shack. He went to the Shake Shack. Lonk, you baka. Okay, this ought to be the way. Here we go. You're no longer Muffin Girl. I am the shirt-sucking Muffin. I really don't know how to feel about you changing your name like that. You're stuck with that for what, 3 months? I hope you love it. I hope you love it. That's quite a commitment. You commit to the meme, and you know what? I'm sort of proud of you. Oh. Anyone here watching Twitch video because the controls aren't as good as YouTube? You know what? I've got a YouTube channel for all the VODs. All my VODs are uploaded to a YouTube channel, if you want to watch them there instead. A seashell sensor? Dude, that's Pog. Ah, man. Are we going to get every seashell in this game? No, we can't do that. We literally cannot do that though. We don't have time, right? Because we're already 4 hours in and we still have to still beat the fish. This is about whenever the streams, we're getting close to the normal end. No, we can't get all the seashells. I think we're missing, oh, there's one close by. I smell it. Oh, it's close and it makes a ding ding noise. I love it. If you use a guide, I could use a guide and get them all, but maybe we'll save a full seashell run for later. We could save it since it's not 100%. Oh, the uwu. I'm a short-sucking muffin, uwu. The uwu does help. The uwu kind of makes it. Yeah, maybe we should save the 100% for later. I want to do it someday, but it's not worth getting the last prize. Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so. Tomorrow's Skyward Sword. Okay, I gotta get through this. I think we're gonna just finish it up. 2 months for the first name change. If you want to change back to your original, it's 6 months. Yeah, that's what it was. But there's it's probably right next to that owl right there. You see that? See that right there? All you gotta do is dig up that spot. That's where one of them is. Wonder if there's any goodies in this water. I don't think I've been over here since I could swim. I don't see anything. There's a bush. There's a suspicious bush. Aha! Got him! Yeah, there's a lot of secret seashells. We can't do this. Hey, Flareon lad, what's up? Is that my boy, Flareon? I say, this game is quite adorable. Quite adorable indeed. It's getting us all hyped up for Skyward Sword. Getting all hyped up over here. Flareon, are you excited? Do you likey? Do you likey, Zoldum? All right, let's go back to town. We're gonna go beat the windfish. Let's go finish the game, you guys. We can do it. Let's go beat the game. Because it's getting late. It's getting late. Oh, thank you for the appreciate it. Flareon, did you see the red bird in the corner? That's the noise that red bird makes. Say your goodbyes. I don't want to talk to anybody in town. I don't even like any of these. You did see the bird? Yes, that's the bird.
It's why I had to redeem it. You had to hear what that bird said. The bird says,
Wait.
Also, I suckered Arisa into making the noise today. I suckered Arisa into making the noise. It was pretty good. She did a good job. I should have recorded it without telling her about it because it's actually legal to do that in Texas. In Texas, this is this state is called what do they call it? It's a one-party state or something like that. Only one person has to know that the conversation is being recorded. Only one person does. One-party state. Only one party. Anarchy. No, it's not anarchy state. No, one person does have to know. One-party consent. Consent is the word I was thinking of. That's an important word to remember. We're gonna head to the egg. To the egg, shall we? What? No! No! I left it there. I thought I had the flute. I thought I had the flute ready. Oh boy. Okay, who's going to bed? Oh, it's 10. Good night. I mean, wait. We're not. Oh, you're taking a nap before some work. It's not even nighttime for 10. It's morning, right? I hope that you have a good rest of your day, 10. Go take a nap. Go get yourself a nap. We'll see you later, 10. Bye, fairy. Odd parents, fairly odd parents. The state is a messed up state. That's what I call it. Ba-boom! Texas just got burnt. Oof. Ooh, Texas just got fried. I can't believe that you're treating Texas like that. So are you getting Skyward Sword HD? Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. We will be picking it up as soon as possible. We'll probably be playing it at like 1 p.m. or 2 p.m. We're gonna get it started, my friend. I've never beaten it before, so I am down to clown. I'm down to clown. If I beat it, then we can finally play Ocarina of Time. You've not watched The Fairly Odd Parents in so long. All the rich people are moving to Texas.
That's because the place is so great. That's because Texas is the best.
Born and raised in Texas.
Oh, look, there's a diggy spot over there. Dang it.
Man, I need to get myself a shovel.
I need to get a shovel for that and dig my own grave. You're from Texas, so you can burn it all I want.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
All right, you guys. Now y'all need to enjoy this. Now, this is the best part. This is the best part. Oh, there we go. Okay, you had to walk all the way up. I'm putting in both headphones for this. Now I'm trying to like pay attention to each individual instrument. Oh! Egg. Egg, frying an egg. A vote to go. All right, let's get going. I'm going in this egg and I'm gonna kill this bird. I'm gonna kill this baby bird. Oh, there's Mama.
The time has come. The windfish awaits. Enter the egg, hoot hoot.
Enter the egg. That does sound like sounds like a band. Enter the egg. It's happening! Ganon time! No, there's no Ganon in this game. Into the unknown! Into the unknown! Oh. I think we gotta go back to town and we gotta talk to somebody about this because I don't think that we're gonna make it through this. I don't think we're gonna make it through this without a hint. Let's, no, wrong song. No. Link, you dum-dum. Link, did you know that you're actually a dummy? A dumb little boy. You have it saved? Oh, is that? Oh, I thought that was for something else. Oh, I thought that was for the secret thing inside of the. Okay. All right. I see. Okay. Also, did you see my cute pictures that I took with Arisa? Did you see? That true? I'm pretty sure that y'all spied that last time. And let's go back to Dompe's shack because I'm a dum-dum. Oh, wait. No, we were already in a better spot. Oh, no. I was already in a good spot. I was already up. I thought I had already teleported back to town. Perish. Up we go.
I was gonna say we saw your pics.
Oh, what? Lens, no peeking. No peeking. Huh? You just blew my mind. How did you get the better TV emotes to stick on the remote wall? Oh, that's Capagen. It's Capagen on Stream Elements. Boyong. I must go, Sir Kenny. I'll see if I can return. Have a good day or night, you shirt-sucking muffin. Excuse me? Watch your mouth! Also, we'll see you later. We'll see you later, muffin. Ooh-woo. Bye-bye. Oh, okay, so Alchemic, that's not the code. Great. So that's not the code, huh? All right, well, it's what? Up 3, 4, 5, 2, 1. See, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make any sense. That's not the code. That can't be the code for the egg. That's not the egg code. Because look, it has a 3. What, you go forward 3 times and to the right 4 times? No. Even if it was in order, then the first one will be down. So then it would be down, left, up, right, up. No, you can't go down. I don't remember if you got the code before you got the magnifying glass. Yeah, this is the color dungeon code. That's what I thought. Dang it. Dang it, I was a dummy. I was double dummy. I was a double dummy. Yeah, that's the color dungeon. I thought it was originally. Okay, let's get out of here. All right, this time we're gonna TP on purpose. This time I'm TPing back to town and we're gonna check out that library. Fun fact, whenever I worked at this isn't fun at all. Whenever I volunteered at our library, they misspelled the shirts and it said library. And you know, whenever you're trying to teach kids how to read and your shirts say library, don't know if you're up to the job. Don't know if you're up to the task of literacy. All right, let's check out the Windfish one is entirely unique to your Switch? Ooh, that's interesting. Dark secrets and mysteries. Round and round the passageways of the egg. Wow, this looks super simple. 2 left, 4 up. 2 left, 4 up, right up. 2 left, 4 up, right up. Okay. 2 left, 4 up, right up. 2 left, 4 up, right up. Okay. 2 left, 4 up, right up. 2 left, 4 up. Oh my gosh, Lens! Lens, no cursing in the chat. Please, keep it clean. Keep it clean. You just said a bad word in binary. Watch your mouth. That's why we do English only. You got a library early because you were a kid, you pointed out a book in the wrong place? As a kid, I pointed out a book was in the wrong place, and they were like, you get a card. You get a card, kid. You're better than these employees. Perish. I'm in his head, you guys. I'm in his head. He doesn't know what to do. He's terrified. He's terrified of this hero. He doesn't know how to fight for himself. He's given up the will to live. We caught him. We caught him. We put him in a stun lock. Boing, boing. Kenny has a family. Now he's got a grieving family. Okay, it's 2 left, 4 up, right up. No, father! Yeah, 2 left. 1. 2. Then 1. 2. 3. 4. 1. Yo! Into the hole. You see a hole, you jump in. Oh yeah.
We were born of nightmares. To take over the world, we made the windfish sleep endlessly. If the windfish doesn't wake up, this island will never disappear. We would have been the masters of this place. But you had to come in here and disrupt our plans. You will never defeat us. Let's rumble.
I did not expect it to say let's rumble at the end. Let's rumble, kids! Are you ready to fight? Okie dokie, let's rumble. Yeehaw! It's Ganon Ball. Oh. Bad ball. Void Ball. Void Ball, my least favorite racket-based game. I think that you just have to like attack it with different stuff for different forms. Maybe I'll focus on my wand power since that's my most recent addition to my repertoire. Bro, I just dribble him. He's about to get dribbled. Not really working. Yeah, this is this Rimuru. How do you say that? Let's get ready to rumble! Hey! Hey, come on, man. You gotta blow up now. You gotta blow up, son. You gotta blow up before you grow up. What are we going to? Hey, we gotta. Oh, magic. That's what we need. Yeah, that worked great. Magic. You just have to use magic power. Oh! I'd slam dunk him. Yo. All right, we got one. What's next? Oh, this looks like the bomb guy. No, that's not a bomb guy. That's if we gotta shoot it back at him. Who is this? I don't remember fighting a boss like this. What is this representation, hey? Oops, I did not mean to drop that bomb. Let's see if it works. Oh, it did. I think it did work. Let's try something else. Tennis time? Is it tennis time? Really? Oh. That's a weird looking racket. Oh. That one's unsendable. Oh, what? What was that? What was that? Dun, 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 dun. Let's play ball. 20 love. Love all. You died. Nice shot. Ouch. Nice approach. Hole in one. I've never heard that one. I don't actually know what that sounds like. I don't know what it sounds like whenever he says, you win. Ah, no, my fear consumed me. Nice on. Nice approach. Ouch. Stop. Nice on. Man, I loved all those Wii Sports whenever the Wii was just released. Man, that was the jam. Wii Sports and Wii Play. Ah, the future of gaming. My fear consumed me. Eats a fairy instead. The fairy's delicious. Fairly good for you. Give me, babe. Stop. Scared me, dude. I hated this boss. This boss freaks me out. I don't know how I move. He's got this movement. It scared me, dude. The burger boy. I know, it's the burger lad. With cheese. No, not the cheese, Gromit. Okay, good enough. What? He still lives. He knows that I hate him. He's doing it on purpose. He's doing it on purpose. Oh, like a dolphin, he's doing it on purpose. Wait, is a dolphin a porpoise? I forget. I once saw one at Corpus Christi. It's a location in Texas. Kill the burger. Okay, I've got to take one more hit. What's next? Huh? Huh? Oh, bats. Oh, that's bat news. What? What? They killed you immediately? Oh, come on, dude. What? I would have healed. I would have healed. I didn't know that that would kill you, and I didn't know that that'd take 2 hearts. I would have just healed. Oh, great. 2 up. No, it's two left. 2 left, 4 up, right up. Oh, wait. We're gonna need well, we got 1 fairy. 1. 2. 1. 2. 3. Not all dolphins are porpoises, only some. What? You know, I've had that music stuck in my head all day. The Metroid music, the no 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 no. In Metroid Prime, at the very beginning, that music gives me chills, man. I was watching a video that featured it, and I can't stop thinking about it. We gotta beat Metroid someday, you guys. We gotta beat Metroid someday. We tried to play it on hard mode, and it was hard. Is that a surprise? Does it come to anybody as a surprise that it was difficult? Also, zombie food. Hello there. What's up? Zombie food. Nice to see you. Hello. Ew, headache mode. Ew. You must stop. All right, we're gonna die on the first one. Got the flute song from Mario stuck in your head? Bit. That's not even a Mario song. What am I talking about? This time we got it. First try. Boom. We got it. Actually, we're gonna beat him without getting hit once. Nice try. He always tries to trick you with that second one. Number 3, we're back at it. Oh, come on! You fooled me. You fooled me. All right, fine. Fair game. That's still 2 hearts. All right, everything takes 2 hearts. I think that we should go back to a fairy fountain. Nice shot! Nice shot. You're dead. All right, let's go back, get 1 fairy. We're 1 fairy short. Poof. All right, well, at least we're learning a little bit about this boss. We are in hero mode. We are basically playing New Game Plus, so what can I say? What can I say except you're welcome? Now, if dolphin has a long beak, it's not a porpoise. If dolphin has a small mouth and looks like it's smiling, it's a porpoise. Aww. Dolphins are my life's porpoise. I've lost count of your deaths. That's the most ultimate insult. Streamer, we were trying to calculate your deaths, but actually numbers don't go that high. Actually, we ran out of numbers. We've had to switch to theoretical numbers, streamer. Now we can only track your deaths in vague concepts. Not even Archimedes could figure out how to count your deaths, streamer. I'm sorry. Savvy's stream is cheering for the boss now. Yeah, how dare you? Savvy, whose side are you on right now? Also, that Dompe Shack, it's extended content. You can actually make your own. You can make your own dungeons, and you can play other people's dungeons. It's actually rather quite cool, if you don't mind me using a colloquialism. Rather cool, actually. It's 200-ish. Watch your mouth. It's 1, 2, 3. It's the perfect amount. That's God's number. 1, 2, 3. If we win on this one, then we're gonna have a very satisfying death count. Oh, dang. All right, to the left. To the left, to the left. 1. One. 2.
3. 4. 5.
Wait, is right? No, no. Did it with my eyes closed. I did it with my eyes closed. Oh, Seder, thanks for the alert. I appreciate it. Oh, that made you laugh too hard? God's number? I don't even know. That's what you can call. I don't even get the joke myself. What does that joke mean? Please explain. I just said it. I just said it. It's true. If you dial 123, God will answer. He'll say, how'd you get this number? I only gave this to 3 humans. John the Baptist, personal line. Stop! Oh, no! You have to stop, actually. I have to anticipate his movement. Spawns directly on top of me. Oh, that's God's number. Oh, yeah. I switch sides often. Clear, dear streamer. Wait, whose side do you want now? I'm not ready for this fight, you guys. I'm not ready. This guy's frustrating. Oh, it's the same guy. It's the tennis guy again. All right, this time. Go ahead. I already know your tricky tricks. Let's see. Let's see what you got now. Huh? Oh, too predictable. What? I stood too far away. The game punished me for being careful. The game punished me for being smart. Yeah. You played smart, and then Nintendo's like, how do you like that? All right. What's it gonna be? What are you gonna do? Oh, I knew it. I knew it. You're too much of a coward. You didn't want to hit me with that red. Oh, still no red, huh? That's a bummer. That's a bummer. I'd like to see you really, there you... Dang it. He still got me, even with my back sass. I kind of just expected that would not be the right one. And it also would have hit me anyway. Oh, you just caught yourself nodding off? Alisar, go to bed. Go to bed. It was nice to hang out with you. You should get some sleep. Get some sleep. We'll see you later. I'm glad that my screaming put you to bed. Got me twice, I know. He's tricky. He's tricky. You gotta stand far enough away to have the reaction time. Cause it's so fast. The red one's way faster. It's very cheeky. I think did I use bombs on the next one? I think I did. Dear streamer, do you have an unhealthy obsession with any universe? No, that's an interesting question. I actually don't. I actually do not. I don't think, I'm not much of a fan, to be honest. I don't really fan out for anything. The thing that I probably will get the most passionate about talking, whenever I talk about it, is probably Batman. Probably the thing that I'm most passionate about. But even then, I'm still not that passionate about it. Hardly watched even remotely enough Batman. There's so much Batman that I have not seen. I'm gonna heal myself because this isn't a full heal. But yeah, I don't get obsessed with stuff very easily. I almost wish that I could. So all you sweet fanboys and fangirls out there, I seem to have a lot of fun. I just generally do not really care that much about fictional universes. I just don't care. Okay, big toss, big toss, big toss. Now we hit him? This is a magic moment? This is a moment of magic? Supposed to hit these back? Oh, crap. No, we can't hit him back. Stop. You have to stop, actually. Actually, that's illegal. Oh my gosh, look at him. Look at him, he's moved over there. I don't think that it's a magic thing. Arrows, bombs. I don't think bombs did any damage. Let's try again, though. I'm gonna watch him better. I can't tell if that's the keys blowing up or if that's him. Give us a key, streamer. Whoop! Can't hit him while he's in that mode. No, that's not hurt. He doesn't get hurt from that. Shadow Ganon. What would hurt the main boss? He doesn't have any armor to grab. Maybe this. Oh, dang. Dang it. Dang it, 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 dang it. Give me that juice. Lingo burr. Lingo dead. Link ain't looking good. Oh boy.
Big, big pig.
I feel like we gotta stab him in the back. That's always the solution. No, I can't get behind him though. Okay, maybe I can do a spin attack. That's another solution to a lot of these bosses. Spin attack time. Oh. Oh, it works. Okay, spin attack, great. Spin attack it is. Do my best to not get wrapped by that big ol'... Looks like he goes for the shtick, so maybe I should just sidestep the stick and then wait for him. Ah, too far away. Oh, that still works, though. Can't hit him while he's spinning like that, though. Running out of lives. Maybe I should... What's the most convenient time to hit him? That's pretty good. Oh, is that it? No, it's just another stage. Oh, no, what's this? Oh, whoa, what's this? Oh, I don't remember this boss, if there is one like this, little wormy. Alarming worm. Can't hit him? No bombs. Grapple? Grapple makes him pause to reflect on his bad behavior. Oh, okay, all right. Hey, that works. Hey, that worked out pretty good, actually. Final stage? Oh, crap. Oh, crap, dude! Oh, no! Oh, dude. Eyeball. What's with these red... Why are they red? Oh, he does look kind of like Calcifer. Open up. Jeepers creepers. No! Just a slight misjump, dude? Come on, man. A slight misjump. I thought he was moving his arms faster. That's a big daddy? That's all you have to say, Linz? You called the baddie daddy? Linz, that's all you have to say for yourself. You know, some of Fish's emotes are questionable enough to get you a permaban from this chat. Did you know that? Nice shot, final boss. I know, sorry, sucker. Nice shot. Nice approach. I thought I had a good approach, but I didn't. I need more life. That one was rough, you guys. I'm sorry about that. That one was rough. That one hurt. That one made me sad. I almost cried. What? How many hearts do you have? A lot of them. I got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17. I got 17, but you can essentially cut that in half because all the attacks do double damage.
Oh, they do.
I know, Savvy. I just didn't want to slide my camera down one thing. That actually doesn't look too bad. Ah. Sadness. What tip? Are you asking for tips on how to defeat this game? I've got all the tips. Scott, I know all about these. I know all about this game. I can totally teach you how. The Hanson squid are grounds for auto ban. It's true. You must leave the stream now. Have fun with you. See you Saturday. So thankful for all you. Good night, Kareem. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. How many fairy bottles do you have? 2. I got 2. I got 2. I use Handsome Squidward all the time. Oh, yeah. You want to give me a tip? Scott, the PayPal information is just below. Hey, Droopy's here. Oi, Droopy. Hello. How are you doing? I think I missed you during the boss fight. I hope you're doing well.
Hi there, Droopy. Hey, Droopy, good to see you. We're gonna beat this boss. I'm gonna beat this boss before your very eyes.
Yoip. I think we can do it with this one, Spencer. I don't know. Now I feel the challenge of wanting to beat the boss with my current equipment. Now I want to beat the boss with this equipment. You're saving your. Now I feel like I've been issued a challenge. Tadampe. 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 Tadam. 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 Killing pigs on the way.
Let's go. We got this.
We got this.
We got this. Let's beat this boss.
LOL. Okay, I'll keep my tip to myself. Sorry, friend. No. I was joking, Scott. What's your tip? What's your tip? Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Scott. Is it get good? Is it get good? Do you want to tell me to get good? Listen, my heart has been hardened, Scott. Sorry. My heart has been hardened by a tacky chat that always tricks me. I feel like you're tricking me too. Feel like I'm walking into a trap, but I'll ask. Go see Crazy Tracy. She'll give you a special potion that'll. Oh yeah, she does, doesn't she? I forgot about Crazy Tracy. Oh yeah. Nice. Get good. Yes. To the Crazy Tracy. That's actually a really good tip. That is an exquisitely good tip. The Crazy Tracy. Does she live in town? Where? Crazy Tracy is the fancy lady that wanted that gave you the goop for the. She's crazy, man, but she is questionable and gives Link a kiss. She doesn't live in the museum. She doesn't live there. She doesn't live there. Not there, not there. She doesn't live down here. That's where that crocodilian is. That's Martha's house. There's a mermaid that lives there. Does she live in Dogtown? Oh, she lives in Mongo Swamp? That sounds like you made that up. Is that a real place? She lives in a swamp? What? You did make that up. That's not a place. That's not a place. You mean Gopanga? No, she doesn't live in Gopanga. Are you talking about next to it? Oh, Crazy Tracy, the old lady? Oh, the health spot. Oh, the witch is here. The witch is here. Crazy Tracy's right there. Ah, yeah. I see this. She's really close. Actually, we could just jump right down. Bayong. Zoom. Hey, Dompe. I haven't talked to you this whole game, and I'm not about to change that right now. In fact, Dompe does not respond. Well, hello there. Just woke up from my night shift. Wanted to stay in bed. Hey, Tatted Cat, what's up? Good morning. Good morning. Hi there, big guy. I'm Crazy Tracy. I've got a little secret for sale that'll pump you up. Will you give me 28 rupees for my secret? 28? She lowered her price since last time. Times must be tough. All right, come here and I'll rub it on you. There, I've applied my own secret medicine. It will take effect when you lose all heart. Drop by again, big guy. Here's some bonus treatment. Behold, your hearts are full. My hearts were already full, Tracy. And your rats are in my way. Rats, we had a rats. Michael. Did lots of lurking while at work. We had an employee quit, so you've been working extra hours? Oh, dear. I hope you're getting paid for that. Sorry, Patrick.
Hey,
I feel like Dompe would probably have a Patrick voice, right?
all right, Link. I'm gonna dig this. I'll dig this grave for you. But only if you give me 30 rupees.
Don't insult the rats! Listen, rats are always to blame. Hey, Brooke's here. What's up? Brooke's here. Oi, 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 oi. Brooke. I hope you are well.
Hello.
We're about to kill the boss. We're about to kill the boss. Save before going in. Are you able to do that? I didn't even know that you could save, like, moment to moment. Don't insult my people. What, Savvy? Are you a rat? You a rat? You better look out. Snitches get stitches. Yeah, I'm gonna save right before we go in. 1, 2, 3. Oh, Lil Money, what's up? Hey, I've been doing well. I miss you too. Where have you been? Where have you been? It's nice to see you. Hello. We're playing a little bit of Legend of Zelda. A little bit of Legend of Zelda. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, look. Now we died 124 times. That's a shame. We almost got 1, 2, 3. That would have been funny. I would have preferred that. But you know what? I guess we'll just have to settle on beating this boss in expert mode. Perhaps I am not, dear streamer. I'm worried about these rats. I'm worried about all the rats in chat. 1, 2, 4. That's a big number, streamer. Are you sure that you're a professional? Dang it. That's why I keep dying. Because I'm a dummy. Now I remember. I'm sorry, this has a small range. The magic dust is short-range weapon. Well. Thank you, Zorpie. I appreciate it. What's it gonna be, huh? Ah, I know your tricks. I know your tricks. This one's gonna be a fake. Oh, what? He changed. It's fully random. Dude, it's fully random. I didn't even know that. I thought that it was a scripted cutscene with button mashing involved. What? I thought that this was a quick time event. Woo! Don't hit me with that. Miss me with that fireball, man. That's right. Eat fireball. Eat that. You're gonna eat it, and you're gonna like it. Gosh darn it. He smacked me right in the face. How do you like that? How do you like that? There we go. All right. Now the next one's gonna be a bomb? Question mark? I actually forget what the next one is. Let's pick something that doesn't cost. Oh yeah, it's the tail. It's the burger. It's the burger boss. Yeah, maybe if we attack him sooner rather than later, then his tail will be more predictable. Ooh. Just gotta make sure that we get a hit out of it. If we get hit, he gets it. That's the deal. It's only fair. All's fair in love and Zelda, as they say. Okay, we're doing better. Not good, just better. All right. Gotta dodge his fire goblins. Yeah, throw the spear over here. Ooh, nice. We got a little extra attack in there. I think the bomb one might be next, or it might be the boomerang. Throw it over here. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Missed opportunity. Gonna have to heal up in a minute. Almost all of his attacks take 2 hearts. a long walk. That was a long walk. Okay, we still got 5 hearts and a revive in case I make a mistake. Ooh, ooh. Okay, and now the next one, I don't think I knew how to do this one. Oh, he turns into the eyeball. Okay, we got this. Dang, I couldn't jump while I was healing. That was man, it really doesn't heal you all the way. Okay, let me take on this boss. Arms are very tricky. Very tricky. They're a little bit slower than I expect. Can maybe hit him twice. See, there you go. They were slower than I expected. They really look like they move. Is this the end of the boss? Is this all that there is to him? Somehow, I doubt. Doesn't feel like a final stage right now.
I love it when you call me Big Pop. Pop. Throw your hands in the air.
Alright, maybe there's a way to hurt him more. Or is he getting faster? You playing jump rope right now? It's a jump rope boss. It's just like that Mario mini game that I could never get the highest moon on. You remember jumping rope in New Donk City? That is a freaking difficult mini game. I'll probably have to do that off stream if we really go for 999 moons. Goodness, this just takes forever. Falling asleep, Papa, will you die?
Father, please don't.
Oh, look, now he's going all the way around almost. All right, take your time with that eyeball. Ooh, is that it?
The island is going to disappear. Our world is going to disappear. Our world. Our world.
Ah, he was a boomerang all along. I didn't know that. That's its true form whenever you remove all the extra stuff.
Link, you have beaten all of the nightmares. Climb the stairs before you.
Okay. Who's speaking to me? It's the owl. The Forsaken Boomerang. The Boomerang of Legend. Ooh, thank you for all the hype in the chat. Did you get him, son? I did. Me and Borb did it. I only did it because Borb was here.
Good job, streamer. Good job. Yes. Very pleased am I. Oh, yes.
Hoot. Young lad, I mean Link, the hero, you have defeated the nightmares. You have proven your wisdom, courage, and power. As part of the Windfish's spirit, I am the guardian of his dream world. But one day the nightmares entered the dream and began wreaking havoc. Then you, Link, came to rescue the island. I have always trusted in your courage. I knew that you could turn back the nightmares. Thank you, Link. My work is done. The Windfish will wake soon. Goodbye, Hoot.
Don't you dare call me Hoot ever again. You watch your mouth, bird. See, one of these days you'll learn to listen to me, Kenny. I learned today. Oh, she's beautiful. Oh, my. Look at that. Look at that drip. My goodness. Wow. Pretty fish. I am the Windfish. Long has been my slumber. In my dreams, an egg appeared. It was surrounded by an island with people, animals, an entire world.
But verily, it be the nature of dreams to end. When I dost awaken, Koholint will be gone. Only the memory of this dreamland will exist in the waking world. Someday thou may recall this island. That memory makes the dream world real. What, you want my whale sound? Come, Link. Let us awaken together. Play the 8 instruments. Play the Song of Awakening. Okay. Whale Mama. Whale Mommy. Play a song for Whale Mommy. This is the best part of the game.
Ah, Mario's digging for mushrooms out there. Wahoo! Let's go! My waifu turns into a cloud. I'm sorry to hear that, little money. That's horrible. I hope that they recover well. I'm glad that you're there for him, though. Doo-doo-doo. And then Marnie disappeared forever. Rest in peace, Marnie. Yeah, all those people, they were all a dream. It was all a dream. They all die now. It's a shame. I remember when they were all alive. Look, birds. Orb. Oh, look, Link just fell asleep on a piece of driftwood this whole time. That dum-dum. Oh, I thought his arms were sunburnt. I thought his arms were sunburnt. It was just his sleeves. Was Zelda a fish? What? Was Zelda the whale all along? Oh. There she is! That's my wife! That's my wife up there! That girl was gonna kiss me on the cheek before Mario got in the way. Dang it. Mario! You blocked me for the last time. How dare you whale block me? Unbelievable! Whale waifu flies away. Wow, I didn't know I could hit that note. Oi, the girl who bakes! Hey! Boom, check it out!
1 year.
It's a whole year! Welcome to the Rainbow Squad. Oi, you guys, could you put some hype in the chat for our newest member of the Rainbow Squad? It's the girl who bakes. Oi! Erica! Thank you so much for the support for an entire year. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Big support. How are you doing, girl who bakes? A whole year of support. Goodness gracious. That's like 365 days or more. That's a lot of days. That's a lot of days. That's a lot of support. That's a shocking amount. Thank you so much. Just be happy that your wife became a whale and not the moon. Wait, are we talking about the bamboo cutter's wife? Are we talking about, what's the name of that movie? It's called Princess Kaguya? I mean, she doesn't turn into the moon, but she goes to live on the moon, right? Can't be here as often because of life, but you always make me smile, so thanks. Hooray! The girl who bakes. No pressure to ever be here. Just visit whenever you want to. I'll be here. I'll be here next year, too. If your life slows down and you want somewhere to hang out, then boom, you'll have a place to hang out if you want to. If you want to, I'll be here. I'll be here for you, friendo. Bada bing, bada boom. Here's to another year. You love the movie, but you were referencing Avatar the Last... What? Avatar? You mean that movie by James Cameron? What are you talking about? You mean the one with the blue aliens? Where they're like, get off our planet, and the humans are like, we're evil. We'll kill you all. And they're like, no. We're clearly a foil for something that happened historically. And the humans are like, we are hateful, we are bad.
Nintendo and Grezzo are authors of the
Hey, wait, I was reading that.
1993 to 2019 Nintendo co-developed by Grezzo. The End.
Or The End. The End? Congrats on finishing the game. Yes! Ba-da-ba, da-da-da, na-na-na-na. We did it. We did it. Love my QT kids. Should I call you QT kids? Maybe I can call you QT. That's what I'm going to call you. Let's go! Bada bing, bada boom, VO. We smashed this like button in the face like a boss. We destroyed it. Look at that. Link won. 124 deaths on master mode. Bruh. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. You guys, are we going to have a bonus show? Should we have a bonus washies? What do you think, guys? What do you think? Oh, the Boomerang. Is that the old bald man? The old bald man is Boomerang, right? Isn't he the last airbender? The last air extender. The last air blender. Power washing? What? Power washing? I mean, we're not gonna have much opportunity to do power washing whenever we're too busy playing the best Legend of Zelda game ever whenever it gets released tomorrow for Nintendo Smash system. The next movie nights are just gonna be Atla. Atla probably stands for attack. Wait, no, that'd be, yeah, attack terrestrial land authorizations. Yes, the best Legend of Zelda game. It's happening tomorrow. It's happening tomorrow on your favorite Twitch channel. Okay, you guys, let me switch your cable over, okay? You hear this? You hear this in the background? Stop! Okay, there we go. Now it turned off. Oh, wait, I forgot. It actually stays up. Let me just yoink one of these cables, you guys, and we can do a tiny bit of power washing, okay? We're gonna do a tiny bit of power washing. Oh, by the way, you remember all those camera issues that we were having? It was the cable. I changed the cable and bada bing, bada boom, it fixed the whole thing. It actually was that all along. It was a jank cable all along. I guess it's honestly not too surprising. Let me just turn on my display capture. Boom. And now we can play games on the PC. On the PC? I can't believe that this guy's playing PC games. Excuse me. It's always the cable. I know, right? It's always the most breakable component. Stupid cables. Okay. Oh, we got to get some music though. We got to get some music. We got to get some jammies. Whenever we do power washing, we normally listen to a little bit of summer music. You guys, you know, a little bit of fun in the sun, a little bit of washy washy. Nintendo. I was just started typing in Nintendo power washing music. Nintendo beach is what I'm gonna look up. Nintendo beach music. Nintendo. Super Nintendo brothers. There we go. Now we're jamming. Now we're jamming. Now we're ready to rock. Ready to rock. Power washer style. Get ready. Get ready for Nintendo power washing. Nice clean. Nice wash. Nice approach to washing, that is. Doo-doo. You beat the game? I did. Oh, it's 4:30? You're gonna head out? All right, yeah. That was the agreement. Nice spray. Yeah, that's it. Nice spray. Nice splash. Nice squirt. Shall we go to clean the treehouse? You probably think that I built this filthy treehouse deep in the forest because I let myself go. But actually, it's because I'm searching for the... Okay, I'm not reading any of this. Nice angle! We gotta show the dirt. All right, you guys, it's time to clean up. It's time to clean up this nasty old place. Goodness, look at all this dirt. Actually, Zor, we'll see you later. Thanks for vibing with us, my friend. Good luck sleeping until 1 in the morning. I mean, 1 in the afternoon. Oh, boy. You guys, check it out. It's the Dirt Zone.
Welcome to the Dirt Zone. You have now entered Dirt Town. We've got beautiful, beautiful scenic views. You cannot escape. You cannot escape. You cannot look at the beautiful washy falls. You will get stuck on the invisible wall that's right here. That's a real shame. Odell, you're gonna head out. All right, we'll see you later. We'll see you later. If anybody's heading out, then good night. I hope you enjoyed all of the Zelda-related nonsense. Remember, Zelda is tomorrow. Saturday, we're gonna start building the roller coaster. I can't wait to see if we can actually get this thing rolling in one day. I really doubt it. I really freaking doubt it, but we're gonna try our best, all right? But for all the rest of you beans, we're going to be doing some power washing off this big old nasty building. We've been waiting for this. This is part of the update. It's finally been non-diegetic volume. I love that they use that word here. Gotta turn this down a little bit. Is this loud enough? Is that too loud? What do you think? Do you really want to hear this the whole time? Do you really want to hear this the whole time? That sounds loud to me, but maybe it's just in my own ear. What is yes? Yes, I do. You do what? You do what? What do you do? You can hear it really well and you like it? Oh, you do like it. Is it still good? All right, let's just start wishy-washing. Here we go. Power washing's pretty pog, Kenny. Is that true? I actually didn't know about that. I actually did not know about the pog rating for power washing. Ah, there we go. Now it's nice and clean. You like the sound? Okay, that's good. That's good. Because that's what you're probably going to be hearing for a little while. Oh, the audio's fine? All right. Nice. Just got to get each one of these signs. Wait, what? There we go. Perfect. You know, I'm already really liking this place. I already like this map a lot. I think that the bottom of this might be a pain. I can't quite tell. Washes off pretty quick. What? Do you get bonus points for washing with as little water as possible? So the main mode that we're playing on right now is basically Zen mode. They don't call it Zen mode because it's just the main mode. But you first have to beat each level on Zen mode, then you unlock challenge mode. So there's a couple of challenges. You can either challenge it with the least amount of water or the least amount of time. But you start with Zen. First, you vibe. Then you imbibe. Imbibe is just a really fun word to say, so I had to say it. Zenny activated? Wait, what? What? Zenny? Zenny Kenny? Yeah, we got Zenny Kenny. We got Zenny, and then we've also got, who's the other one? Lenny? Lenny and Zenny. Lenny, Zenny, and then of course OG Kenny. We can't forget. You're vibing with the Zen mode. Oh yeah, it's all Zen all the time over here. We're Zenful. We're just Zenful humans. What did you expect? We were born in Zen. All right. Any other Zenners out there? Hey, I don't want my Zens forgiven. How far can I go with this? Hey, Cannon, what's up? Welcome to the party. Oi, oi, oi. How are you doing, Cannon? I hope you're well. Okay, I think there's an inside and an outside to this business. It's really zenful, I know. It's actually, the Earl has been zenning recently. Zenful. All right, first we got to clean off these benches down here. I'm gonna start out with the bottom side. We're gonna start with the lower business, and then we will slowly move upward. Everything down here is really easy to clean. There's actually some things that like rust. Rust is extremely hard to clean off of stuff, but this is all just like moss, so I can use this pretty big area.
You've been zinning? Sheesh. Sheesh. Don't tell me that you've been zinning again. Streamer, we told you to not be so zenful. You've been caught zinning again. Uh-oh. Hammer Morty is not pleased with your zenful behavior. The great Rick in the sky is very angry that you've been so zenful. You have to go to streamy jail. Wow, they made those super easy to clean. Nice. You're so careless with your spraying. Shaking my head. Oh, what? Cosmic Awakening. Watch me destroy this. Watch me destroy this whole building with my bare hands. Should we start with the bottom? Forgive me, Kenny, for I have zinned. Zinned. Zinned is a great word. I like that. Forgive me, Father, for I have zinned. Well, son, there's nothing wrong with watering your garden. I was trying to think of what raking your sand garden. There's nothing wrong with raking your Zen garden, son. There's no need for forgiveness. You are a good boy, and I'm proud of you. You need this game? Oh my god, there are different nozzles. There's actually different, there's also different sprayers. I'm using the best sprayer because listen, if you want to learn to not be so zenful, then you have to engage nightly in sprayer. You have to get on your knees and spray. I'm trying to make a pun with pray, but I need to stop trying because it's not working out. I was trying to say Zin is sin, spray is pray, but I'm gonna stop right now. Okay, it was a pun. I was trying to make a pun. All right, I'm doing my best here. I'm doing my best with what I got. But whenever I was born, I didn't have much. I didn't have much of a brain. And it's only been withering since I've been on Twitch. I don't think it's helping. We need the holy water. Holy water! Someone please! We need Christian nuggets and holy water. This is really annoying. Lower deck underside. Okay, that's good news. That's good news, you guys. That means that the underside is its own object. And that means that we could clean up this object without having to worry about the top. Because otherwise, I'd want to head to the top to make sure that we get the easy stuff first, and then we can deal with the more difficult surface later. But since it says lower, that means that they're basically segmented. So we can just focus on the bottom without even worrying about the top stuff yet. But is it looks like it's a whole object, and that's why it's going to be so difficult. Actually, technically, the bigger the object is, the bigger margin of error you have, because there's more surface for it to calculate. You wish that you could snag this game, but alas, I have no money. Well, you can get it later. It's actually in early access, so it's not a complete game right now. It's, they just gave, 2 more maps? This is actually one of the maps that wasn't part of the original release. So there's nothing wrong with waiting, because it's only going to be better. I would bet that eventually they're going to make modding support so that you can make custom maps, and then the game's going to be pretty much over. It's going to be over. Once they let you design your own maps, this game is going to just be endless. They better. They freaking better, or I'm going to be mad. But yes, no problem with waiting for it. Okay, now we're starting to make some headway on this thing. Okay, I'll get this edge since I'm already over here. Might as well. Might as well. Endless maps! I mean, you know the community would be all over making custom maps. They would be ripping maps off of copyrighted games. You would be cleaning up Delfino Plaza in 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, somebody would rip over the Sunshine files, and you could clean up all of the maps. They would have all the Counter-Strike maps immediately, filled with ink, ready to clean. They'd have all Half-Life stuff would be in immediately. Have all the houses from House Flipper, boom. They'd have all the houses from Phasmophobia, boom. You want to power wash Helm's Deep? Oh my gosh, there's blood everywhere. Wait a second, that's Aragorn's blood. I'd recognize that anywhere.
Orc blood.
You could do a little taste test of the of what you're cleaning. Jolly good. I didn't know that you were a nerd. I mean, I didn't know that you like Lord of the Rings. That's awesome. Is there actually a word for that? Tolkienianites? What do they call people that like Lord of the Rings? Nerds? Already kind of made that joke, but I thought I'd go for it one more time. A little delicious double dip. All right, I think we got that last piece. So this is all. Oh wait, there's a joist in there. There's one hiding joist that has not been cleaned. Oh, neither did the middle. Shaking my head. Okay, there we go. I'm looking at if there's a bar up in the corner that y'all can't quite see. I'm gonna move my head. Actually, I'm gonna put myself to this corner. There we go. Yeah, you can see up in the corner the like little loading bar that's underneath the title. And it looks like, see, like this is fully dirty. The grime meter's off the charts, you guys. And then down here, everything's good. They're called ringers. What? That's awful. I hate that. I don't like that at all. I do not condone this. I will. Okay, I'm not a Lord of the Rings fan anymore. There we go. Washy washy. No visitors. Well, I'm not visiting. I was hired. This is my job. This is my job. I too do not like. All right, then we shall abandon it. We shall no longer be called this. So how much is this? That was easy. Now he's not obsessed with it anymore. He's been freed from the fandom. Oh yeah, that's something that I didn't mention to Spencer whenever he asked about my favorite stuff. I'm pretty hype about Lord of the Rings, but I mean, I really haven't read all the books, and I haven't even read the Silmarillion. I haven't even read all of them. I just really like the movies. But I was kind of raised on the movies, so I kind of couldn't avoid it. All right, and we'll just do the outside real quick. I'm guessing we'll have to do the underside of this as well. Staircase handrail. Is that just like the whole thing? Oh man, this is dirty banister. Heavens above. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's lots of sneaky spots where this is all hiding in. Is that fully cleaned? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. That was way easier than it could have been. By the way, not gonna be finishing. We're not gonna be finishing this whole thing. We're probably gonna do this part. We're probably gonna do the staircase here, but I don't think that we're gonna be able to do the main area. Don't think that we're gonna have time. I'm a little too tired for this. And we're gonna be streaming early tomorrow, so not gonna be finishing this, but we'll do a little bit, all right? They're really boring and long. Is that true? Oh, they call themselves ring bearers. Oh no, that's worse. That's actually worse. At least the other one's kind of original. Instead of just calling yourself the protagonist of the book. Oh no, you could have just named yourself Little Frodos. That's what they should be called. They should be called Little Frodos. Or they could be called Filthy Hobbits. How about that? Can we rename the fandom to Filthy Hobbits? I like that. As a filthy hobbit myself, that's what I would prefer. Quiet sigh. Oh no, Savvy. Savvy! It's sad. Sadly. Alright. We should be able to get it with what, the inside of this? Yeah, we've got a really small angle on this sprayer just so that I can really blast this grime, but we might be going a little bit far. It's utterly distressing. Oh no. Maybe none of us are real. Maybe none of us are real Tolkien fans. Maybe the real fans are the crazy ones. We're all normal. I don't know where they are. I don't know who they are or what their deal is, but I think that we're all the normal fans, you guys. We're all the normal ones. Yeah. You only read The Hobbit? Oh, The Hobbit was pretty good, right? That was more of a kid's book. That one was a more chill book. And rather short as well. You know, if I was making a movie, I probably would make 3 movies, personally. I just kind of randomly thought of it. Just a random thought. It's rather a short book. All right, there we go. It was kind of long. I mean, it was long for, well, it wasn't. It's not really that long. It's not that long. Hey, you're back. Power washing. Oh, what? This is the most quality content you've ever seen. A vegan. This game's great. What are you talking about? We're like cleaning up this building over here. But yeah, we're just. This is just the bonus show. This is just the bonus show. We already finished Zelda. We beat it. We beat it. We win. It's all this bonus content. This is all DLC that was included in my collector's edition box of the Earl streams. It had like over 2,000 hours of content, I think. And some of the bonus content was power washing videos. I enjoyed them. Zelda power washing DLC? No. No, it was included in the Earl compendium, the compendium of the Earl of Sud streams that I bought. I bought it at a flea market. It was actually pretty cheap. Zelda would never. Zelda does not like cleaning. Zelda is a messy, messy roommate. Oi, waffles!
It's in the E.
E? It's in the E? What? 'Tis waffles. How you doing? What? I'm confused. What did Brian just say? Power washing Hyrule challenge. Clean the castle before Zelda finds out. Well, excuse me, princess. Link, I said power wash the castle. Well, excuse me, princess. I was playing Parcheesi with Ganon. I don't want to clean this rotten old castle.
Rope, bombs, power washers. You want it? It's yours, my friend. But only if you clean up enough of the island.
E... What? E gay sports? It's in the gay? What? That's not how I remember my childhood. You just destroyed my childhood. I thought it was E-E-E. 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 The cokery through a rager, and now that you're left to deal with the mess? This is starting to sound more like, that's starting to sound a little bit more like Viscera Cleanup, Santa's Rampage. Viscera Cleanup, Link's Rampage. Oh, Link. Oh, Link, why did you kill all the Kokori? Or however you say that. Also, Nugget and Fry's Fifi Abbey. It's an alternate account. It's Fifi Abbey from an alternate universe. Hi there. It's Fast Food Fifi. Fast Food Fifi. How are you doing? We're washing up. We'll clean up.
Rope, bombs, power washer. You want it? It's yours, my friend. So long as you have enough rupees. I'm sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer.
Weep, 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 weep. Then Link came back whenever he was loaded. Link became the Bezos of Zelda Land. Bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop, bleep, bloop. Oh, man. It's a mess. Oh, my gosh. Look at all this dirt everywhere. It's everywhere, and it's disgusting. Link Bezos. Is that? He's bald. I didn't like Link once he lost all his hair. Once Link went bald and he went full egg, I didn't trust him any longer. Not my hero. Not my hero of time. Oh, by the way, y'all, tomorrow is the last day to submit submissions for the fan art contest on Discord. That's true. Tomorrow is the last day, so if you're making art for our fan art competition for the cute purple squirrel that is our channel's mascot, tomorrow is the final deadline. And there are going to be prizes, darn it. Prizes, do you hear me? There'll be prizes and stuff that will be worth more than nitro, because the nitro is going to be for the runners-up. The runners-up get nitro, and we're probably going to give a big gift card to the wieners. The wieners get a gift card. All right, we're getting close, you guys. We're getting close. We just need a washy-washy a little bit more. Wishy-washy. Getting closer. I'm going to kind of hit the edges first. The wiener. The wieners. All right. The top side is done. Bada bing.
Wait.
Oh, thank you, Waffles. I appreciate that.
Wait.
Can we clean inside of the grill? Shall we wash the grill? You missed a spot. I know I missed a spot. But it'll be perfectly clean by the time that we're done, all right? All right, we cleaned the grill, quote unquote. It's the grill of the grill. It's the grill's grill. He's a man's man and a grill's grill. My grill friend. Weep, weep. Oh my gosh, look at this rust. Oh no. Look at that disgusting rust all over this. Barbecue sounds good. Yes, please. Could I get some brisket? Is there any brisket in the chat? I wouldn't mind a little bit of that. Maybe delicious sausage links? Texas barbecue sounds about right now, huh? Did Linz fall asleep? Uh-oh. Linz, are you asleep? Uh-oh. Looks like Linz did run enough, eh? Linz did a little run, got tired, and you know what? Now she's pooped. She's pooped. She went to bed. She probably fell asleep on the floor, and Pookie is nudging her. Poke. Play? Question mark. Oh, you were lurking? Oh, what? Alchemic calling out the lurkers. I actually haven't known Alchemic to ever do this. Linz, I'm sorry. Sorry that you're being bullied by the other mods. Man, this is a particular cleanup. Holy moly. Look at this mess. Since it's rust, I'm gonna try to get some focus on this. This is like the dirtiest piece I've ever seen. This is the dirtiest object we've ever cleaned. That old car is runner-up, I think. Alright, so it's just the lid. It's the lid that's giving us pain and sadness. Goodness, all just little tiny bits. Little teeny tiny bits left. Oh, you haven't seen her name pop up in a while? Shout out to Linz for being so active in the chat that if she lurks, then we notice. Shouts out to the people that you can tell are lurking, even if they don't tell you. Alright, come on. That's not precise enough? Goodness, what are we... Every little bit is gonna be all clean. Okay, that was part of it. But the drum, oh, okay, that was the area that was hiding. Very tip top of these cans. It's the lower part of the cans. That's tricky. They're putting dirt in difficult places on purpose. You forgot to do something and you're scrambling? Oh no! Linz! Don't let us distract you. Oh dear. Okay, where are you hiding, hey? It only gave you $4 dues for that. Oh, what? It didn't even give me US dollars. Aussie bucks. But I don't even want to buy any kangaroos. But I've already got my fill of kangaroos. Thank you. Gotta be precise. Where is the dirt? Where's the... Oh! Oh my, that's a lot of dirt right there. And it's right there too. Okay. See it around these edges. Very sneaky dirt. Very sneaky, but you've been outplayed by Captain Powerwasher. Oh my. Here's where it was all hiding. Well, not all of it. Almost all of it. I do not spy anymore. It's the barbecue side table. Where the... Oh, Savvy, are you gonna go to bed? Oh, we'll see you later. Oi, 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 Savvy. Nighty night. I hope you enjoyed chilling with us. Chilling with us for a long time. Holy moly. Holy moly. Long streams. Long streams, 2 in a row. Actually, it's gonna be 3 in a row. 'Cause tomorrow we're gonna start even earlier. Ooh. We gotta start a new game. New game. New game. But we'll see you later, Savvy. Get some rest. You get some rest, Savvy. And a drink for the lurkers and chatters and a gift for the streamer. A frog. Oh, thank you. I don't get a drink. No hydration. You get a frog. All right. So what I'm thinking is that I should focus on the outside first. No, that's a dumb idea. The smart thing to do is to focus on the inside. And then on the outside, you can be as lazy as possible with cleaning it. Yeah, you can just finish it up out here. Because it's up there that's not too bad to clean up. But down here is a nightmare. A living nightmare. Eternal pain. Yes, we shall focus on the top first. Let me up. The top is tops. Oh, wow. We just knocked something out as soon as we walked up here. Pain. Pain. Sadness. Yeah, we're going to focus on top surface first. Then we'll start doing the fins. Yeah, I don't know. This game somehow walks on the line between zen and pain and sadness. It's so strange. It's like some moments it feels so tedious, and then other moments it's like the ultimate relaxation. I don't know what to think. The most important thing that I've found out about this game is don't spam that dirt button. Don't spam the dirt button. It will absolutely make you sad. Instead, just clean visually, and that will normally do it. What you gotta do is that you have to just focus on the visual side of it, and then later, if it's not totally done, then you could start to focus on the easy stuff that's just sitting there waiting for you to destroy it. See, look, there's still plenty visually here. And there's probably a lot of dirt hiding, but we don't have to worry about that. And besides, we're doing, this has got 2 sides. So we'll start with this side, and then we'll focus on the outside later. I do want to actually hit this one, though. 'Cause I knew for a fact that we've already done the outside of it. Oh my gosh. It's every angle. You have to absorb it from every angle. Okay. That area is done by my account. Because we'll do the outside later. Oh, let's just do the table. It's already sitting here. I don't want to save it. I want to have my dessert right now, Mom. No dinner. No sandwich. No protein. No vegetables. Only dessert right now. It's the individual objects that are my favorite to clean. Or anything that is big but still feels like an individual object. Rice Krispies for dinner. Dinner. Why don't you can go get some dinner. I guarantee you will still be power washing by the time that you've got dinner. You want to get some noms. Some delicious nommies. Oh, welcome back, Linz. Oi! I'm sorry if I pressured you. I didn't mean to. I certainly did not mean to. I was teasing. I thought you were asleep. I thought that you were gone. I thought that Linz had escaped reality. Rice Krispies for dinner, streamer? Hardly nutritious. I was only teasing. I might make a burger. I might just make a... Oh, wait, I don't have any bread. Can't make a bread with... You can't make burger without bread? Breadless burger? That's not pog. Oh, wait. I could make burger and then cook rice. That's just like... That's rice and hamburger. Let's see. What is the word for... What is the word for rice? Tamago is egg in Japanese. And rice is... bread is pan. And what is rice? It's something that's super short. Nori is seaweed. Rice is... oh man, this is gonna drive me crazy if I can't think of it. Tamago and... is it gohang? Yes, that's what it is. Thank you, gohang. Gohang o taberu. Yeah, I was thinking that I could have gohang o hamburger, I guess. I don't know. I don't actually know how you say maybe you would just say hamburger gohang. Maybe just say it like that. I don't know. If there's anything that I don't know about Japanese, it's grammar. I know a little bit of vocabulary, but my grammar is shot. Just walk into a restaurant like, rice hamburger. Rice hamburger. Thank you, rice hamburger. That's how I'd probably say it. Yes. Food. Hamburger steak. Yum, yum. I would just have normal hamburger. As Garfield once said, lasagna. Is that actually what he said? I can't believe it. Hamburger. Suteki. Steki. Oh. Suteki. Hamburger, suteki, gohang. Is that it? Good enough. Japanese grammar and sentence structure is so difficult to learn. I know. It's the most annoying part for surezies. Linz, did you say, oh, I forgot I was an adult? Oh, no. Linz, I may have been driving with an expired driver's license for at least a couple of weeks. Oops. It wasn't even hard to renew. But now it's actually bedtime. Actually, an hour ago. Oh, we'll see you later. Bye-bye, Linz. Get some rest. Say goodnight to the poop forest. Always nice to hang out with you. Kitty, no. Well, listen, it's fixed now, all right? Everything's gonna be okay, you guys. Don't even worry about it. Old Early Whirly took care of everything, so you don't have to worry your pretty little head. All right, everything's looking visually clean. Ooh, except for that. That is painfully apparent that that's not clean. Okay, there's a couple of little crevices I missed that need a good spray. That I will get a little cheat to be able to see. Okay, everything else looks relatively clean, actually. I'm actually surprised at how clean this looks. Just checking the tops. Couple of weird angles here that I missed. So save some time later. Alert! Do not pressure wash the cat. The more you know. No, don't pressure the cat. The cat does not need to be cleaned with the pressure washer, please. It is not a garden hose. The pressure washer is not a garden hose. I repeat, do not wash the cat with the power washer. I repeat, the kids may have played in the mud, but it is not time to power wash them. Also, what is this? What the heck? Is there no real ladder? There's no real ladder on this game. I mean, in this level. What the? I don't know how to feel about this, you guys. I don't know how I feel about no ladder. Definitely know I should have been a little bit closer, that's for sure. I should have been not a dummy. Let's get a little bit closer. The cat will be fine. Just a little angry. As Garfield said, who cares about the cat? Lasagna. This music is perfect for me struggling on this stupid ladder. This is a perfect music to suffer to. That's what this soundtrack should be called, Music to Suffer to. Nintendo music to cry to. That was a big jump. That was a big leap. I was not expecting that. Not even close. Oh, we'll see you later, Gold Bear. Are you gonna, you said, height, I will lurk. Oh, height? Oh no, I'm sorry, Golden Bear. I am sorry. Stupid game. I'm glad I'm not playing Mirror's Edge anymore. Goodness, Mirror's Edge made my stomach turn just a little bit in some spots. Yikes. Thank you for the lurk, though. All right. Wait. Oh, hi there, Kato. I didn't see you there. Oh, hi there, Kato. I didn't see you there. Welcome to my YouTube channel. How are you doing? Wait. Wait. Is this camera in the way? Stinky. Put it down. Put it down, streamer. You can't move this? YouTube channel? Oh, is this joking? How are you doing, Kato? Hope you're doing well. We're doing some washing. Yeah, that's a shame. Apparently we're not allowed over there. Good thing that it's so easy to clean this part. Heights no good. I'm sorry. Stinky heights. No roller coasters for Gold Bear. All right. So stop asking Gold Bear to go to Six Flags. Okay. We could get this side, right? Maybe we should just do it from the ground. Do it from the ground up. Nice. That is so shockingly easy. Shockingly easy. Almost disappointingly easy. Yeah, too easy, game. I thought that you were going to play hard on me. Thought that we were playing hardball together. Turns out that we were playing softball all along. Just a little bit of wishy-washy. Oh, we could just get this inside right now. Look at this. We can get some of this outer portion while we're just standing on a different part of the old tree house. Ooh, I can hear the police going by. I hope that was none of y'all. Y'all didn't do anything sus today, right? Y'all didn't do anything wrong today, right? Because I hear the cops going by, and it sounds like they're approaching the apartment. Better not find out that y'all have been doing anything stinky. Oh, we got a whole roof to do. Oh, can we ignore that for the time being? Just for a moment, let's pretend like the world is a lot cleaner than it is. There we go, washy. I'll hold your bags and jackets at Six Flags. Aw, that's sweet. What about spinny rides? Do you get a sick tummy for spins? Is it just heights or is it also motion? I keep you company. You don't do heights either? Oh. What's your favorite things to go to at Disney then, Alchemic? Because my favorite stuff is always roller coasters, but I would imagine you like themed rides, I guess? Do you go for the spectacle of it all? I only go for the fireworks. I actually haven't ridden on a single ride. I only went there to watch the fireworks show and to buy stuff from Little Japan. Let's get started on this top. Even though this is a tiny stream. Oh, you like roller coasters though? Ah, I see. Well, you are strapped in, so I'd understand that. I'd understand. Whenever I was younger, I used to get super freaked out by roller coasters. But like in a good way, kind of. Like I'd be scared of them. And I'd just trick myself into getting locked in. And after that, I didn't want to make a fuss. Because my social anxiety is way more than my fear of heights. So I was just like, once I'm locked in, I'm like, okay, well, I can't bother anybody about getting me out of here. So I guess I have to ride this ride. Then eventually I didn't care.
I said a hip hop the hippie to the hip hop, and you don't stop the rocket to the bang bang boogie. Say up jump the boogie to the rhythm of the boogie the beat.
That's not bad, Brian. You actually did pretty good. I'd buy the Brian mixtape. That was actually pretty good. I said a hip a hop a hippity hop. I said a hip hip. Tiz Waffles, thank you so much for the beautiful song. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, actually. Great to hear Brian mixing it up. Mixing it up, doing a little bit of singing for a change. His national anthem of egg, frying an egg, frying an egg. Probably not his best song. It's still pretty good, well received by critics. But I'm glad to see that he's branching out and trying some different genres. I think that Brian's really got a You know, I think that he's got some hope. I think that he really could be going somewhere. Not sure. Maybe with the right team behind him, he could really be a star. He could shine. He could shine. What'd you say? You downloaded the TTS thing and you've been testing alerts? Oh my. Yeah, there's a Brian tester that you can do, but I haven't found the results to be exactly the same. With the stream elements, Brian. I don't know what the deal is. I double checked. I have no filters on spam. So I didn't remove any of it. I don't know why it does it sometimes. I've tried a few of those Brian voices, and it just did not say anything. Just showed up, didn't say a word. I'm not sure. Maybe my Brian's busted. My Brian's busted. Yeah, kind of the reason why I gave y'all TTS was for spam, because I found it so funny on other channels. Because I thought it was great. Alright, we're getting close. It looks like this is a small enough object to be pretty dang precise with the dirt. There we go. Research table. It's literally a whole chunk? Nice. Your Brian is busted, shaking my head. That's not my Brian. My Brian knows how to speak. It's so hard to tell what won't get past certain streamers' spam filter. Spam can be funny as long as it's not spamming. Well, I'll tell you what, Tizwaffle. I've got a button right over on this soundboard that lets me mute Brian at any moment. If it's actually bad, I can just hit one button and Brian shuts up. There's also a skip button and a replay button on my stream. So I'm not even worried about real spam. That's why I turned off the filter. The only thing that's filtered is language. And like hate speech or something like that. Horrible messages removed. Spam not removed. Alright, let's not focus on that outside first. Could do this part for fun. For the windshield wiper of the treehouse. Spam okay. Being mean, not okay. Indeed. And being too annoying. Spam, great. Too annoying, I'll remove it for you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Sometimes it can be hard to tell what will be too annoying, but I'll help you out with that. Don't worry. If you accidentally put in a message that's really annoying, I'll skip it for you. Don't worry. I got your back. But I haven't skipped one yet, I don't think. I don't think I've ever skipped a spammy message yet. I've suffered through every one of them, and I don't know if there's anything that's too bad. 250 @ signs? Oh no. Yeah, the @ signs, and then what was the other super longest thing that it takes forever for him to say? There's so many options. Oi, Odin! Yo, thanks for that sub, man. I appreciate it. Hey, thanks for the 4 months.
What's the power ratio on that thing? As a lover of wood, it kinda hurts.
Listen, don't worry. It won't destroy the wood. It's very protective of the lumber. The lumber will be taken very good care of. Odin, thanks for that sub. I appreciate it. Bada bing, bada boom.
Newbie symbol, 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 newbie symbol.
Newbie symbol? Is that what that just said? Newbie? I'm not a noob. I'm a pro. I'm a power washing pro. I can't believe that you actually said that to me. I'm actually shocked to see that. Tizwaffle, how dare you? Also. Odin, how are you doing? What's up? We beat Legend of Zelda, so we're here power washing a little bit of these fences out here. But yeah, this is just the bonus stream. You have encountered the bonus stream. You've encountered the rare bonus stream. We will be playing Legend of Zelda bright and early tomorrow for the brand new game. For the brand new Zelda game, and by brand new I mean just a remaster. But we're gonna be playing that tomorrow. That's right. That's right. And then on Saturday, we're going to be building a Lego set, a Lego roller coaster. We're going to get it started. I bet you that we can at least get half of it done, if not even more. Oh, about what time? Tomorrow? Tomorrow we're probably going to start at 1 or 2. 1 or 2. Kind of depends on how I'm feeling. And then I think Saturday's going to be the same. We'll probably start at 1 or 2 so that we can build a lot of that Lego set. We're going to have the stream avatars and everything. I'm going to probably get a pizza. It'll be a whole party. It'll be a whole party. And you know what? Y'all can all have a slice if y'all want one. If you want a slice, I'll save one for each of you, all right? Ooh, a sassy sax in the background. Oh, baby. Listen to that sax. Go for it. Ooh. I know, it's so good. Oh, wait, no, this is the lick. Oh, this is the, that was the Mario Kart lick. I don't know if y'all have seen the video of that kid that put the Mario Kart lick in the,
Can you help? Here, take a listen. V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V V See, it won't stop.
That works pretty good. That works pretty good. Hey, that was pretty good. We're finding out what spam works. That spam's working pretty good. Hey. I'm sorry, Brian. Rotten old, what does it say? My car won't start. Sounds cool. You're gonna try a Breath of the Wild yourself with some friends. Oh, sweet. Breath of the Wild, baby. Oh, yeah. Breath of the Wild is good. I hope you enjoy it. All you got to do is just get all the Korriks. That's how you really beat the game. That's how you really play the game. Listen, you haven't played Breath of the Wild if you haven't gotten every Korrik in that game, okay? It's just a personal opinion. I hate to be an elitist like that, but I'm just saying. I haven't experienced the true Breath of the Wild experience. It requires you to collect every Korrik. Shall we go? Oh, let's do this first. Oh, we'll see you later, KP. Thanks for vibing with us. I hope you enjoyed. Got some good vibes. We had some free vibes. I hope you pick some up at the door. Yeah, I've got a couple of goodie bags if you want to grab one, KP. If you want to take the vibes with you. But yeah. But we'll see you later. Okay, can we just hit the edge of this? Can we just kind of get a little bit of this jumping action, just not fall off the edge? Come on, it's close. I know it's close. Just give in, rail. Come on, a clean rail well. Ow! Oh, dang it. Okay, fine. Oh, and then it gets fixed. Ay. I'm just gonna, there we go. Easy peasy. Should we just do the outside? Is there a leaf blower sim? That has to be a thing. I don't know. Lawn cleaning simulator? I know that there's a mowing portion of, I can't pick this up for some reason. There's a mowing portion of House Flipper. I know that. But I think that it sucks. From what I understand, it's really stinky mechanics. But I don't know about leaf blowing simulator. You could make it, Tiz Waffle. Make it so. All right. If it hasn't been made, you could be the first. Just got to get published by one of these sim companies that makes all these sim games. Oh, policeman simulator. Firefighter simulator. Living simulator. Adventure simulator. It's just a normal adventure game. It's a simulator. You're gonna put some water on boil? All right. We'll see you in a minute, Akim. Get that food going. Or that drink. I know, it could be a drink or food. There's a lot of things that need boiling. I wouldn't mind a little ramen if you're gonna make some extra. If you're gonna make some extra, I'd really appreciate a little bit of ramen. I finished House Flipper, but not the DLC? House Flipper's pretty fun. But the part that I liked the most was the tutorial. I actually didn't like the actual art of like flipping the houses and coloring the walls and everything. I just couldn't take it seriously. Because you can like make things super ugly but still make a lot of money. So I just made the ugliest houses. But the tutorial, each one of the like different pieces is really fun. So like the challenges, I guess. The structure of this tree house wouldn't work right. Is that true? Captain Zanuck, are you sure? Well, look. Let's see. So it's attached to that tree. Yeah, it's true. There's not a lot of support here. That'd probably bow in the middle, right? Oh, this. Ow. Now that I look at it, this wouldn't work at all. Not even close. It doesn't even have any what are they called? The main beams. These beams are going the wrong way anyway. Now that you. Oh, why'd you mention that, Captain Zanuck? Captain Zanuck, why did you mention the structural integrity of a 3D power washing simulator map? Now I can't stop looking at how ridiculous this is. I have built almost an entire house, including all the plumbing. Oh no, Zanuck, I have built like 3 decks, and I've roofed like 3 roofs, and I've made like 2 houses. Now I can't look away. And I worked in construction as well. I did construction cleanup, to be specific. Dang it. No, I'm looking at it. It doesn't work at all. It's not even close to right. Not even close. I'm going to ignore it for now, and I'm going to focus on the dirt. Okay? I'm supposed to focus on the dirt, not on the structural integrity of this fictional building. Oh man, this is actually going to be pretty tricky. I forgot that these are each their own individual components. I kind of, for some reason, was thinking that we'd be able to just clean one big area and that would be enough, but it is not. Because we got to get like every little edge. They're each individual little pieces. Aw, see, that's not even good enough. Ooh, there it is. There it is. That's the money. Got to play Architect Sim? Oh yeah, we're gonna get serious. I don't really like creative games that much, to be honest. I know a little bit about doing 3D art in Blender specifically. And honestly, anytime that I play a creative game, it just makes me want to do actual 3D. Makes me want to get like fully unlocked building. Makes me just want to model, honestly. It never scratches the itch, these building games. Like Sims, it's just not enough. It's just not enough. I would rather just model sim houses if that's what I'm going to do. I don't want to just use assets. I want to create the assets, darn it. I'm going to go up here. I was thinking about doing maybe some low poly modeling on stream sometime. We'll see. We'll see if I get back into modeling. I thought it'd be fun to maybe speed model some requests or something, just for fun. Maybe make some like kind of isometric miniature scenes, some like little 3D dioramas, something like that. We shall see if I get into it again. It has been a while, and I don't know if I would enjoy it again. Ooh, double clean.
Double clean.
Hang on. Time to get the stubbiest beam so that we can shoot from afar. Yes, I like to make the Sims in the houses. Ooh. Well, I'm glad that you enjoy it. There's certainly nothing wrong with the game. It does seem like a lot of fun. I totally think I understand why. Why people love it. They can't get enough of these miniature fake people. Oh, wait. This one right here is dirty. I can tell it's got dirt. Gotta go along the... Aha! There you go. Now, I don't see any more. I'm just kind of looking at the loading bar. Okay, things start getting dirty over here on this roof, but we can ignore that. We shall ignore the big roof. No big roof for me. I say try it out, Tiz Waffle. It can be a lot of fun. It can be a lot of fun. I use Blender because it was free and I was a kid and I didn't know how to steal software back then. So, I see you got a healthy stream there. Good for you. Oh, I do? Is it true? Is it healthy? Healthy looking stream? I think that it's well grown. I mean, I've been watering the stream for a little while, you know? I've been watering it, so I'm glad that it's growing. You're gonna make some spaghetti? Ooh, spaghetti time. Me love pasta. Me need pasta. Let me see. I think I missed... The fact that farming simulators still cost $80+ hurts my head. Oh my gosh. Is that with DLC or is that just the, like, premium edition? Pizza time. Is that true? Beowulf. That just makes me think of the meme. Pizza time. It's gonna hit this area. Please, share the spaghetti. I don't actually know if I have any more spaghetti sauce. I think I may have already eaten the last of it. But if I have any left, I might make spaghetti myself. Come to think of it before that goes bad. I can't really hit the top in any convenient way, so maybe we'll just hope that we can get the rest of it while we're up there. We're gonna hit some of this roof so that we cry a little bit less whenever we have to do this. 'Cause I'm pretty sure that this is long. Pretty sure that it goes, yep. I think it goes long. So let's just hit up this part so that we don't have to go back here. Lilu, what's up? You just made spaghetti with Parmesan? Ooh. Spaghetti. There's enough spaghetti in this chat for everybody. Go ahead, get your... Okay, question. Do you put spaghetti in a bowl or in a plate? Or on a plate, not in it. Can't put anything in a plate. That's the point of it. Is it a bowl or a plate? Don't tell me that you used a paper plate. Oh my gosh. Don't tell me you use a paper plate. You use a cup? No, just kidding. A bowl. Really? Fairy Blueberry Blue says bowl. Odin says plate. A flat bottom bowl. Well, you don't have to insult the insult the bowl while you just talk about it. Goodness. Flat bottom. It's got no booty. Arr. Like the saddest pirate. No booty. Depends on if I have other items. So if you have like a bunch of extra stuff, then you get a plate so that you can put your garlic bread on and your garlic bread and your salad. 2 salads. SpongeBob hates salad. A cup of spaghetti. Oh, that just sounds like weird ramen. Sounds like Italian ramen. I'll take a cup of spaghetti. Cup of spaghetti for Mario. Hello, Mario.
Here's my brother Luigi now to get you a whole cup of the spaghetti pot. L'informazione.
Hello, Mario. Yeah, I have one. So what if you take one bowl of spaghetti?
I don't know. You tell me, Luigi. Luigi.
All covered in cheese? My poor meatball. No meatball. Meatball is best part. I love the spaghetti meatball. I never pay for the meatball, though. You eat your burger with or without the wrapping. Oh, wait, what? Bowl for spaghetti, only plate whenever there's sides. Oh, that all makes sense. This all makes sense, you guys. I think that y'all are actually sensible. Y'all might be my people. Also, is this gnome puke? Why is there gnome puke up here?
These kids peed all over the banisters. This is why you can't let kids have their own playhouse. Gotta make a mess of it. You gotta come back up here and clean it all up.
Your burger with or without the wrap? What are you talking about, wrap? A wrapped burger like paper? Like paper? Don't eat the paper. If you're talking about the wrap as in the bun, off topic, but your beard lines are on point? Are on point today? Oh, the beard lines? Oh, I did sharpen them up a little bit. Thank you, Odin. Yes, I did do a little trim. I trimmed it down to a 2, I think. I'm thinking while my hair grows out, I'm gonna keep the beard a little bit shorter so that I can go for that really 80s action hero kind of look. Maybe I'll get an outfit that goes along with it. But yeah, I'm gonna keep it a little bit shorter, and then whenever my hair gets really long, then I can start growing my full Jesus outfit. And of course, I'll get the full Samaritan outfit, 100%. And I'll forgive you for all of your zins. Zinless. Eating paper. No, don't eat paper. Respectable young man, I say. Odin, I try to be respectable, but I don't know. I don't know about that eyebrow piercing. Not very respectable. I like my zins. Thank you very much. I will take it. No forgiveness. Thank you very much, streamer. Who needs a streamer's forgiveness? It's streamers that should ask everybody else's forgiveness. You play video games all day, streamer. Who are you gonna forgive and for what? The picture online of a burger with the paper wrap still on with a bite taken out of it. Do you eat it with or without the wrapping? That's like Starbursts. Do you eat your Starburst without the crust? That scared me. Yo, the lounging potato! Oh, snap. Thank you for the raid. What's up? Yo, I'm sorry for shouting. I'm sorry for shouting. My bad, potato. I'm sorry I got excited. I won't shout anymore. Potato! Thanks so much for the raid. What's up, yo? The lounging potato otaku man. What's up? There's otakus in the chat right now. Flames and feathers. Thanks for being part of the raid. How are y'all doing? How was the stream? What were you doing? Now I'm curious. Were you power washing? Were you doing art? What's going on? What's going on, potato? I don't think I recognize your name. So we have met. What a fortuitous arrangement we found here. What a meeting. I didn't know that I'd meet anybody up on this treehouse. You were playing some Dark Souls. So literally like the polar opposite of this game. Pretty much about as far off as it goes. This is like the most zen, basic, no way to lose. But Dark Souls is the opposite. Which one were you playing? I've played a little bit of 3 recently on stream, but I didn't beat it. I didn't beat it. Which one were you playing? I hope that y'all had a great time, by the way. And don't let me keep you from doing whatever you're doing. If you want to just stream, if you just want to raid and run, I totally understand. I know you probably got things to do. That's why you finished your stream. But if you want to hang out, I'd be down to chat. I'd be down to chat with any of you beans that were hanging out with the potato. My name's the Earl of Suds. I just like chilling over here, having a good time. Good vibes. We were talking about whether or not we eat burgers with the wrapping on. I was about to drop the hottest tip of the evening. Starburst with the wrapper. Try it. It's delicious. Just kidding. I've tried it, but it's really gross. You were playing the first one. Your first experience with the series. Oh my. So you're going in blind, and you're probably suffering. You're probably suffering. I was suffering big time on the third one. The first one I played a little bit of. I think I made it to the big bird. That's not a spoiler, I don't think. There's a big bird in the game, okay? Absolutely suffering. You know what? That's gotta be the best Dark Souls content. Is the ones who really didn't know what they were getting into, or knew what they were getting into, but they knew that it was suffering. That's the best part. That's the best part. I like it when the streamers cry. One time we made a streamer cry from Dark Souls, and that was my favorite stream experience ever. But yes, this is the polar opposite. So if you wanted to vibe after the stressful Dark Souls, boom, we're just gonna be cleaning up this. We're just cleaning up this building. We finished our Zelda game that we were playing today. We were playing Legend of Zelda and Link's Awakening. And we were doing that in excitement for the new Link game that's coming out tomorrow. It's the remaster of not Breath of the Wild, a remaster of Skyward Sword, which we're going to be playing bright and early tomorrow. It's true. If you eat a vegan burger, is the wrapping just an appetizer? Wait, the wrapping is the whole meal. A vegan burger. I feel like I want to like vegan food. I want to learn to love it. I feel like that's the future, right? Is it the future is vegan? The future's looking a little bit vegan. Someday it'll just be more efficient. I'd be down for no suffering animals as long as the burger still tasted good. If you can convince me, if you can fool me into eating a vegan burger, I'll switch. Okay, it helps Oreos and sweet chili Doritos are accidentally vegan. Oh, that's my whole diet. Wait a second, lounging potato. You just changed my life. I can become a vegan right now and I won't even notice the difference. That's actually my whole diet. How did you know? Also, the top of this table needed cleaning and I didn't even notice, and it was so simple to just clean that. I cry. Oh my gosh, there's a ladder up here. There is a ladder on this level, but they hid it up here? Dude, that's really cold. Power washing simulator. I didn't know that you were a monster. I thought that we were homies. Power washing simulator. We played so many hours together. Listen, after how many? 13 hours together? It's been a 13-hour relationship, and you're still treating me like this. You're still gonna leave me out in the cold? Not telling me that there's a ladder? You actually love vegan food? Not a vegan myself. There's a lot of tasty things out there. Yeah, whenever I went to LA recently, not very recently, LA a little while ago with my sister for VidCon, I got to try out a lot of vegan stuff because there's so many good vegan places around there. And I gotta say, they convinced me. That's some good food. Man, I had like a vegan breakfast burrito. I had like a big vegan like fake eggs and stuff. Man, those fake eggs were eggs in my eyes. In my eyes, those were real eggs. They were eggs to me. But yeah, the food was really good. I tried some I've tried like fasting before, and whenever I got off of the fast, I tried to start eating healthier. So I ate some vegan food, and I really loved the recipes that I tried. They're really good, but I just didn't stick with it because I'm a big dummy. Because I'm a lazy boy. What do you expect? What do you expect from a bean like me? I either don't eat or I eat something crappy. Good food is good food. That's true. Food does not really mind what you call it. Food is like, oh, I'm vegan? Oh, okay. Doesn't really matter. If it tastes good, it tastes good. Plant-based chicken nugget. Vegan chicken nugget. I wanted to try the vegan meatball. I was going to try the vegan meatball at IKEA, but I think that they have sauce that's on it that has milk in it. I should have just bought the thing myself. But I think I kept forgetting that it was like after the register. So it's like you have to remember meatball before you check out. And then once you check out, you look to the side and you're like, "Oh no. What have I done? I've left my friends behind. I've left them in the freezer." Also, Little Viking, what's up? What's up? Hoot to you. We actually just finished the game that had the owl in it. The big game that was owl themed. It's true. We just finished King Daddy Owl. We said goodnight to him. No more owlies. You support vegan stuff? As long as I get my potato, I'm happy. Oh, it's all potatoes all the time? It's all about the starch. I don't actually care about protein. I don't care about protein or anything like that, streamer. All I need is my starch. I mean, potatoes are vegan, right? Pretty sure. I mean, they're vegetables. Ground beef is definitely harder to sub in. I feel like chicken is probably the easiest to get something that tastes like the real thing. I mean, that doesn't come too much as a surprise, since everything tastes like chicken. It all tastes like chicken. Even listen, if you prepare potato right, it'll taste like chicken, right?
Get out of here. Get out of here. What's with this dirty? Look at this big old dirty house. You kids, I told you to clean up your big old playhouse. Is this how you treat the things that you've earned?
Potatoes are vegan, right? That is a quote, unfortunately. I knew it was a quote as soon as I said it. I was like, that's one of them. That one's going on the list. That one's going on the shirt someday.
Hey, potatoes are vegan, right? I'm pretty sure that the potatoes are vegan. I could have swore last all the potatoes that I've met, they're all vegans. You know what you can run on a potato? League. That's what.
Humans apparently taste like chicken. That's my contribution to the conversation. I have actually heard that humans do not taste like chicken. I've heard that humans actually taste like pork, apparently, which is why some cannibalistic tribes refer to human as long pig, which is also why lots of people that have seen combat and know what dead humans taste like. I mean, smells like they don't like pork. Yeah, they taste like pork. And that's why lots of people don't like pork. Which makes sense. I mean, also pigs kind of look like us, right? Oh, Loungy Potato. You do actually got to head out, but you're really glad to be able to raid. You've been following for a while, but usually stream pretty late. Rarely able to catch you. But hopefully you have a fantastic rest of your stream. It's so sweet. Loungy Potato. Thanks so much for the follow way back when. I'm glad that you got to hang out with us. Thank you for the raid. I hope that you enjoy your evening. Enjoy your evening. It's been fun talking to you. I'll catch you sometime soon. Sometime soon, we shall run into each other yet again. We shall. But yes, get some rest. That's why I said that they taste like chicken. Some people have prepared it like chicken. Prepared it like a chicken would. Bark, bark. We look exactly like Porco Rosso. The Martian was never about the dude being stuck on Mars. It was about potato superiority. It was all about how man can live on potatoes alone. Listen, man cannot live on bread alone. But there's a second part to that verse that not a lot of people know, where it actually says, but they can live on potatoes alone. Luck of the Irish. Wait a second, is that Bigfoot? Oh my gosh, is this confirmed? You know, the other night I said that Bigfoot wasn't real. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Bigfoot's actually real. Oh wait, there's actually no evidence. See? I told you he exists. He's my cousin. He's my cousin. You just have to come to one of my family reunions. You'll see Bigfoot, all right. Oh, what did you say, Poco? Okay, I'm gonna head to bed now. Oh my gosh, Poco, it's so late. But I have a question before I go. When exactly does the fan art contest end? It ends tomorrow at midnight, I would suppose. It ends tomorrow. I know that you've already submitted something, but if you want, you can delete that submission and you can put a new one. I did make it so that you don't have to just submit one image. You could delete it or you could adjust it. That's up to you until it's over. And then I'm gonna lock that area so that nobody can mess with it. I'll rip all the images off of there. Zoom! But yes, go to bed. We'll see you later, Poco. Get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you. You're so sweet. I love your art. Now go to bed and have good dreams. I demand it. We look exactly like Porco Rosso. You don't eat pork? Alchemic, is there some dark tale that you need to tell me about? I'm just kidding. You already did. I'm just kidding. That was a joke. You're gonna love the squirrel from today, Kenny. I haven't seen it yet. Poco. Thanks for leaving a little cutie squirrel for me for later. Something to put a smile on my face after we've raided. After we've raided and the hype is all over, there will still be squirrel. Wait, you remember that? Oh yeah, I remember. You told me all about it. You and I both have unusually good memory of very unnecessary things. We can both remember what we were talking about whenever we were in a certain part of Skyrim. I would say same brain cell, but that's a lot of brain cells. We'll see you later, Yuki Narts. Get yourself some sleep. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you had a wonderful time. Got a good vibe or two. Remember, everybody, if you're headed out, there's a vibe goodie bag at the door if you want to pick one up. If you want to pick one up, it's good vibes for your evening or for tomorrow. You can save it for whenever you want. But I just want you to have a good day, all right? Well, we'll see you later. Have a good sleep. Get some rest. You know what? These really flat surfaces that are down here really make me wish that there was a big broom. A big, like, squeegee. That'd be kind of fun. I know it's Power Washing Simulator, but I wouldn't mind a big old broom or a squeegee just for fun. I know that there'll be a mod of it eventually. Code Earl. Oh, what? Calico's back. Calico's back and ready for more. Oi, oi, oi. Kelly. We're washing, we're cleaning. Actually, I don't need to focus too hard on this because it's such a big surface. We will not have to do it perfectly. A good vibe goodie bag follower emote. Ooh. I wish that we had a follower emote, but I don't have follower emotes yet, you guys. Sorry about that. They didn't put me in the beta. I'm eligible for the beta, but I just didn't get it. I apparently wasn't eligible enough. Ah, satisfy. The big white one is often the trickiest to use, but it looks like this is pretty easy to clean. I mean, it's mostly just dirt, right? I have a good memory of everything except for what I actually want to remember. I can't remember how to do math or most of history, but I do remember that President JFK was a Chad. I feel like all of us, to some extent, unless we've trained ourselves, will only remember things that we find fun to remember or we learned in a fun way. I definitely need like memories to associate with it. Like I need a hunk of information. I can remember chunks of information. That's why like locations in Skyrim will activate memories, because it's two different things. They're tied together. Like if I'm playing a game and it has a fun fact in it, then I might remember it. I just need a couple of different points. That's why I whenever I learn Japanese or any language. Oh, by the way, thank you for the follow, Mr. Sassy Hips. I'm sorry for not thanking you for that. That was a while ago. I appreciate it. Welcome to the party. But, oh yeah, I was going to just say that whenever I try to learn any language, I try to make a joke out of it. I try to make it a fun time. Try to say some dumb thing or say it in a silly way so that I'll remember it. So I'll only remember things that I joke about, essentially. Let's move this. Never forget that the mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. Oh my gosh, that sounds like it's from a movie or a show or something. Also, is this stuck? Pick this up. There we go. Is this gonna be good enough? Will anything ever be good enough ever again? I think that we might have to hit the corners a little bit better than we have. There we go. I can imagine that it'd be a bad idea if I had this. I'd love it, but I'd probably never do anything ever again. It'd be so long. I have visceral cleanup detail all over again for me. Oh no, that game, Santa's Rampage. We've played Santa's Rampage on stream, and man, it takes forever to actually get it done properly. This is, though I will say, Mr. Sassy Hips, I've played this game for 13 hours. So I'd say that we'll probably complete every map near the 15-hour mark. Maybe even a little bit, maybe just a little bit more. It's actually not too much. Maybe whenever they add more content, it'll become more dangerous. But it's only $20 on Steam. I don't know. I would definitely recommend it if you're interested. Or you could just watch somebody else. Either one. But there's a skate park that you get to clean. That's probably one of my favorite ones. There's a skate park. There's a kiddie playground. There's a challenge mode where you try to clean it as fast as possible. There's a challenge mode where you try to use as little water as possible. Ooh, I don't know. This content. For whatever reason, I have a great time with viscera cleanup. After I got home from work and my job was maintenance. Oh snap! I have worked in a fair bit of like cleanup for I've done cleanup for the barns that I worked at. They were horse barns. And then I've also done a lot of construction cleanup, like cleaning up either wood or nails or just brushing down the place, or doing just clean up of the outside, inside trash, everything, all the modelos. I mean, holy moly. I feel like America was built on Modelo. I'm just saying. I'm thinking that if there was a sponsor, there's a beer sponsor of construction, pretty sure it's Modelo. But yeah, after cleaning up all of that, I love cleaning stuff up. I can't help it. I like it. It's just boring enough. It's just boring enough to keep my attention somehow. I don't know how it does it. I don't know how I find this entertaining, but it's just the right amount of boring that actually keeps me entertained. Oh, thank you for the follow, Flames and Feathers. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you're liking it over here. Boom! We got all the vibes all the time. Maybe not all of the vibes, but I mean like all the good ones. I don't mean like the total of vibes. Modelo is pretty pog. I've actually, Garrett has a spare one in the fridge. Should I try it? I've never tried it before. I do not like beer. I'm not a fan, honestly. I thought that it was gross. I thought that it was a nasty drink. I'll tell you a story though. I was my family is like very, very Christian, very like goody two shoes. My parents haven't drank like any alcohol in the house, and my mom got a beer for cooking a chicken. So she got a beer for like some chicken recipe, I don't know, but they had so she got a Miller Lite, and it like the alcohol gets cooked out of it. It's for the flavor or something, I don't know, but they had like a glass, and I was like, oh, I want to try it. And they were like, so you want to try it then, huh, dummy? So they were trying to do the like, all right, smoke a whole pack, basically. But I bamboozled them. I bamboozled them because I tasted it and it was disgusting. Disgusting, and I hated it. I hated it, but I swallowed it down and I was like, that's pretty good. I actually like that. And my mom's face was priceless. I'll never forget that face that she made. She looked like all of my work wasted. Everything that I taught you, gone in a moment. She was like, we've already lost him. We've lost him to the lusts of alcohol. He's gone. He's history. It was gold. It was comedy gold. And my dad looked at me and he was like, oh, really? Well, finish the glass then. Because I'd just taken a sip. He was like, finish the glass then. And I just went, derp, 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 derp. Just drank the rest of it. And he was like, well, well. Trying to call my bluff, Pa. Not gonna work, Pa. I'll do anything to make you squirm just a little bit. You played yourself, Mom. You'd rather drink bottom shelf vodka than beer? Oh, what? Tis Waffle. You might be one of my people. Wait a second, Waffle. You might be one of my people. That's how I am. I really don't like beer. I'd rather just drink vodka straight. To be honest, but Claw, that's my jam. That's my jam is seltzer, because I like seltzer anyway. I like hard seltzer or just normal Topo Chico. That's my jam. My favorite thing to drink is a Topo Chico. So you could bet Claw fits right into my tastes. Especially the ones that are kind of sweet. A little extra flavor in there. I'll take that. Thank you very much. Yum, yum. If it's with juice or soda, well, I understand that. I like my drinks pretty sweet in general. But seltzers, I make kind of an exception, because I just really like the bubbles.
I like the fizz. I like the fizzy.
So, let's see. What shall we do next on here? We should just do these. Yeah, let's just do this other side. I didn't even realize that we had this going on. Gonna hit the rails first, and then I think we're gonna head down the stairs. Because the stairs are gonna be less fun than this house. I want to save this house for last, maybe. Maybe for last. Corey, you just hit with a wait. Wait. You're making me feel better, so I appreciate it. I'm glad to hear that, Flames and Feathers. We're just here to have a good time, my friend. We're here to have a good time and a long time. That's what I was thinking the other day. I was like, the saying of what? I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Well, on these streams, we're here for a good time and a long time. Is what we've been going for 6 hours. Yeah, this one's gonna be like 7.5 or something. You're a beer lover. You always like to try out new ones. I see. I do really love the idea of getting to try out new like flavors and trying out local brews and stuff like that. Texas is big into brewing, so it's a shame that I don't like it, but I just don't prefer it. It's just not to my taste. Not for my buds. Sound alert should be the bird laughing like a villain. I mean, we can sound alerts. I just like playing around with them. We've only had the bird for what, 2 days? Had it for 2 days. We had a gnome for a little while. We had Waluigi going. Wah! We had a goose honk. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep mixing it up, and maybe we'll leave some of them. I'm just testing them out to see which ones y'all like. Which ones have the best spam potential, and then which ones last the longest. That's what I want to know. Oh yeah, and the Yoshi Lick. That one's a good one. That one might come back to stay for a while. Balam. Just gonna hit the majority of this because we get to clean the outside later, but the more we clean on the inside, the less trouble it is later. be honest, there's a lot of crappy beers, so I do understand. Yeah, it's just not my jam, but it's all right. I could drink it. I just don't choose. I just wouldn't choose to. That's all. If I'm gonna choose my drink, it's gonna be a claw. It's gonna be a seltzer. I do like pretty much all the seltzers. I tried Truly recently, and it was really good. Really, really good. I got the berry pack, and that sucker was banging. Those, like almost every single flavor in that berry pack was really good. I just didn't like the black cherry. I don't know, black cherry is always a crappy flavor for me. I don't know why. I haven't found a black cherry that I love, but that's definitely my favorite black cherry. They did it as good a justice as you could. It's just not for me. Maybe you should walk up the stairs to clean them. Yoshi Lick. Yoshi Lick is fun. It is. Especially if we're playing a Mario game. Then it just feels right. Weep, 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 weep. Maybe we can make a smaller angle on this to save some time. Not sure. Because this is pretty sticky stuff. This is pretty bad grime. I think that we might have to stick with this angle as slow as it is. As slow as it is, I think it might actually be faster than if we had to go over it more times, because look at this. Look at this grime! Alright. Nice. Only thing that you know of White Claw is White Claw Gabe? Who the... What? What or who is White Claw Gabe? I don't know what that is. It sounds good. Is that like a... I don't know, like the mascot or something? I do love a good margarita. I don't think I've had a good margarita. I actually haven't had one of those. It's a thing of legend. It's good margaritas. That's something that they sing songs about, but I have never seen one in real life, personally. Texas winter storm destroyed every piece of one of the pipes in your home back in February. Your dad now just got some of the insurance money? Oh my gosh. Now we gotta crawl under... Oh, now we get to crawl under the crappy trailer and fix it? Oh my gosh. Tis waffle. Climbing under buildings and doing work stinks so much. I feel that. I used to work for one of my friend's neighbors, and he had, like, you know, one of those ready-built, like, sheds? Ready-built sheds that you'll keep in, like, your tools and stuff like that. It was a big one. He was running water out to, like, sprinklers or something, so we had to crawl under the building that was so low to the ground. We had to lay on our backs and, like, shinny through the dirt, and it was very claustrophobic down there. We had to shinny underneath the building and then do, like, digging. So we would, like, take the shovel above our head and, like, stab, and then the other guy, I was doing it with Garrett's older brother, my roommate's older brother, and he would just scoop it out by his hand, because that was the fastest thing that we had. All we could do is just hack at it upside down and pull it out by hand. Underneath the shed. It was miserable. Oh my gosh, Sleeping Dogfish! Yo, what's up? Another raid? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The fish tank is spilled over into your stream. The fish tank. That's my friendo Dogfish. How are you doing? You got me back, you sorry sucker. You got me back after one day? What? You didn't even let me stew. You didn't even let me rest. You attack immediately. Oi! Everybody from Dogfish's stream. Hi there, it's me, the Earl of Suds. I'm playing some games. Very fitting game, honestly. We're washing a building. How are you doing? We're just goofing off, doing some Zen. Oh, were you playing Magic the Gathering again? Hey, I was watching some of that last night. It looked like fun. I'm not a card gamer myself, but it still looks like fun. By the way, every time I raid, I spam to the best. I spam to the best of the raid alert. Oh, to the beat. Oi. Sleeping Dogfish, you're the spam master. The spam master. But you guys, everybody that just came in with the raid, hope you had a wonderful time over at Sleeping Dogfishes. Today we were playing a little bit of Zelda, but we're ending with a little bit of bonus cleanup. We're just washing this big old dirty old treehouse. Look at all this dust on it. Look at all this nastiness. It's disgusting. But guess what? We get to clean it all. We're going to make it sparkle. We're going to make it sparkle and shine. And if you're interested, tomorrow we're going to play more Zelda because they are doing a re-release of Skyward Sword, which I've never finished. I never finished it because it wasn't my favorite game. But this time, you guys, we're going to get it. We're doing that tomorrow. And then on Saturday, we're going to be building a giant Lego roller coaster. Gigantic Lego roller coaster. Lots of fun coming up if you want to hang out. But if you're here just for the Zen vibes, here you go. We're washing this old crummy old house. This old house. You're super excited for Skyward Sword? You've never played it? I played it on the Wii, and yeah, it's a little bit jank. It's a little bit janky. A little bit janky and stanky. But it's I mean, it's still a Zelda game. I still have to beat it just because I want to beat all the games. I'm contractually obligated to play every single Zelda game before my life is over, okay? So we gotta do it. Oh, but Doggo, yes, I totally understand. You ended your stream, so obviously it's ready. You're ready to start getting ready to go to bed. So we'll see you later. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody, could you please say goodnight to my friendo Dogfish? And if you haven't checked out Dogfish, he's a real sweet bean. I don't imagine that there's a ton of people that don't know Dogfish. We raided him just last night. Blast it all. He's a good friend of mine. And he's got very similar vibes. Very hype, very wholesome. It's true. It's true. You could almost say that we're kind of twinning to some extent. But I'm a lot saltier than he is. If we're being honest. We're being honest. I got a lot more salt than him. He's got salt-free gamer as one of his taglines or something. Not me. I got plenty of salt. I got plenty of salt for you guys. If y'all are looking for a little bit of salt, you want to make me mad, it's possible. I don't know if it's possible with Dogfish. I haven't seen it yet. I don't know. Maybe insult his mascot or something. You could try. You could try if you want. Your Dogfish is weird. I don't even know what a Dogfish is. I don't think that's real. But yes, don't let me keep you. Oh, and Veery, what's up? Spare some salt for us, streamer? We do need some flavoring. But streamer, salt is sometimes the best gamer flavor. Ew, that just makes me think of sweat. Gross. How dare you say such things about our mascot? I'm only teasing. Listen, it was just a test. It looks like Veery's the one that's gonna get mad about that. If you go to the streams and look for chill, yeah, you ain't gonna find it. Too neurotic? Oh no. You're too crazy. You're too crazy. It's all right. It's all right. We like crazy streamers around here. We like crazy. We like wholesome. You know what? There's lots of good beans over here. We were rated by Felix earlier. That's a crazy bean too. Weep, 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 weep. But yes, we're cleaning this dirty old house. This nasty old. I wasn't gonna do this, you guys. I was not gonna complete this building, but I'm sorry to say that it looks like we're gonna be cleaning this entire thing. So, if you're here for the long haul, you guys, you best buckle up because this is a freaking dirty building, and I want it to be washed spotless, okay? Because otherwise, Mom's gonna be mad. Felix is a spicy little takoyaki. Takoyaki. That's true. That's true. But he's on fire. He's a good boy. He's a good boy. I'm living vicariously through you right now, Suds. Is that true? Is that because of the salt, or is that because of the clean? Is that because of the washy? Because of the wishy-washy. Okay, so I don't think that we have to focus on this too much because it looks like the handrail is its own object. So we can kind of just give it a good once-over, and that might. Actually, that's a lot of grime, and we should probably focus on this lower stuff. Oh, the cleaning. Mostly. Well, we'll wash it nice and clean, don't worry. Vicarious living is totally acceptable. It's 2021, you don't have to live your own life. Give it up. Give up your own life. Become a movie star just by watching interviews all day. Weep, 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 weep. Why be yourself whenever you can live through the lives of celebrities? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Grabby, grabby. We shall stand upon this, and we shall blast away all of the gunk. Doo, doo, doo. Why can I not place it here? Is this the forbidden zone? This is the forbidden cleaning zone. Nobody is allowed over here. Only dirt. Only dirt and stinkiness is allowed over here. I hope that none of y'all are clean. I hope that y'all are all stinky, because nobody's allowed over here if they're not stinky. Y'all are all stinky, right? Y'all seem stinky. I can almost smell you all the way from Texas. And most of y'all live in a different state at the very least. But some of you people that are from a foreign country, I can smell you from here. That's stink across the whole world. Okay, we're gonna put this right there. Yes, sir, I've got mad stink. Oh, why are you so proud of that? A true Viking. A true Viking? I wasn't actually 100% sure, but now I'm sure. We have a true Viking in our midst. And Mr. Sassy, you said, I've got no cash to get this with. I don't want to set aside time for playing other games. Perfect. I pay for this game. I pay for this game just for you. Boom. Now you can enjoy game for free. For free. Free game. What's the catch? What's the catch? You have to deal with my screaming. That's what. Put that right there. And we need the big ladder. Poco drew another one. It made me involuntarily awe. It's so cute. Oh my gosh. How is Poco so prolific? Poco, besides being skilled, is, if I could use another word besides skilled, I would say prolific. I do not know how she draws so fast. She's a machine. That's a German engineering. What can I say? It's a German engineering. It always puts us to shame. Still not too clean. Maybe we should stand up higher. Poco is a genius. It's true. She's an artistic genius. It's very true. I don't know how she does it. Okay, I think that we're gonna start cleaning the inside of the little pieces of wood here. I think we're gonna do a little bit of washing on the inside, because that will probably be easier than hitting the edges. Let's try to look where most of this. Okay, look, there's so much gunk on the inside. This ought to clean it up. As we go up real quick. Oh, Lupus, we'll see you later. Oh, what? Yukine Arts, you're still here. You're still here. Yeah, sorry, sucker. I thought you went to bed. You gotta go to bed. What is this? You're streaming late and I actually gotta sleep? What are the odds? 2 days in a row. It might be 3 days in a row. Be careful. Be careful, Lupus. Get some sleep. It was nice to hang out with you. I hope you get some good rest. We'll see you later. About to say that you live at the top of the U.S., but you don't want to live in Florida at the moment? Okay, there we go. Oh, you don't live in Florida. I see. You don't live. Have you schmooved? Did you schmoove a little bit recently? You schmooved away? Okay, so the steps are not done. Okay, I was just trying to see, like, which parts are which? Okay, let's look at the inside. It looks like the inside of this spiral has some mess. Okay, I see where I think some of this is just hiding in here. We're on this edge. Yep, it looks like it's mostly just under the stairs. Maybe if we stood up on a ladder, we'd be able to snag all of it. Just watching the edges while I tap tab. A little bit here, a little bit there. Maybe it also could be super duper low down here at the bottom. Let's see. It's been like 2 weeks since you've been in Florida and you're trying to make your way back. Good luck, my friend. You shall return in no time. In no time, you will be back to the place that you want to be. The place that you want to be. I have barely even visited anywhere besides my native Texas. That's right. I'm a cowpoke. Born and raised. Yeehaw. Oh, you ought to head to bed too? All right. We'll see you later, Lemonberry. Thanks for hanging out with us. We love you, friendo. Get some rest.
Get some rest. Get some rest, and I hope you enjoy your sleep.
Yes, there seems to be a lot under here. Maybe we should... Well, can we get it from here? Man, it's dirty. Maybe we can just give it a once over. Maybe we just sped by this too quick. And we can get lucky. It's all about percentages. Oh, wait. Oh, this looks like the real juice. Upper deck rim. Okay, that looks pretty clean. The stairs. The stairs! There's still more down here, but I don't see a huge, like, bulk. I don't see a bulk of junk. There must be, like, some big splotch somewhere. Oh, your partner's still in Florida. Are you kind of stuck because of the pandemic? It's got everybody pinned in place. It's not fair, but hopefully it'll be over soon. Hopefully you can make it back. You'd live in a treehouse? I think a treehouse is pretty nice. I like those really fancy tree houses that you see on like HGTV. Those really, really nice modern ones. I like that. Especially if it had fancy architecture and all the modern conveniences. I mean, just get Google Fiber out there, please. Excuse me? Could I get Google Fiber out in these woods? Thank you, mangled marionette. I'll take that as a yes. Wait. I'd live in a treehouse if it's in a tree. A treehouse in a tree? You're asking too much, Viri. I don't think that that's realistic expectations. Look, normally I allow a lot of positivity over here, but having a treehouse in a tree is, I don't feel like you're ever gonna be able to live out that dream. So, in the interest of staying happy, you might want to aim for something that's more realistic. I don't think that a treehouse in a tree is something that you want to aim for. It's kind of like saying that you want to be a billionaire or something, you know? We're not all going to be scumbags. I mean, we're not all going to be rich. But, I'm just kidding. There's plenty of nice rich people. I'm joking. It was a joke. It's a dumb joke. There's plenty of nice rich people. I just don't know if it's Bezos. I don't know. I don't know the guy. Y'all... See, y'all just gotta be like that one rock band and aim for cute. Yeah, just try to be cuties. Can we all just try to be cuties? Well, is that a good enough thing to aim for? I'd aim for cuteness. I want to be #1 cutie if I can. If I can, it's something to shoot for, you know. It's my target. It's my target demographic. Cuties only. If the tree is in the center of the house, that would be cool. It'd be great for the cats as well. Yeah, it wouldn't be so great for the insulation. I hate to go back down to planet Earth, but the but like I feel like you're either gonna choke the tree or it's gonna be really hot in summer and really cold in winter. But I guess you could, maybe the AC's powerful enough. Who knows? You could get a very, very pog AC system. I don't know. Maybe. I think we got the outside probably good enough. We don't have to be too particular with it because we can get particular on the inside. Don't ruin tree houses for me, Kinjamin. Listen, no, lots of them work. It just has to be in the tree. It can't be like of the tree, you know? They were in the trees, not of the trees. The elf people of old. What do we do? Hey, what's up, Rodrigo Sanda? How are you doing? Oh my God, you're still streaming. Oh my God, streamer, you have to stop sometime. How are you streaming so long? Honey, you have to take care of yourself. Oh my God. Oh my God. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. Stop. I've been apologizing a lot recently because I've been very annoying recently. So I'm sorry. Choke the tree. Oh, what? God! Cozyism? Excuse me? Euphemism? Does that mean that it's for the youth? Ah, I was once a youth. I was a youth when I was younger, but then I grew up and now I'm a fully grown man. Fully grown. Fully grown, just like these trees. I'm not as old as one of these trees, though. That's for sure. I'm as old as a sapling. I'm basically a sapling. Okay, this sucks. Okay, now this sucks. This is a part that is stinky. This is the stinky part. Okay, to make this less stinky, we're gonna do this in the best way possible. We're gonna take it bite by bite, all right? That may not sound satisfying, but you'll see what I mean. You'll see what I mean. Each one of these is their own individual piece, so it'll be nice to have them actually cleaned and finished. But we'll have to start with like the angle that we can get to first. Oh, Aiden, Odin, not Aiden. Odin, you gotta go get some food. Go get some food, my friend. Enjoy your lurk season. Enjoy your food. Enjoy your potatoes. Get yourself some delicious patata. Patata frittata. See, I don't remember if this is a unit. I don't know if that's a unit or if it continues along. Underside, let's see. This is a separate piece. Okay. So they're really, really segmented. And I'm down. Man down. Gosh darn it. Back up we go. That's Thor Aidenson to you. Aiden Thordenson. Why, it looks beautiful. I know, each one's its own unit. It's segmented, just like a worm. It's probably got multiple hearts, too. Got multiple hearts. You could cut this treehouse in half, and it would stay alive. Did you know that? Did you know that you can cut most tree houses in half and they'll actually still stay alive? Then they sometimes the segments of tree houses can grow into their own full tree house. They contain enough genetic information to be able to build almost a whole nother tree house. It kind of depends on where you cut the tree house, though. All depends on the exact like precision of the cut, essentially. So I'm gonna do my very best to cut in the perfect spot so that we can basically turn this from one treehouse into two. But it's a careful business. I just have to kind of thumb around under here to try to find where its joints are. Suddenly that reminded me of one of the only South Park episodes that I've ever seen, where the Walmart is alive and they have to like search for the heart of Walmart and stab it, and then it kills Walmart. It's one of the only episodes that I've seen. But living building. I also was invited to watch Crimson Peak the other night, and I didn't. I couldn't watch it. I was too busy. But now I'm kind of interested in watching it, but ghosts are also stupid, so... You may have forgotten about your water? Oh no. Alchemic burnt the water again. No spaghetti for any of us. You guys, I offered spaghetti earlier, but I thought that Alchemic wasn't gonna forget about the water, so... We're gonna have to get the spaghetti next week, you guys. I'm sorry, the water was ruined, but it was an accident. In the words of Drew Carey... Did you know Africa's a continent? I actually did know that. I did know that. Crimson Peak is worth it because of one particular sound effect towards the end. You know what, Mr. Sassy Hips? Normally I make fun of people. Like, I try to make as much fun of people as possible. But sound design is really important to me for movies. Personally, I can hear you, you sorry sucker. Whoops. All right, just ignore me, you guys. It appears Alchemic still got the spaghetti. But sound design really matters to me in movies. I have a confession, you guys. I have a confession to make. I hate the Wilhelm scream. I hate it. If I hear it, it pulls me right out of the movie. I don't appreciate it. Makes me think of wiki articles. It doesn't make me think of whatever movie I'm watching, whatever serious movie that I'm trying to engage with and trying to take seriously, trying to enjoy. If I hear the Wilhelm scream, then I start thinking about sound design immediately. If I also, there's a specific like giant iron door sound effect that's like, that's in almost every movie. There's a bunch of little sound effects like that if I recognize them, I go, oh, now I'm just thinking about sound effect packs that these audio engineers were working on. Thanks a lot, audio engineer. Your job is to make me 100% immersed in the movie. And what do? You put in a recognizable sound effect for funny that reminds me that I'm watching a movie and not experiencing a masterpiece. Oh, I'm watching Star Wars. I'm not experiencing a cinematic masterpiece. I'm watching a joke movie. Haha. Haha. This character just died. It's a serious scene. Haha. Here's a ow! Or whatever that noise is. Ridiculous. Have you played any Forza games? Oh, the racing game? I haven't played a lot of racing games. I'm very bad at them, but I enjoy them. I've played them some with friends, but I don't generally buy them or play them on my own. That's probably why I'm bad at them, because I don't play them. That's a tricky part. That's a tricky part. If you don't play it, you probably won't get good at it. Darn. Stinky how it works like that, right? But yeah, I don't play many racing games myself. I played one of the Forza. I played the Forza that released on the Xbox One, and I thought that it was really fun. It was the Forza game that I played on the Xbox One was the most fun that I've had with a racing game in a long time. Since Need for Speed Hot Pursuit 2 on the Xbox, which my friend had, I didn't have. If I had it, I'd probably be better at racing games right now. Kenny, I'm surprised that I caught you today. I'm watching Dead by Daylight streamer and building my forever Minecraft. Oh my gosh. Listen, Echo, it's nice to see you. How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi. Echo, I was thinking about you just earlier. Just earlier today, I was thinking about my sweet friend, the sweet bean named Echo. How you been doing? How are you doing? I'm glad that I'm still online. Nice. You said one game that impressed me with how good the sound design was Escape from Tarkov. I've heard good things about that game. I've heard good things about this Tarkov game. I think I watched a little bit of a stream of that, and it looked like fun. It looks like Insurgency, I guess. Yeah, I don't care quite as much about video game immersion, I guess. I don't care too much about the sound design in video games. Sometimes it really stands out and I love it and it means a lot. But generally, like, in some games I just mute it. Like, whenever I play Minecraft, I just mute the sounds. I don't care about their music. Their music is not that entertaining to me. I normally just mute it and play my own. So some video games I don't mind. But yeah, and like scary games, like, yeah, sound design is key. Sound design is key. Someone else that knows of Insurgency offhand? I mean, it's really good. It's really good. Insurgency is kind of a natural thing to know of if you've played, I guess, a lot of PC Counter-Strike and a lot of, if it's Counter-Strike, Insurgency is like, yeah, it's kind of like Counter-Strike a little bit. I'd say in like realism. Where, like, if you get shot in the head one time, that's it. That's it. You've been doing very good. Very sweet of you to wonder where I was. Oh, no worries. Oh, don't ever feel any pressure, Echo. I was just wondering how you were. And I was hoping that you were doing good. Whatever you're doing. There's lots of good stuff to do.
Don't you just hate it when your cat wakes you up like this? Meow. Meow. Meow, 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 meow.
Tezwap, was that necessary? Did you have to do that? Did somebody convince you to do that, or was that all on your own volition? Why have you done this? Meow, 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 meow. Yes, I do hate whenever my cat wakes me up like that, and that's why I got rid of my cat. Now, it's not as scary as it seems, you guys. Whenever I say got rid of it, I mean that I gave the cat away. I gave the cat away to my sister. Yep, that's why I don't like it. That's why I don't have a cat anymore, actually. Because of that exactly there, Tizwaffles. You nailed you hit the nail right on the head there. Good job. Meow. Tizwaffle! Stop. We've already heard enough. We've heard enough. You've said your piece, all right? You've said your piece. No more meow meow. I mean, Sandstorm is a go-to game. Sandstorm? What is this Sandstorm game of which you speak? Am I confused? I know for me, I've got a deep passion for music and sounded games, so I almost never turn the sound off. I think that's probably a habit of my mobile gamer days. Normally, I will I'll straight up, as soon as I get a mobile game, I'll mute it. That's the first step. The first step after a newly downloaded mobile game is immediately mute it, because all this sound design is crap, and I don't want to hear it. Oh, Insurgency Sandstorm, the sequel. Ah, see, I played Insurgency a while ago. Quite a while ago. So I didn't even know about the sequel. He's a fake fan. He's a fake fan. Ah, the big beam. Big beam. Bleep bloop. Bleep bloop. Big beam. Big beam. Yeah, let's just go ahead and help ourselves out here. Let me just help myself to some of this grime. Yummy. Yep, we're just gonna clean up this stuff because it's easier. You call yourself a gamer? Name all the games.
My favorite is my sprinkler goes like this. Comes back like.
That's really good. That's really good. Tis Waffle, that sounded exactly like one. That was good. That was good. I think that one might be my favorite one too. Oh, we'll see you later, Ito. Thanks for hanging out. We shall see you later, friendo. Thanks for vibing. Peace out. Peace out. If you're bored this weekend, we're building a Lego set. All right, that's the last time I mentioned it. I'm actually very excited. You gonna go to sleep? Oh, get some sleep. We'll see you later, Ito. Get some rest. Peace out. It was nice to hang out with you. I'm not original, by the way. I looked that up, and I didn't even copy it right. Oops. Oops. It's all right, Tis Waffle. They're all copy-pasted. Don't worry about it. They're all copy-pasted. Nobody's original whenever it comes to... I mean, it's called copy pasta, right? Isn't it? I thought it was called, basically, copy pasta. Yeah, you're supposed to copy it. I would like to note that I am a moth priest of the lump. Wait, what? You'd like to note... Oh, wait. Is that... Are you talking about... Moth priests? That sounds like Skyrim talk. Are you talking about Skyrim right now? You talking some Skyrim drivel right now? Talking some mad rim of the sky? Yep, I'm just gonna knock out this corner. That's right. That's right, he's doing it on number 1. Okay, I'm practicing my painting skills. We're gonna try this out later in Microsoft Paint. We'll redraw this building as my hand remembers it. Okay, it's looking okay. Screw Talos! Oh, rah! You better watch your mouth. You better watch your mouth when you're talking about my deity. Saturday or bonus Sunday stream for Lego? Yeah, we'll see if there's a bonus stream. It kind of depends on what my friends are doing. If they do know, if we do nothing, then we might do a bonus Sunday stream. We shall see. I know that OT was thinking about doing a Jackbox, but I'm not sure. Friends might do Jackbox, and in that case, I'm not streaming, but you can still watch it on their channel. Or we might be working on Lego. It kind of depends on how far we get in the Lego, I guess. Gasp, but the Talos Principle is so good. Wrong game, Mr. Sassy Hips. Though I do know what that is. I have the Talos Principle VR, which I haven't gotten to play yet. But at the time, whenever VR was kind of getting released, Talos Principle was one of the best, like, full games that added VR support, from what I understood. And I bought it, and I never played it, because I'm a genius. That's why. Because I'm smart, all right? What?
Okay, last one. The lawnmower goes shirshi vavavoom shiri and rice burners go wow 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 ow 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 ow.
It sounds like he's being injured. Ow, 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 ow. That one was wild. That was a... Tis Waffle. Tis Waffle, you went out with a bang. That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Tis Waffle. Take it for the 100 bits of pure blessings. Pure blessings. The low price of 100 bits. You blessed the entire stream. Thank you. That's so thoughtful. I can't imagine it'd be easier to tolerate in VR. Really? There's nothing like VR to make games more tolerable, am I right? You're like, man, this racing game sure makes me sick. If only I could play it in VR, I bet I wouldn't get motion sickness like this. I'm so scared of heights. If only I had the HTC Vive. If only I had the Valve Index for full immersion, then I probably wouldn't feel so sick right now. Hang on. See if I can get this just from here. Look at that, he didn't even move it. What a lazy washer. A lazy washer. Outlast in VR? Oh yeah, I didn't find the VR port as scary as the OG game. Playing on the screen just slaps different, you know? Playing it on that little tiny screen strapped onto your face, that didn't do it for me. It just took away all the immersion. I get immersed whenever I have like a big screen right in front of my face. Not whenever I have a little tiny screen that's strapped to my face. Wow, I get out of a raid, you're still up! I am. Malice, I got bamboozled by this stinking treehouse. I'm not even done with it. I've been bamboozled. It was supposed to be a bonus, but it's turned into half the stream. Help! Malice, please help. Please help. There's no escape. There's no escape from the stinking, and it's so dirty under here. It's so disgusting and dirty. We're nearly past it, though. Talus gives you the creeps? It's poggers. Oh, it does? You mean the Talus principle? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, I do want to play it. It looks great. It looks great. I own it. I own it in VR and not in VR, and I still haven't played it. Shaking my head. The streamer just buys games. He doesn't even play them. He just buys them. Let's admit it. I just like having them, all right? I like thinking, oh, I could play that. Then I never do. Then I just play this game for 13 hours. Yummy. More power washing, please. Thank you very much. He asked the Magic Conch if he should buy it. Yes. That's what it always says. I think that my Magic Conch is broken, because everything that I ask it just says yes. I need Squidward to ask if I can play some video games. That's what I need. I need a Squidward in my life to ask the Magic Conch if I should buy games. Can I buy this game? No. Can I buy this game? No. Magic Conch, am I ever gonna get married? Maybe someday. I don't think so, SpongeBob. Slim chance. Slim to none, buddy. I'm sorry to inform you, Mr. SquarePants. His pants may be square, but he's even more square than them. All right, time to move it. I like to move it. Trying to also, wait, oh man, these are still so dirty. Ah, ignore it. Ignore it. Glory is eternal. Dirt is temporary. Dirt is temporary. Power washing is eternal. This place will be wishy-washy clean. Very, very wishy. All right, there we go. Nice. Would you wish to washy? If you had a genie, would you actually wish to washy? Or would you wash the wishy? Also, this music is just off the chain. The music is just on the loose. I haven't looked at what this playlist is for like 20 minutes. We're probably on to like the 5th YouTube video. Next thing you know, we're gonna start getting recommendations of what I normally watch. So far, Nintendo music has been stuck here. Just can't wait till we get some of those playlists that have all of the vocals in them. That scare me big time. What a bop. This absolutely. I mean, it's Animal Crossing music. You can't help but get down. Are you down with the Animal Crossing sickness? Mm-hmm. It's all too relaxing. It's gonna make me fall asleep at the wheel. Fall asleep at the helm. Speaking of falling asleep, I can't wait till we break my my stream record. My stream record. I want to suffer, you guys. There hasn't been enough suffering around here recently. And that's why I'm buying The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword on Nintendo Switch tomorrow at its release day at my local GameStop. There hasn't been enough suffering. We need more 25-hour streams, streamer. We want you to play more stupid games. I mean, good games. Good. Oh, we'll see you later. QT, thanks for hanging out with us. Have you decided on the time for the big Lego stream? Yes. Yes, big Lego stream should be starting at about 2 o'clock. We might start at noon. It kind of depends on how I'm feeling. It'll be somewhere in there. You can watch for notifications. Not only can you get Twitch notifications as long as the bell is rung and you're following, but you can also go over to Discord if you would like another notification. That one lags about 5 minutes behind, so you'll miss my my introduction dance that I always do. But I think that's way more reliable. I think that Discord's the more reliable of the two. But yes, it should be around noon, and I'm in Central Time, if you're wondering. Yeah, I'm just trying to cut these edges here. Get that edge. It's going to be impossible to get. Ah, yes, the dance. The dance that happens every time. Yes, Alchemic's here every time. Alchemic's here bright and early, because he doesn't want to miss the dance. Nice and clean, looking beautiful. Also, what's nice is that these runners are particularly long, so they're actually pretty easy to clean. All of this side is super long. It's got more surface, so whenever they calculate whether it's clean or not, they're more lenient. They're more lenient on my poor soul, my poor little rotten soul. Excuse me. Excuse me. I'm cheesed to meet you? Question mark. I meet a girl and then I say I'm cheesed to meet you. Am I cheesed to meet you? What the heck? Do I see a wild Jedi Aurora in the chat? What?
What? Yes. Jedi Aurora, I see. Yes. Padawan you are. Nice to see you it is, huh? Ah!
How you doing, Jedi? What's up? You still going? I am still going. Look at me go. We're cleaning it up. We're even doing an early stream tomorrow. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's wrong with me. Listen, I was super disappointed by the Monday stream, and I'm still not over it, all right? I'm still not over it. Monday we did a super short stream, and I ended it early, and I felt horrible. I'm still not over it yet. My wounds haven't healed. The scars, they're too deep. They're too deep, and it still hurts. It hurts just thinking about that. Oh, Monday. That was a bad stream. Never again. Will this stream ever end? 8-Ball says no. Wow. Oh. 8-Ball, how dare you? 8-Ball, you shut your mouth. Shut your mouth, you bot. You don't know anything. You don't know anything about me. No. This stream will end someday. Someday it'll be over. It's nice to see you, Jedi. You know what? I pulled a real Jedi move the other day. I was pulling off some Jedi moves because our coffee maker, I couldn't make any coffee because the water was out at the apartment. So I went and I bought coffee. I got in my car and I drove to get coffee. And that's all that I did. I left the house for coffee. And I was like, this is something Jedi would do. This is what Jedi does like every day. And I was gonna ask, where do you get your coffee? You go to Dunkin'? You go to Dunkin' Donuts? You go to the Dunkin'? Is that where you get your coffee? I guess we'll spend an eternity here. I mean, I'm down. And that's Roringu Sanda? Is that how I say that? Roringu? The Bucks. Oh, Starbucks? Oh my. Is that true? I didn't know that Jedi drank coffee at Starbucks. Typical. Where's these? So most of these seem pretty clean. Some of these are dirty though, and they're gonna be a pain in the neck to clean up. Because there's gonna be nothing that lets me clean them automatically. I'm gonna have to go on each one of them and clean them. But they also have this end, so it might be easier to just kind of ignore it. Dunkin' is nasty? What? Feel free to end the suffering if you need to do something productive. Oh, but suffering? I don't think that Alchemic has ever described these streams as suffering. How dare you? You'll go anywhere else but Dunkin'? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. All the Dunkin' hate in the chat. I'm surprised. Surprised you'd be hating on the donkeys. Why are you dunking on the dunk? Poor Duncan, he's doing his best. Poor Duncan, he's doing his best. He made the best brew that he could. And you're just treating him like he's not even trying. He is. Weep, 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 weep. Your partner prefers Dunkin', so you don't mind a little bit of Dunkin' Donuts. I've got the I went and got McDonald's coffee. It was pretty good. A McBrew, a McBean. I got a roasted McBean, and it actually wasn't too bad. Actually pretty dang good. I didn't know that Macca's made a mean bean, but it wasn't too bad. Of course, this is me judging it as black coffee. I have no idea what it would be like if it wasn't black coffee. I'm only comparing black coffees between one another. I don't know of any other coffees. Creamer is never part of the deal. It's never part of the consideration. It's all 100%. I think that makes me a better judge. Don't you think that makes me a better judge of bean? Since I definitely am not using more creamer or better creamer or different sugar or anything like that. I mean, it's got to be more consistent of an experiment, right? I feel like it is. Okay, here we go. So in other words, for you, creamer is heresy. What? It's heresy. I'm sorry, I misread that. Heresy, not hearsay. Creamer is real. It is not hearsay. It actually exists. I warn you. Here we go. Clean it up. Ah! Crap. Creamer is... What is that word? Creamer's Hershey? As in Hershey's chocolate? Creamer's Hershey. I was a Bucks barista, remember? I also went through the Coffee Master Program. Oh, so you can't deal with really low quality coffees? I'm surprised that you like, maybe I need to try the Bucks again. Maybe I was an idiot. I mean, still kind of dumb, but maybe I was an idiot last time that I went to the Bucks. I tried their normal brew and I found it to be most disharmonious with my tongue. Maybe I was a dum-dum back then. Maybe I have a more refined taste and I'll enjoy it. I need to try that Bucks brew. I was wondering who you reminded me of. You just figured it out. Skeeter from Doug. Doug, the cartoon from Saturday mornings. Saturday morning cartoons on ABC. I never watched any Doug. I hope that that's a compliment and you didn't just call me the loser of the show, you sorry sucker. Pretty sure that you just did. Wow, using fancy words. Disharmonious. Did he say he has the most disharmonious palate? I see. He's a dab hand at coffee arguing. Coffee whining. I like the donuts Duncan has. You don't like the coffee. Ooh, you're there for the food. Listen, whenever I go to Dunkin' Donuts, I'm there for the donuts. They don't call it Dunkin' Coffee. There's a good reason why they don't call it Dunkin' Coffee, because their coffee sucks. I guess. I've never tried it. Disharmonious? That word is so big. I'd let somebody describe me like that. Oh, what? It's a beautiful word, too. That fits as well. I'd only describe you with beautiful words. Now it's just called Dunkin'. It's just called Dunkin' now, you know? Yeah, they did the, they made it more simple. They simplified the name and the logo. Now it's just Dunkin'. Listen, there's no donuts. Now we're just Dunkin'. We don't know what we're dunking. Oh, it was a compliment? Oh. A compliment? I'm gonna get shy. You better shut up. Yeah, it's not just Dunkin', but Dunkin'. I'm trying to not yell straight into the mic. Dunkin'.
You ready to go to Dunkin' Donuts?
I'm sorry. There he goes, apologizing again for yelling at us. Beep, beep. Okay, what is the deal with his upper railing? What is your actual what is your major malfunction, Private? I said give me a war face. Bull crap, that's not good enough. I said give me a war face. That's better, work on it. I will unscrew your head. You used to have one in your town, but it's gone now. Duncan died. We thought it was Dunkin' Donuts, but it's Duncan's dead. How do I, where's the mess, huh? Where's the dirtiness? I thought that this game was about cleaning. I can't find what to clean. If you don't tell me what to clean, game, you can't blame me whenever you're still dirty. I literally just stood out here and looked at... Wait. Oh. Well, there is a fair bit back here. Great. Great! Maybe I should I blast her with a number 1? We're so close. We're so close to the edge, and we're about to break. Shut up when I'm talking to you. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up when I'm talking to you. Ooh, that worked. That worked. That's all that we need. We just had to squirt that corner. You squirted that corner good, everybody. I'm proud of y'all. All right, is that done? Nah, that's not done. Yes, let's go. Let's go. That drill sergeant from Full Metal Jacket must get his cover from Dunkin', am I right? I said give me a Dunkin' Donut. I don't want your Starbucks crap. Private, I said give me some coffee. Dunkin' Donut. Give me the donkey. He wants the video game Dunkin' Donut. I want to clean this stick. The supportive stick has been cleaned. Hooray! Oh yes, that explains the end of the movie. If he drank Dunkin' Donuts, that would explain the twist at the end, wouldn't it? Ah, the movie makes more sense. Aha, the donkey! Give me the donkey donut. Heck, I like you. I'll invite you over. What? I don't remember that from Full Metal Jacket. I don't remember there being milkshakes. Was there ice cream and milkshakes? I forgot about that. I must have been so distracted by everything else in the film to not even notice the delicious treats that were being handed out. I was forgetting about all the carnage and the slaughter had my attention the entire time. I was barely paying attention to their diet. Oh, it was a reference to something else. Okay. Okay, it was something else. I was about to say. I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I've seen that one. You will listen, if I make a movie reference and you're like, oh, and then you decide to look and try to figure out how many movies I've seen, you will be disappointed. All right, I'll probably just reference something that you like, and you'll be like, oh, he knows movies, and you'll find out very hastily that I do indeed not know movies. He hasn't seen Grease. He hasn't seen Mean Girls. He's not a real cinephile. Mean Girls is number 1 on the list of true movies. Real movies, real talk. No Mean Girls. No movies. Perfect. Is it really the underside? Is this the whole roof? It just says eaves. I think that's all of it, actually. I think it's disharmonious that the Earl doesn't prefer tea over cowhee. Cowhee? I mean, I like tea. I just don't prefer it. Listen, I've been drinking black coffee ever since I was a youth. Ever since I was working at the barn. I used to work at a horse barn, and black coffee was the sauce, man. My parents drink coffee. What do you expect? Me to be drinking some chamomile while my parents are drinking the big Folgers? You think that I'm gonna look like a chamomile chump sipping on some berry juice whenever my parents are drinking the big bean? Not gonna be left out of the big bean craze. Listen, beans make you strong. Beans make you really cool. In Texas, you can't be caught being a tea drinker. Tea drinker? You make Warhammer 4000 references? Oh boy. Warhammer. Now that's something that strikes fear into the hearts of this guy right here. This guy right here, Warhammer. Now that's something to get me scared immediately. I don't know anything about Warhammer. Is it a board game? Is it a card game? Is it minifigures? Is it a video game? Why does it have one of the worst RTSs that I've ever played? I don't know what's happening. Got your addiction started early. Got it. Oh, start your addiction early. Always. Always. If you're going to be addicted, you might as well start early. That's what my dad always said. Ah.
Clean.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Worst? Oh, I was just kidding. I don't know. Definitely not the worst. I was teasing. Teasy, teasy. Ha ha ha. I've definitely played worse RTSs. Excuse me? Age of Empires 3, anyone? Yikes. Take me back. Microsoft was like, we've got a whole new generation of Age of Empires. And I was like, please take me back. Take me back to number 2. Wondering which one you're referring to since there's a few different ones? I wonder. I probably played it when I was dumb. I probably played it before I had taste. I probably was just like, this is an Age of Empires garbage. But yeah, the universe is really kind of interesting, complicated. I don't know anything about it, so it's scary. Scary, because it's like a really well-built universe that I know nothing about. So if I see any of it, I don't understand it. It's like a whole heresy meme that I've seen that I don't get. So they're like, oh, this is heresy. No furries. I don't get it. I don't get it. Washy washy. It's very extensive and very overwhelming. Well, I'm glad that you think so. I agree. There's a bug. There's a bug in my face. Shiny lamp. Yes. Actually, if you clean up the lamp with your hand instead of the power washer, then you get 3 wishes. All right. That little crest at the top is really satisfying to clean. Does Kenny curse? Maybe. Oh, that's a perfect answer. I love that with the Kappa double too. Man, 8-Ball is on fire tonight. That's the best response. Well done, 8-Ball. You're a smart bean there. Kenny curse? Of course I do. I just don't do it on stream. I just choose not to on stream, you silly. You bet I do. All the time. All the time. I just choose not to on stream, that's all. It's to make everybody a little bit more comfy. And it's also to make me make a little bit more sense because a lot of people know me through my sister's channel and that's clean, so I kind of just started by being clean, you know? But yeah, it's a choice. It's a choice, and sometimes a very regrettable one. If I'm being honest. Sometimes it does make joking a little bit tricky. It does make moderation more annoying, but I think it's worth it. I think by and large it's worth it. By and large, your very best friend. A is for the axiom, your home sweet home. B is for by and large, your very best friend. Cursing's good for your health? Is that true? Wow. I bet a lot of the people in chat would be very healthy then. Y'all are some bad beans. The worst word I've said on stream? I guess it's the S word one time. Just for funny. We'll work on that one, you guys. We'll work on it. We'll set a new record sometime. We'll set a new record someday. But for now, we're wholesome beans. Wholesome beans, good beans. Why, look how clean it is. Clean up this lamp just in case that gets dark. And the squirrels don't know where to go. In case the squirrels need a way to point them home. The squirrels can't see. Turn on the lanterns. They're trying to get back. You've passed up on so many good jokes. Aw, Jedi, I'm sorry. You passed up on jokes. Aw, you're really missing out, and it's my fault. It's my fault, and I'm really sorry about that. I'm sure you can save all those great jokes for another stream, right? I hope that you're getting all those great jokes out somewhere. It'd be a shame if they just went to waste. What about, yeah, there's more here, right? Aha! There it was. By the way, did you text me back? Yes, you did. Thank you. I just thought I'd check. It just reminded me randomly. I really like this whole like weird kiosk design. I like how it's got all these different kind of angles on it. It's nice. It kind of reminds me a little bit of a merry-go-round. There we go. Looking beautiful. Looking beautiful. You're beautiful.
Oh, yes.
Satisfy. Such satisfy. Honestly, one of the best parts.
One of the best parts is whenever it gets all clean.
Hey, White Tiger, what's up? I can't believe I can't sleep until 7 a.m. Oh, what? White Tiger, you're still awake? Oh, no. I'm sorry that you can't sleep. Maybe I can lull you to sleep with the sounds of and ah! Screaming and power washing. The two sounds of sleep. If you look up ASMR on YouTube, it's gonna just pull up my VODs. Hit those angles. Let's see. Where are we in this house? We're getting close. Getting close. Please do scream. No, I'm done screaming. Scream stream's over. Scream stream ended like 2 hours ago. I let out a real blood-curdling scream. Woke up the neighborhood. Then we decided that we were done. We said, that's enough. That's enough, streamer. Enough is enough. You have to stop somewhere. You've gone too far this time. Your sleeping sounds are police sirens and random bangs. I live relatively close to a hospital. So I have ambulances driving by all night. All night. Woo! In fact, I've heard, what, 3 tonight? Yep. 3 have gone by. Even if y'all didn't hear them, there have been 3 police / ambulances that have gone by today. It's pretty rough. I honestly wouldn't mind moving because we are way too close. We are way too close to the station. Every night. Come on, people, stop dying. Stop having emergencies and dying and stuff. I'm trying to sleep here. Your town is most unsafe? Oh, dear. Oh, is the most unsafe in all of Oklahoma? Oh, I see. Okay. I was about to say, what is this? What is the okay of which you speak? Oh, Oklahoma. Yeah, Oklahoma is a little bit shady, you know? It's like Texas's shady hat. It's like our suspicious beanie, I guess. Yeah. A suspicious hat would be a beanie, right? Yeah, Texas is wearing a beanie. And, a little bit shady up there. Couldn't pay me to live in Oklahoma. Well, you could pay me, but I'd just take the money. I wouldn't live there. Earl, imagine living next to an airport. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It seems like an easy way to get out of that, to get out of the state. You could just walk out of your front door and hop on an airplane. Whoopee! Nice. All right, we're washing. We're washing. Oh, you're a fedora? Even shadier. I like it. Okay, is the fedora of Texas? Texas is tipping. Listen, cows ain't the only thing we're tipping around here. We've got our fedora up top, Oklahoma. We're proud of Oklahoma. It's the trilby. Oh, even worse. Not even a real hat. Dang. Not even a real fedora. Dang. Even the word fedora has been ruined now. But then you're gonna hit me with the trilby. Shaking my head. Shaking my head, dude. Don't do that. Wow, this is the same place. It's huge. It is rather large. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Gold Bear. We are still kind of up high. This stinky game. Stinky game. Everything's up high. Why can't we have more ground maps, huh? You prefer sleeping early, getting 2 hours earlier than others, so that your bedtime true morning? Is there a real morning that I've been missing out on? Uh-oh. I sleep kind of late. I'm worried that I might be missing this true morning of which you're speaking. Okay, I don't think that we finished that window. This music is great. I'm loving it. I think this is Wii Sports Resort. The Motion Plus Edition. Oh my gosh, the inside is disgusting. Disgusting. Why didn't the streamer clean it better? I hate it. Thank you. Thank you for cleaning. Thank you for rewinding. Thank you for smoking. Be kind, rewind. Supersize me. Corners here. Okay, we need to do a little hop. I'll do that. Okay. You've convinced me. I'm jumping for joy. Is that not enough for you? Okay, there we go. That's better. Oh. I didn't notice that this was a ledge. What about extra little dirty bits? Okay, there we go. All right, all these eaves. These evil eaves. See, there's some gunk here. There's that, and... Oh. Got the bottom there. Is smoking cigarettes good for you? 8-Ball says, yeah, go for it. I was about to say I hear those references in there, suds. The what? I didn't say anything like that. The new morning's still in beta. Oh, okay. See, I'm not on the beta branch. I'm not on the beta branch, so I haven't experienced these new updates. I'm still working on like the old software, and let me tell you what. In my version of the software, mornings suck. They're stinky. No mornings for me. Waking up at noon is kind of stinky though. I don't love the day being mostly over whenever I wake up. It's kind of a bummer. I'm just spamming, you guys. Can you hear my keys? I'm spamming. All right. Now we gotta do the woof. Now it's time to raise the woof. I think that this is it. I think that the roof is the last piece, because the rest of it is essentially done. And it looks like you can walk on most of the roof, which is good. I do not like having to stand on an edge for the roof part. Just gonna hit the very, very edge of this. There we go. We already got that done. That little eave thing. Oh, I'm missing some pieces, but it was still good enough. Hashtag good enough. That's what my mom said whenever she raised me. She said hashtag good enough. I said, Mom, please don't say hashtag, that's cringe. Almost done. It's true. We're almost done. Did you get more water for the spaghetti? Did you get more water so that thou might beget spaghetti? that was so difficult to say. Speaking English is, very difficult. It's a skill. Not held by many. How did you know? Because spaghetti is important. Because spaghetti is necessary. We all need a spaghetti every now and again. No sassy, don't shill, heart and slash again. Heart and slash? What the heck is that? What the heck are you talking about? Should I have even said that out loud? Did you just trick me into saying something bad? I don't even know what you're talking about. I haven't shilled anything but myself all evening. Oh, as a streamer, I'm allowed to shill myself as part of the Twitch agreement. Okay? Bezos handed me a document that said that I can only shill for sponsors and for myself. And for Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends, the best game ever. Man, what a bummer. What a bummer. I almost feel like playing Raid Shadow Legends and just not taking the sponsor and then just crapping on the game. But I guess if I was gonna play it, I might as well get a sponsor, so I just won't play it. It's too bad. I am tempted to play it without the sponsorship. Just so that I could crap on it. I mean, I think you could crap on it anyway, but like if I was gonna show for it, then I would obviously just I'd be trying to make the full money. I'd try to get my money's worth, but it's not worth the money. That's the real problem. It's not worth it. Could pay me to show for that stupid game. Should I include the sponsor code? There is a totally real sponsor code. It's Code Earl. Code Earl for our totally real product that we're selling right now. Yes, there we go. Thank you very much. Did you hear that? That's our totally real hashtag sponsor for the day. Raid Shadow Legends. Make sure that you use Code Earl at the checkout to be able to get 10 extra champions. And we'll also slap you on the face for being an idiot and playing a crappy Actually, hey, listen, if any of y'all like the game, that's totally fine. It just doesn't look like it's for me. Why are packages transported by mail? By air called cargo, but on ground it's called a shipment. Interesting. That's true. That is true. Why, isn't there one of those about a driveway, right? I thought that there was one about a driveway and a parkway. A parkway's where you drive and a driveway's where you park. Isn't that how it goes? Kind of cheesy. Nobody calls it a parkway. Nobody calls it a parkway. You're just using an old word so that it works. That's cheating. Yeah, I can't tell if we just got more bulk to work with or something. Okay, for my super intense game is over. Hello, everyone. Oi! Very, we're almost done. Our super intense game is we've almost reached the climax of this gameplay. We've almost reached the final boss. The final boss is whatever tiny piece of grime is somewhere around here. But it doesn't stand a chance. Okay, we've already got the finest weapons in all of the land. We're already the hero. We're already the hero of so much. All we have to do is just beat the final boss, and then boom, we got it. What? I had to do the shooty game. Shooty. Have you been blasting? What? You're still alive? Here I am, Shiny. Hello. Good morning. Good morning, Shiny. I hope you're doing well. How'd you sleep? Oh, Warframe. Ooh, Warframe good. Warframe, good game. Very have good taste. Very have good taste. Oh, what? It's so late. Help! Glitter Nerd! What the heck? What? Thank you for the raid. Hi there, everybody. Hi there, Glitter Nerd. Nice to meet you. How was your stream? You were playing the Breath of the Wild. Awesome sauce. Oi! We were playing The Legend of Zelda just a little bit earlier. We were playing what is it called? A Link to the Past? Link to the Present? Something like that. The Missing Link? Something like that. How are you Raiders doing? Welcome in. It's getting super late. I can't believe that I'm still awake. But I'm so glad that I stayed up so that I could meet all of you sweet beans. Hi there. I don't think that I am associated with this community. I don't know any of y'all, but I'm so glad to meet you. Hi, my name's Earl. I try to keep it positive and hype over here, goofing around. Right now we're cleaning up a big old house. We're cleaning up this big old house, so we're almost done. We're actually 96% done. So we might raid somebody else that's playing this game in just a little bit. But this was a bonus stream after we played Link because we're super excited about tomorrow. Glitter Nerd, are you going to be playing Skyward Sword? Are you hyped for Skyward Sword? I was on the recommended list and you've been wanting to see this game. Aha! Perfecto. Well, it's a fun game. This is one of the maps that just got added. One of the maps that, you're going to tempt me to build. Okay. Now that you're here, Glitter Nerd, we're going to have to clean one of the vehicles, all right? Because I'm almost done with this house, but we can totally wash off a vehicle. This is one of the maps that just got added. Because we've already played this game for 11 hours. We already not 11 hours tonight, I'm just saying. It'll be 11 hours soon. Oh, you're not, but your friend is tomorrow, so I'm gonna watch her. Aha! There you go. Your friend is tomorrow. That was confusing to read, but I totally understand what you mean now. I am not tomorrow. I have to actually wait and sleep. It's torture. It's torture. It's not my favorite game. But from what I've played, it should be pretty fun, you know? On a scale from 1 to, oh my god, yes! How satisfying is this game? I mean, again, I already mentioned it, but I have played this game for 14 hours. So I feel, whoops, I just fell right off. So I feel like that speaks for itself pretty well. Something that's really nice, Kendricks, is that whenever you're doing this, if you get to a certain percentage of cleanliness, then it will automatically clean up every single spot. So it's like as you're washing it up, you'll miss little splotches. See how there's little tiny splotches kind of everywhere? Because I'm a little bit clumsy. Oh, it's not over here. But all of these splotches will be gone. As soon as we reach a certain percentage, then it will literally 100% clean it. So it's extremely satisfying. Very, very satisfying. This is one of my favorite maps that I've done too. There are some maps that have more colorful stuff that you clean. Like there's a playground that has really like a big purple dinosaur that you clean. That's even more satisfying. If there's something super saturated below, man, that feels good. Feels good, bro. See, look, we just cleaned the right percentage of this roof. So now literally every splotch of junk is gone. And this up here is rust. So we're gonna have to use a different nozzle for this. We'll either have to use the 1, we'll have to use the 15. I think that we're gonna use the 1 for ease. Oh yes, thank you for the follow, Glitter Nerd. I appreciate it. Whee! Yes, I enjoy this game. And we like Nintendo games around here, which is why we're gonna play Skyward Sword. But also, sometimes I like to get out the building bricks. So we're gonna be building a Lego roller coaster, a real working Lego roller coaster. It's obviously not to human scale, but we're doing that on Saturday. So we got plans. We got, oh my god. Oh my, no! The great couple! Crane Couple, thank you for the raid. What? Jeez, dude. We can't stream this late. We have to stop streaming so late. Thank you for the raid, Crane Couple. I appreciate it. You're so sweet. We've been going for almost 8 hours. And Glitter Nerd, we just met Glitter Nerd. A never-ending stream. You would know all about that, wouldn't you? You would know all about that, wouldn't you, Crane Couple? Y'all, what was the record for y'all's stream? How long did that go for? Was it like 5 days? What the heck? How long was it? And also, Ego Check's here. Hi there. Oi, oi, oi. Welcome in, Raiders. What the heck were y'all doing, by the way? Y'all were doing, oh, just chatting. Were y'all looking at old videos or doing some crane game? What were you doing? I gotta know. You gotta tell me. It was 7 days to stream. That's a good game. 7 days to stream. Zombie survival game. I hate to raid and run. No, you've totally got to do that. I mean, Glitter Nerd, you ended your stream for a reason, I'm guessing. So yes, get out of here. You said that you're gonna try to make it more streams in the future. Hey, you'll totally be welcome. We'd be down to vibe with you, my friend. You seem like fun. But yes, you must get out of here. Take care of yourself. Get some food or some water or some breakfast or evening or whatever's happening. Just go take care of yourself, and hope you enjoy the rest of your evening. Hope you have some good dreams whenever you go to bed. Oi! Artistic Psyduck, thank you for the gifted sub for Glitter Nerd. Aw, they just
Artistic
rated us.
_ duck gifted a tier 1 sub to Glitter Nerd.
That's so sweet.
They have given 4 gift
Oi!
subs in the channel.
Thank you for that gifted sub. Boom! Now you get all the cute purple squirrels. Now you get purple squirrels for a month. And if you want to, we watch movies every single Sunday. We're going to be watching How to Train Your Dragon this Sunday. Boom! And you're totally invited. You're totally invited if you want to. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, Psyduck. You sweet bean. But yes, you must move on out of here. You must move. Go take care of yourself. I hope you had a great time. Zoe Bear, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And hi, Crane Couple people. I didn't address y'all too specifically, but hi there. Hope y'all had a great time with the Crane Couple. They said, what were you doing? You were night fishing for catfish. You caught your first 2? Ooh. Are you using an actual rod, or were you using like a, what do they call it? A line? A string? I know that you can use like a, oh my gosh. I can see the upper deck railing? What's so dirty? Where's the oh, the dirt's on the outside. That's where it is. Enjoy the cleanup. Yes, yes, yes. You gotta go clean up the fish. It's pitch black. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Crane Couple, good luck with the cleanup. We'll see you later. Much love. Crane Couple's so sweet. We love the Crane Couple, you guys. If you haven't seen them before, they do super cool stuff all the time. Stuff that I've never done before. Listen, they do IRL streams. They do plushie streams where they like go to arcades and stuff. It's so much fun over there. It's so cool. They put so much effort in. They deserve all the love that they get, and you should totally check them out if any of that sounds interesting. But yes, get out of here. Go take care of those fish. Go take care of those fish. Oh, wait. Oh, boy. Did I aim this horribly or what? Well, I mean, I suppose that we can get started on a 15 really quick. The 15 should clean most of it. Like I mentioned before, you only have to clean a percentage. So we can kind of hit the most. We could just hit most of it. Then we can maybe like clean up the rest by standing in a weird position. Yeah, we'll just get it started. There's only really this big part left. Just these nasty old rails. Then I think this place is done. We're 99% clean. I know, so many lovely raids tonight. I know, it's too much. It's too much. The long handle really helps. Oh, you say that. And I literally have never tried it before. Let's buy it. Let's buy it. Let's try it right now. Equipment. Let's go. We're using the Prima Vista, not the 1500. We're using the 3000. So if we're using the 3000... There's 1500, 3000 soap, 3000 long extension. Let's try it. Nozzle, none, stubby gun. Yeah, let's use this. Is that it? Is it on? Is this thing on? Oh, look at that. You can flip between them really easily. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Have I been a fool? Oh no. Oh no, I'm dumb. This is way better. This is like easy mode, dude. No, I thought that it would be... Oh, I've been a fool. I've been a fool all this time. 14 hours. 14 hours wasted. Every hour of that has been for naught. It's been for naught. I can't believe it. I've wasted all this time. You haven't bought any add-ons for anything. Excuse me. I have the best gun, though. I have the best gun. That's got to count for something, right? I've got the best gun, but I had no extension, and I had no soap either. Yeah, I don't want to pay for that soap. That soap seems silly. It seems like too much work. I don't think it's worth it. Ego Chuck, have you messed with the soap? I wouldn't imagine that it would be worth the trouble. Man, look at that dirty old door. What the heck? How'd I miss all that? I see that over there. I'm just gonna blast it through here. Wow, that extension's awesome. The Earl of Suns doesn't use soap. How ironic. I know, but I'm just saying it's too much work, right? Wow. Wow. This extension is amazing. You only really use the metal wash, whenever there's a lot of rust? Yeah, that makes sense. The rust can be quite troublesome. Okay, there's the rim. So there's still tons of stuff to clean, actually. It's just all the really little stuff. Yeah, the rust can be a little bit cumbersome, but we actually just cleaned rust, and it wasn't too bad. It wasn't bad enough for me to get frustrated or anything. Wow, we don't even need a ladder down here anymore, I don't think. Okay, so maybe I should focus a little bit more on where the actual real dirt is. Okay, I can see some here. All right, there's that. There's this here. Yeah, now we're just gonna have to get really particular with the dirt because there's only a little bit left. Ooh, this one's gonna be annoying. Yeah, I already got this edge. Didn't count it. There we go. Okay. It's all under this roof because it's so hard to get a good angle on this. But now that we have the mega washer, it's all so easy. It's all almost too easy. Oh my gosh. There's a huge chunk of junk that we missed. Okay, so we might still need a focus for some areas, but it's still way better. Okay, there we go. This edge. Oh, we had it. There's this bumpy stuff on the ground that's messing up my shot. You're messing up my shot, dude. So how many handles are there? Well, there's only one, I think, right? There's just the extendo handle. Yeah, just short and long right now. I can't wait for them to make more stuff. I'm excited. I'm excited for some more upgrades and community maps. Yeah, boy. Hey! Oh, what the hell is that? What? 100 gifted. Dude, you're lagging out, mate. What? That's too much pog. What is this? Oh, whoa, what the? What? What? Oh my gosh. What is this? I don't have any idea who that could be. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter, for the 100 gifted subs. That is... I've never received anything that big. That is insane. Thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs. Oh my gosh. What is that? It's at almost 100. It's so ridiculous. Oh my gosh. Everybody with the gifted sub, enjoy your 100 subs. I don't know how to respond to that. It's midnight. Al, yo, if we get a hype train going right now, oh my gosh, this will be you guys, if we can get a hype train going with 100 subs, I have no idea what that would look like, but I'm curious. You guys, that's insane. That means so much to me. You don't know. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the 100 gifted subs. That means so much to me. Even if you do, listen, there's the hype train. There it is. Veery, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you for the 100 bits ego check. Oh my gosh, Alchemic also, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, for Stat, for Batty, for Party with Unicorns, for Tay Rose, for Enzo. Oh my god, it's at 1,000%, 1,500%. 1,500%. 1,500%. It's unthinkable.
Viridian Space Fox gifted a tier 1 sub to Madness _ Incorporated.
Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. Veery, thank you for the gifted sub from Mr. Madness Incorporated, paying for the gift sub that you got from Alchemic. Oh yeah. Anonymous, you don't even have a way for me to thank you properly. That's ridiculous. Just Dance Stream! Oh snap! It's here. It's very exciting. I guess we're gonna do a Just Dance stream, you guys. I think this is officially it. Goodness gracious. I'm out here trying to make this streaming thing work. And then all of a sudden, 100 gifted subs, which I bet could almost pay for my rent. Thank you so much for helping out. I super appreciate it. I'm glad whoever you are, I sure hope that you're enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying the content. Because I don't know how I could possibly give you the equivalent of that. But boy, oh boy, I hope that you're having a jolly old good time. I hope you're having the best time, the best day. Because there is nothing else for me to say about that. I don't know how to deal with it. 8 hours later, gifting 100 subs to this dum-dum over here. This dum-dum over here. What can I say except thank you? Playing games. Mom said it would never work, but she was wrong. What are we looking for? We're supposed to be cleaning the door and the eaves. Let's go right on back up there. You can't even, suds? I don't know how to respond to that. I don't get it. I don't understand. Me no understand. Me silly bean. Me silly sudsy bean. Me not understand such big support. Me not understand such kindness. Too kind. No way to pay back. Must just say thank you and move on. Ooh, an Eve. Let me see. Oh, yes. Clean up. Man, all of a sudden, that just always makes me think of like going, oh, and now all of a sudden that reminds me that we're like, I've almost been doing this for 2 years now. Holy moly, we're coming up on 2 years. I'm excited. And honestly, I see no end in sight. Like, maybe someday I won't be able to make this like my only job and I'll have to work another job, but man, this is so much fun. I love hanging out with you guys. I got no end in sight. This is just too much fun. Too much fun. I mean, I love video games and I loved talking to myself, and then you add a whole bunch of beans in the chat that want to hang out. Man, that's about as good as it gets. You add a friend group, boom, 2 years in September. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. You love hanging out too? Child of Cactus. I'm glad that you're enjoying yourself. Boom. I mean, I don't really have friends in real life, so it sure is nice to have all of you guys. It sure is nice to have all of you beans. I don't really hang out with people in real life, so it's great to have all of you people. Y'all are my friend group, all right? You're my friend group if you don't mind. Where did you get it? I actually was gifted this. This was given to me by Alchemic Refuge. You'd have to ask him. I don't know where he got it, but I love it. And there's a few shirts that I like it. If you hang out for a little while, Cactus, you might be able to see even more shirts as awesome as this. It's true. We are the best friend group. It's true, you guys. Can we just put a little bit of hype? Could we just put a little bit of hype for that insane hype train that I still don't know how to deal with? Also, Mr. Sassy Hips. I almost said Hassy Sips. Mr. Sassy Hips. Thank you for that bit in there. I did see that bit. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the bit. Oi, oi, oi. A bit of support. It's true. You guys. Yes. The choo-choos in the chat. You love coming in on raids. You're always so excited. My schedule doesn't allow me to come all the time. No worries, Viri. It do be like that. Schedules change. Who knows? Maybe someday you'll have more time to hang out. But until then, we'll take any scrap we get. We'll take any scrap we get. It's always nice to see you in other chats. Anywho, chats that don't stream at the same time as me, that I can hang out in, so that I don't have to miss out on all the streams either. That shirt makes me want to show off the hat that my partner made me. Ooh, hat? Pretty hat. I'd love to see it. If you've got any pictures that you want to share, that could be put over on Discord. Of course, it's family friendly, just like the stream is. But we have a spot for pets. We have a spot for art. And you don't have to post art that's related to the channel or anything. You can post any old art that you make. Oh yes, thank you so much for the follows that happened during the sub bomb. Yes. No, it was so hard for me to read anything because my brain was fried. Thank you so much. Outlaws good. Kitsune Heart. Lilin Bastrometer. Astronomer. So that's Lil NB astronomer. Is that NB like non-binary? Little non-binary astronomer. Ariel LY. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it. Oi, oi, oi. Thank you so much. See, if you just stream 24/7, I could just come out and buy whenever I'm available. That's what I'm trying to do, Veery. This is 8 hours. Veery. It's an 8-hour stream. Listen, I'm gonna we'll do a 24-hour stream sometime soon, but we'll have an early stream on Saturday. You're getting closer. Do I need to go earlier or later for you? Is it earlier or later that works better for the Veery? Because I do like to mix things up sometimes. It's nice to know when some people's time frame is. Window frame needs to be whooshy. I wonder if I know the person that gifted all those subs. It's possible that I know the person. Maybe I know them in real life, or maybe there's somebody that lurks all the time, or they could be a regular on the stream. Who knows? Your mod schedule is 10 a.m. till 10 p.m. Holy what? What? Goodness, you're stacked. You're stacked. I don't even understand exactly what that means, because I don't understand my AM and my PM that well. You mod more than me and Alk. Goodness. You're a hard-working bean.
You're one of the hardest working bees I've ever met.
Half of that is Breezy? Oh, yeah. I almost never get to catch Breezy streams. They're so early. They're so early. I'm honestly not normally up in time for Breezy streams. Breezy, that troublemaker. Indeed.
Indeed. What a troublemaker.
The hat's now in arts? Ooh, I will definitely take a look. I will definitely take a look whenever the stream is over. I must see it. I must let my eyeballs rest upon it. This is a late night. I know, right? Kuya Cat, we're going to have an early morning, too. Goodness. Goodness. Too much content? What does that mean? What does that mean? Did somebody say that? Don't say that in my chat ever again. Upper deck choice. Okay, upper deck, vertical house. Upper deck, hey? Was it underside? Where is it? Okay, so that's just the top. That's all that means. Upper house wall. Okay, so there's an upper house piece. There's joists. Joist underside. Okay, so there is... I'm just looking at the bar up in the corner. Where is it hiding? Underside should be easy to see. Maybe there's a little tiny piece that... ha! Ah, ha! There it is. Okay, now we've got our to-do list, you guys. Oh, we'll see you later, White Tiger. You're gonna attempt to sleep again? All right. I hope that you get some good sleep. I hope that you succeed. Here's to hoping that you get some good sleep. But we'll see you later. Bye-bye, White Tiger. Ooh, there it is. There's another bit of gunk right there. Can I blast it through this? Trick shot. Boom. Okay, now upper house wall and vertical house trims. Vertical house trims? As in upper vertical? As in at the upper house? That's these. Yep, it's these little sticks. These little sticks that go up. Gotta find the... aha. There's one of them. And then two more things. Vertical house trim. This is the wall. Upper house wall. Yep. Okay, so it'll be one of these. Just gotta walk along here. Looking at the dirt bar. At the dirt bar. Not the tastiest drinks. It's making me cross-eyed. Ah! I can barely look at this. My brain's cooked. I didn't see any. You really need to reevaluate your schedule. Well. Well. Maybe. Maybe not. Are you having fun with it? Are you still having fun? Aha. Oh, I bet it's up here. Boyong. There we go. Hi, and thanks for the gift sub. Whoever gifted me the gift sub. Hey, Ice Queen. I'm glad that you got a gifted sub from all those, for the 100 gifted subs that happened in the chat. By the way, everybody with the gifted subs, enjoy all of your emotes. Enjoy all your ad-free viewing. Enjoy your beautiful badges that are next to your name. And you can also go to movie night if you want to. We're watching How to Train Your Dragon 3. That happens on Sunday. on Sunday. You're invited. You're invited. Upper, what does it say? Vertical house trim. Okay, so it's one more of these. Twin Mama Gamers. Hey! I mean, gamer. Excuse me. That's not a plural. Thanks for the 7 months. Oi, oi, oi.
7 months.
Thank you
Let's
so
go.
much. Oi. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Twin Mama Gamer? Thanks so much for the 7 months of support. My goodness. We're getting close to that Twitch, baby. I can't believe it. It's almost been incubating for 9 months. This baby's growing up strong. Probably already has fingerprints or something. Oi. I hope that you've been doing well.
Hello there. Hello there.
We're cleaning this house. We're looking for one last shtick. There's one last stinky part of this house that we have to clean up. Where is it? Vertical house trim, vertical house trim, vertical. Nothing? Come on, man. Where is it? Oh, are these also vertical house trims? Oh dear. How many are there? How many types of trim can there be on one building? Ah! My eyes! I can't tell. Oh, maybe they're up. Aha! Last bit right here. Boom. That satisfying money sound. Did you just hear that big cha-ching? There we go. Whew, it's all clean, you guys. Every spot has been cleaned. I was so excited about this map, and I gotta say, it really delivered. It really delivered. They released this map and like a couple of cars or something, but this was the main thing that was part of the release. They tweaked a few things, and then they added this map, and I gotta say, this map was great. I love this. I hope that they make more exactly like this. Excuse me, developers, are you listening right now, Squeenix? This was an excellent map. Please, more exactly like this. I loved how it was vertical, but you could still clean it pretty easily. It had interesting building components, and it had lots of hard edges, but also lots of sneaky little places where dirt could hide. It's looking lovely. That was a great map. Yeah, it had many layers. I liked that. Yeah, it let me, like an onion, like an ogre. Yeah, I do like the maps where you can focus on like, oh, I'll just do this bottom deck. It's very deceptive. I love the map that's just like, oh, I'll clean this bottom deck, then I'll be done. Oh, well, might as well do these stairs. Well, if I'm gonna go up the stairs, I might as well do this. Well, we could at least get the floor done up here. Well, maybe we could just go ahead and clean the house, because that'll be fun. We should do the floor if we're just gonna clean it all. Like, that's a good map. If it keeps suckering you into more and more and more, till you can never escape. Look at that time lapse. Absolutely bamboozled. But listen, I wanted to be bamboozled. I wanted to be bamboozled. That was a nice cleanup, though. That's satisfying. And we did it all like in pretty good order too, so that it looks very satisfying. Nice. And then we were probably cleaning the underside of it. That's where that big pause is. There's a couple of big pauses for when we're cleaning the underside, because it took a little while. Like you do the outside, then stop. All right, now we're gonna. That was doing the underside. Well, sweet. Let's see, there's a few new things to do. There's cleaning fire truck, clean Grandpa Melly's car, clean the penny farthing. I mean, and next time that we play this game, if we play a little bit, we'll probably do these 3, because these will be really fast. Then maybe we'll do, well, we can also do the special. This will be quick. Then maybe we can just try the challenge mode, and we'll see how fast we can clean some of this stuff. But yes, it's been lots of fun. I hope that y'all had a wonderful time. Thank you so much for the insane support during the stream. I really don't process at all what happened, but I hope y'all had a great time hanging out with us for these 8 hours that we just played. Like I said, we just finished this game right here. Boom. We just finished this game, Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening. This was lots of fun. Tomorrow we're gonna start Skyward Sword, and then on Saturday, we're going to start opening up this. On Saturday. On Saturday, we're going to be opening up this Lego set, and you're invited to try to build this. I mean, it's supposed to work. Like, you're supposed to be able to like roll the coaster on the track, and it's supposed to do the entire thing. And if it doesn't, we're going to weight the vehicle or something, cuz we got to make this thing work. We've got to make this thing work. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, you finished the Link game? Yes, we did. We finished the Link game. This is on Saturday. If it doesn't, we're suing Lego. Yes, we're suing Lego for all their assets. Is this game as satisfying as watching people on YouTube? Green Crayon, are you talking about... is it as satisfying to play as it is to watch? I think so. I think that you'd like it a lot if you're thinking about buying Power Washing Simulator. Guaranteed that you're going to have a good time. If you like watching it, I bet you like playing it. But yes, we're going to do this on Saturday. We're going to start Skyward Sword tomorrow, probably a little bit early, and you're totes invited. If you're excited about it, if you're nearly as excited about it as I am, then you're definitely going to want to be there. It's been lots of fun. It's been lots of fun, you guys. It's late. I need to get some sleep. It's almost 1 a.m. Is there anybody that I know that's online right now? I almost kind of doubt it, right? Oh, I see that Oops is online. Let's see. Hazy's online. Actually, I know a lot of people that are online right now. We could raid 8th if we wanted to raid somebody that we haven't seen in a while. Yeah, thank you for the sub. Emerald Artist, yo! Thanks for the big sub for the 8 months, dude. We're almost to the 9-month mark. That's almost a Twitch baby. That's almost a Twitch baby right there. I can't believe it. I didn't even want any children. Emerald Artist, thank you for the 8 months of support. Boom! Could we get some hype here at the end of the stream for our friendo Emerald Artist with the big sub? I appreciate it. Emerald Artist, thank you so much for the support. We're gonna search for somebody to raid right now so that we can pass on some of the love. I did say that we might raid somebody new that was playing Power Washing Simulator. Maybe we'll do that. Y'all want to take a chance? Y'all want to take a chance? See if we can find somebody good around here? Let's see. I don't know. I'm normally scared to raid random people, but we could try. People be taking chances on me all the time. I could take a chance on somebody else. Why is this so satisfying? I just can never tell if they're going to be, like, family-friendly.
Hey, there's this guy called Earl of Suns playing it right now.
Is that true? Listen, I don't know if I want to raid this guy. It sounds kind of shady. You're welcome, Gold Bear. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had lots of fun. Oy, 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 oy. I had lots of fun. Tipsy Thursdays. My new addiction. Power Washing Simulator. Let's clean some stuff. Maybe we can raid, I don't know, dude. Power wash the pain away. I like the sound of that, though. Playing with viewers. How is that even supposed to work? Maybe we'll just raid a friend. I'm too scared, you guys. I'm too scared. I'm a big baby. I'm a big baby. I don't want to dump my community in some rando's chat. I'm scared. I want to protect you guys. Thank you very much for the wait. The bird's over here. The bird's over here. I'll give you a little extra. A little extra. Wait. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wait. Burb. Burb wants you to be safe. Burb hopes that you had a wonderful time. Burb hopes that you sleep very well and that you have a wonderful evening. Burb thanks you for being here. Burb loves you. No matter what happens, Burb will always love you. Burb is right here, watching, cheering you on, silently. And by silently, I mean they're not speaking. They're not speaking. They're saying, wait. The bird is squished a bit. The bird is a little bit squished. But definitely still loves you. Loves you this long. Or this tall. So much love for the big Burb. Have a good night, streamer. See you in the morning. Don't say in the morning. Noon's not the morning. Blast it all. Okay. We're gonna raid 8th. We're gonna raid 8th because I just raided Obst. Okay. We're gonna wait, what? You've dropped us on randoms before? We've even made random new people cry? That's true, but I watched some of their stream before. I guess I could do that, right? Right? Poor Malkate. I like making people cry. That is a great part. But we're going to raid 8th tonight. They're playing Stardew Valley. That sounds like a lot of fun. That sounds like a chill place to go. Let's put some love in the chat whenever we jump into... Okay, here we go. I'm going to... You're starting at 1 p.m.? That's morning for me. That's true. That is very true. I'm gonna get a raid message, you guys, that we can all do. I'm going to say... Is there room in the valley for some squirrels. Such a dumb message, but I think that that's perfect, honestly. Is this any good? Is there room in the valley for some squirrels? How do you like that? Let's go say hi to him while he's playing some fantastic Stardew Valley. He's a real sweet bean. Thank you so much for being here. I'm tired. I love y'all all so much, and I can't wait to hang out with y'all this weekend and tomorrow for some spicy, fun Zelda fun. Y'all all, please take care of yourself. Please have a wonderful evening. Please have some good sleep if you're going to bed, or have a wonderful day if you just got started. We're gonna do. We got the raid message right there, you guys. We got the raid message. I'll put it like a couple more times. Thank you so much, mods, for watching over the chat. Alchemic, you've been here the entire time. Thank you so much for watching over it. Thank you so much, Jedi, for hanging out. Linz was here for so much of it before going to bed. Arisa was here. Haven't seen Di in a couple of days, but golly gee, he's a great mod. And also, thank you so much, VIPs. Special shouts out to Kuri, Malice, Minnie, and Shiny for being really cool beans that have hung out with me for a long time, and everybody else that is new or that's been vibing with us for a little while. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. The support that was shown was ridiculous with all the follows and the raids and the 100 gifted subs. The most gifted subs I've ever seen. Emerald Artist, it's been nice hanging out. We'll see you later. Put some love in the chat for 8th. He's a good bean, so please drop him a follow if you want to hang out. Do a little bit of sweet chilling with Stardew, Harvest Moon, all that stuff. He'll give you a better intro and stuff. But we'll see you later, Sparkle Nerd. Bye. See you later, Emerald Artist. I love you all. King of Squirrel, you've been hanging out for a long time. Golden Bears, it's good to see you, Veery. Bye. See you later. Go. Get out of here. Get out of here. Goodness gracious. Thanks for watching the VOD. You didn't watch this whole thing though, right?